Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Night Vision Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku watched in awe as Kaken showed off his new quirk, little pops of heat and smoke bursting off of his open palms. Izuku was sure that with age and practice, those bursts would eventually turn into full explosions. A perfect quirk for an aspiring hero. That's amazing, he praised, already itching to write about it in his new notebook his mom gave him. Kaken grinned, wild and feral. Now I can beat up all the villains while you tell me their weaknesses. Izuku smiled so wide his cheeks hurt. Kaken saw his worth in his analysis of quirks and how to beat them, not in his lesser quirk. Of course, teachers tried to tell them that all quirks were equal and special in their own ways, but even at 4 years old they knew better. Some quirks were more equal and those that possessed them were raised up higher than others. Izuku's own quirk, night vision, was on the weaker spectrum. Present since the day he was born, he had the uncanny ability to see clearly in complete darkness. It was quite useful, if only it didn't come with the unfortunate side effect of making his eyes look buggy. They were green, like his mom's, but with no clear distinction between the pupil, iris, or sclere. If one looked close enough, they'd see hundreds of small hexagonal lenses, which as they caught the light, appeared iridescent. Mom always said they were beautiful. Classmates said they were creepy and ugly. Kaken, the blunt friend he was, agreed. But even if they are, why does what they think matter? He demanded one day while Izuku cried, or attempted to cry. The unique structure of his eyes didn't allow for tears. Izuku paused his tearless sobbing for a moment and sniffled. What do you mean? You're already 10 times smarter than the rest of the dumbasses in our class. So use your brain. I'll be the cool hero that catches the villains during the day and you can be the ninja that gets information at night. A night ninja. Yeah, exactly. You can beat up the villains in the dark where they can't see, just like an underground hero. Izuku's breath evened out and he smiled. Thanks, Kaken. The other boy rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. But you can't be so sensitive about things in the future. He acted annoyed, but Izuku could see the satisfied look on his face. A rock hitting a tree with a loud thwack pulled him out of his thoughts. Kaken stood proudly, already learning how to launch things with his explosions. Izuku clapped, a good audience. Boy, help me find more rocks, Kaken said. I want to see how far I can blast them. Izuku nodded and wandered off a few steps. They were out in the playing field where it was flat, no rocks to be seen. He ran closer to the playground and managed to find a few more. They were small, barely the size of his palm, but they'd have to do. With an armful of rocks, he began heading back. Kaken was faster than him, so he had already started throwing again. Izuku tried to lengthen his strides. He wanted to watch some more before recess ended. Suddenly, like a switch being flipped, he felt very tired. He blinked and as he took the next step, his arms went limp, dropping the rocks he had gathered onto the ground. Luckily, they missed falling on his foot, but while trying to dodge them, he tripped, even face planted on the grass. He couldn't bring himself to care much. He felt like he was just on the edge of sleep, when his body was heavy and it was hard to open his eyes. He probably should have been more concerned. Instead he thought, maybe I'll just let this happen. He thought he heard someone yelling, just before he drifted off. He must have only been out for a few moments because when he woke up he had been rolled onto his back and was surrounded. Izuku, are you okay? Asked one of the recess aide, worriedly hovering over him. The other one was trying to get his classmates to move back a little and give him space. Kaken kneeled next to him. You fainted, you dumba. He cut himself off. Even in an emergency he didn't want to risk the wrath of an adult for swearing. You dummy, he finished, his red eyes filled with worry. Izuku sat up. I'm fine. I just got really sleepy. Well, next time sit down instead of nosediving. Kaken snapped, but Izuku could see his relieved sigh. The recess aide wouldn't let him stay outside and play. Instead he was taken inside and was placed in the care of the nurse until his mom could come pick him up. He put his face in his hands and pouted. He was fine. Yeah, he tripped, but he already did that a lot so it shouldn't be a big deal. But all the adults insisted that he sit still and rest. Something about how fainting isn't good for the body. Izuku thought that was dumb. He didn't faint, he just got tired for a moment. And he wasn't even tired now. Whatever had happened had passed as quickly as it had come. Mom agreed with the teachers when she arrived. She even pulled him out of school early for the day, saying something about having a day off. On the way out, they passed his classmates in the hall. He exchanged glances with Kaken. He seemed just as annoyed as Izuku that he had to go home early. Izuku didn't have another incident until a day or so later when they were practicing kanji. 1 second he was doing his best to perfectly copy each character, and the next Kaken was shaking him awake, yelling at him to pay attention because they were supposed to be having a writing contest. Izuku had apologized and continued on as he was. From there, his sleepiness only escalated through the next few weeks. He was constantly nodding off during lessons. When he got home, he'd beeline for the couch and curl up for a nap. Even though he was usually pretty restless at night, he found himself soundly sleeping through the night. Mom had to keep an eye on him in the mornings, otherwise he'd crawl back in bed while she wasn't looking. Kaken got annoyed that he wouldn't go out for recess anymore, but Izuku was much more interested in a few extra moments of sleep than running around. He was pretty sure it wasn't normal for him to be sleeping so much. He could see the worry in his mom's eyes, his teachers, Kaken's, though Kaken showed it in a more angry, frustrated way. Izuku couldn't quite bring himself to be worried about it. Instead, he curled up on the couch and drifted off. Izuku woke slowly. The constant heaviness of limbs was far too familiar at this point. He lay on his stomach, a pillow underneath him to give him a little bit of comfort. A few days ago, his back had begun to ache and pain pressed into the area between his shoulder blades anytime he put pressure on it. When Mom had pulled up his shirt to take a look, she'd gasped and had whispered about it with Dad, both sharing identical worried looks. Izuku tried to see for himself, twisting in front of the mirror just to catch a glimpse. The skin of that area looked stretched and tented, two dark nubs growing up from underneath the skin. Not long after that, similar nubs appeared on his forehead, right against his hairline. He stretched, feeling like a lazy cat who'd fallen asleep in its favorite sunny spot. He slid off the couch and padded into the kitchen. Mom was whisking something in a bowl, but looked up when he turned the corner. "Izuku, how are you feeling?" He hummed neutrally. He'd just woken up, but already his eyes were drooping and he swayed a little. Mom knelt down and ran her hand through his hair, then pressed her hand against his forehead. "You still don't have a fever. Let me check your back again." He tried hard not to flinch when she brushed her fingers against the pained area. When he turned back around, her lips were pressed together. "It doesn't seem to be getting worse. Hopefully the doctor can give us some answers on Saturday." "MK." He rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Whatcha doing?" "I'm making a cake for your birthday tomorrow. Do you want to help?" If it had been any other time, Izuku would have immediately jumped to help. He loved to help Mom, and plus, maybe she'd even let him lick the batter or give him a big spoon of frosting as a reward. But the couch was calling and his back and forehead were aching. "No, I'm tired," he mumbled, lightly tapping on his head nubs and wincing. That did nothing to soothe Mom's worries. She bit her lip, then stood and pulled a glass out of the cupboard. "At least eat a little something in case you sleep through dinner again." He nodded and stumbled to the table to sit in his favorite spot. While he waited, he nearly nodded off again, but the warm smell of noodles roused him enough to eat. He ate slowly, picking through the noodles to get at the chicken parts he liked, occasionally sipping from his glass of milk. Mom continued bustling around the kitchen making his cake. Chocolate, his favorite. A part of him was frustrated that he couldn't help, but that was buried under the apathy of needing sleep. Finally he finished, and without saying anything, he drifted to the couch, instantly falling asleep the moment he collapsed on the cushions. It was dark and cool when he woke. He wasn't on the couch anymore, but was curled into a ball on his bed. Moonlight streamed through the cracks between his blinds, making white trails across the room. It was more than enough light for him to see thanks to night vision. He sat up. Despite the coolness, it wasn't quite summer. His skin felt itchy and hot, beads of sweat clung to his face and slid down his back. He had become used to the continuous ache from the nubs on his back and head. Even painkillers didn't do much other than keep it at bay for a while. But suddenly it began to feel more insistent, sharper. He curled his fists into his sheets. It felt like the skin on his back was being pulled taut. Was it the nubs, the strange something lurking beneath his skin? The pressure at the front of his head increased. He should get Mom. Limbs shaking, he managed to claw off his covers and stumble a few steps to his bedroom door. He felt too hot and everything hurt. A pulse of pain on his back drove him to his knees. He panted, everything so off balance he couldn't even think to scream as the skin on his back split, something foreign pushing its way out of his skin. It was brushing against his shirt. He could feel his shirt through the thing, like he was growing another appendage. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Possessed suddenly by need to make room for whatever was coming out, he tore at his shirt, pulling it over his head and off. The thing needed space. Another blinding pulse of pain made him grunt. The things in his back pushed out a few more inches, and he could feel the cool night air against them like a sweet balm. During this, he hadn't noticed the same kind of treatment happening on his forehead. Something soft and feathery brushed against his hair. No, not a something. Two somethings. Little by little, foreign appendages pushed their way out of his skin. The pushes happened more and more frequently and with less and less pain until Izuku sat hunched over and gasping. His whole body quivered from the intensity of what he had experienced. First, he explored the feel of the things on his forehead. They were long and feathery, soft. If he concentrated, he could even move them, twitching them back and forth. Applying the same principle to his back, he found that they slid apart and spread wide. He made them flap. His eyes went wide with realization. Needing to confirm it for himself, he staggered to the mirror. 2 wings extended from the area between his shoulder blades. Izuku stared in awe. The base color was dark, but not black. As he squinted at them in the dim light, he decided they were probably a dark green, almost the same shade as his hair. A dark spot the size of a dinner plate decorated the tip of each wing, other smaller dots creating a swirling pattern down the edge to another pair of dark spots at the bottom. Izuku remembered learning about butterflies in school. His teacher had told them that butterflies sometimes had dark-colored spots called eyes that were used to scare away animals that might eat them. He twisted so he could see his wings better. They didn't look like typical butterfly wings. They were thick and dark, not like the colorful pictures the class was shown, the ones with bright blues and yellows or whites. He also remembered his teachers saying that butterfly wings were very delicate, and if they tore, that was the end for the butterfly. Stricken with fear, he concentrated, trying to fold them in closer to his body so they wouldn't catch on anything. The movements were jerky, as if they didn't like listening to Izuku's commands. But after a couple tries, he figured out how to make them fold into an upside-down V across his back. Pleased with the results, he glanced once more into the mirror. A butterfly didn't seem to fit what he was exactly. His wings and antenna, for what else could it be on his head, were stockier than a butterfly's. Also, his original quirk was night vision. The moth. He was a moth. He gasped with the realization, nearly tripping as he ran out of the room with excitement. "Mom, Dad," he called, feet pattering as he ran down the hall, then threw open his parents' bedroom door. There was some fumbling as they both woke. Dad sat up and turned on the lamp on the nightstand, squinting and blinking as his eyes adjusted. As if by instinct, Mom had already thrown her legs over the side of the bed, poised to get up if needed. She, too, had to pause for a moment to blink and rub at her eyes. Izuku stood proud in the doorway, new wings vibrating with excitement. "My quirk isn't night vision. I'm a moth," Mom gasped. Dad said a bad word. None of the Midoriyas got any sleep for the rest of the night. Inko tried to get Izuku back to bed, but he was practically buzzing with so much energy he couldn't even lay down. He wanted to do research on moths. He was constantly spouting questions. Did he have other cool abilities? Weren't moths nocturnal? Was he nocturnal? He had wings now, so he could fly. How high could he go? It was like he was given a highly caffeinated drink. And thanks to Hisashi, Inko knew exactly what that was like. Finally, Inko gave up on getting any more sleep. Sometimes you just had to bow to the wishes of a 4-year-old. So she pulled her hair back into a ponytail, started some coffee, and prayed she'd get the chance to take a nap sometime during the day. The two of them sat at the kitchen table with the family laptop and looked up article after article about moths. Hisashi didn't join them, but not for lack of trying. Inko pulled his coffee cup away from his outstretched fingers and gave him a pointed look. Defeated, he slunk off back to bed, much to his wife's satisfaction. Inko and Izuku spent the hours until dawn picking at every bit of information they could find. Izuku wanted to write everything down for his notebooks. Inko helped him copy down all of the new words and sound out unknown kanji. At her elbow she kept her own set of notes. Inko had started her 3rd cup of coffee when Hisashi was getting ready to leave for work. "I should have stayed up with you and Izu. You work a 9-to-5 job 6 days a week. You need sleep." He chuckled nervously at that. "Sleep is for the weak." "Then you must be weak," she shot back, making him groan. "When did you get so sassy?" He mumbled into his own cup of coffee. Thankfully this time it wasn't cruelly ripped from his hands. He glanced over at Izuku where he was entranced with moth pictures. "He's still going. Thought by now he'd be tired. Or cranky. You look a little cranky. Are you sure you're up to dealing with a horde of screaming children today?" Inko set her cup down. "I'll be fine. Izuku needs some time with his friends. All he's been doing for weeks is sleep. I think it'll be good if he's a little active. I'll keep the party short though, just in case he does crash." Hisashi hummed. "Tell me how that goes. While you're at it, are you canceling that doctor's appointment?" Inko nodded. "Yeah, but I'm going to look into a specialist or analyst. I don't even know where to begin with all this." Hisashi drained the last of his coffee, then crossed the room to give her a peck on the cheek. "I wish you the best of luck today then. Tell me about it when I get home." He popped over to where Izuku sat at the table. "Hey, do I get a hug before I go?" Even with missing roughly 5 hours of sleep, Izuku was showing no signs of slowing down. Quietly, Inko was relieved. After those weeks of Izuku barely having the energy to do anything besides sleep, it was wonderful to see him up and about, ready to lend a hand where needed and be his usual cheerful self. Though it was a bit hard to keep him from attempting to fly every other second. She slid a chair against the wall and stepped up onto it so that she could hang the happy birthday banner. On the ground, Izuku jumped up and down, dark green wings vibrating as he still was working out how to move them properly. "Mom, I want to do it. Let me help." His wings fluttered desperately, but they didn't have the control or strength to get off the ground yet. I don't want you flying yet, Izuku. I don't want anything accidentally broken or for you to get hurt. His face twisted into a pout as he settled his feet firmly on the ground. Inko truly felt bad about souring Izuku's excitement, even if it was just for the moment. She was well aware of the kind of mischief kids with newly developed quirks could get into. She had done it herself after all. And Hisashi, he had been full of mischief at Izuku's age. Some of the stories she'd heard from her in-laws made her hope Izuku doesn't inherit Hisashi's reckless behavior. Izuku, she said, waiting patiently until he turned his eyes up to look at her. I promise we'll do some flying practice before your party. Can you help me and then we can do that for a bit? Izuku bit his lip, then nodded. Inko smiled. There's some paper plates and cups on the counter. Can you set those out for me? Inko had to praise the wonders of 4-year-old attention spans. Within minutes, Izuku was wholeheartedly distracted by the excitement of having a birthday party. When Inko finally climbed down from the chair, the banner successfully hung. Izuku had not only done as she'd asked but also found the party hat she'd bought and looped the string through his antenna so it could rest on his head. She made sure to snap a picture when he wasn't looking. She straightened the plates and cups on the table, gave instructions to Izuku to place a hat by every spot, then moved to the fridge to pull out the birthday cake to put on the counter. It seemed like everything was ready. The house was pre-cleaned the day before and a few small group games were set out. She'd originally planned for a short party, but since Izuku was much more awake and energetic, perhaps she'd tell the parents that staying a little longer would be fine. There was just enough time for a little practice. How much can you move your wings? Inko asked, feeling entirely out of her depth. Immediately, Izuku's wings snapped out to their complete length, startling her. Even on a small child, they were big, almost a meter long tip to tip. She couldn't imagine how much bigger they'd get as he'd grow. Earlier, after Hisashi left, she cut open one of the backs of Izuku's old shirts so he had something to wear instead of running around naked from the waist up. Internally, she sighed. He'd need all his shirts modified, if not an entirely new wardrobe. Specially designed clothes, maybe. She'd hesitantly touched them while helping slip the shirt on Izuku and move his wings in place. She had felt the ridges of the scales under her fingers. They were extremely small, not even the size of a pea, and the same dark green as his hair. On the upper tip of each wing was a black circle highlighted with white. A similar, but smaller pair also sat at the bottom edge of his wings as well. Eye spots. They'd read about those earlier that morning. Black dots made a swirling pattern down the edges and around the eye spots. Inko was half reminded of a decorative edge on a piece of fabric, or the freckles Izuku inherited from Hisashi. She pulled away, wiping her hand on her jeans. He hadn't complained or made any pained noises during her examination, but it was still nerve-wracking. She shook herself out of her thoughts and smiled while Izuku continued to wait for instructions. All right, for now let's just practice moving them, okay? Izuku nodded, and his brow furrowed into a serious glare, which was honestly more adorable than anything else. When he'd first woken them up, his wing movements were a bit clunky and awkward, and it didn't take long after that to notice how they seemed to flutter and twitch in tandem with his chaotic emotions. She started him off with simply practicing opening and closing them across his back, each repetition becoming smoother and easier than the last. During one of his open stretches, Izuku attempted flapping. It hadn't done much other than fan Inko's hair back, but she smiled encouragingly when he frowned. It's okay, Izuku. It might take a little practice to get off the ground. Okay, I'm going to work really hard so I can impress Kaken when he gets here. 4-year-olds only had so much patience to stand in the middle of a room before getting bored, so Inko gave Izuku permission to practice his flutterings while jumping off the couch and onto a pile of cushions. She checked her watch. Just a few more minutes until the first guests would be arriving. This was turning out to be the best birthday ever. Izuku giggled as he leaped off the couch for the nth time. For a moment, his wings caught the air and he hung suspended before he dropped again. He was getting closer to flying. Being able to fly was the first biggest excitement of the day, and he hoped to master it before Kaken arrived. Which brought him to his second biggest excitement, showing Kaken his quirk. Everyone had been wrong about it being night vision. Now he could do other cool moth things too. Flying was first and obvious, but he could do other things too. He could smell his mom in the other room, but not with his nose. The fluffy ridges of his antennae could pick scents out of the air as easily as Izuku could choose his favorite hero. He had been really excited to write that down in his notebook. Also, he had those big eye spots. Maybe he could use them to scare villains away like how moths used them against predators. The doorbell rang, interrupting his thoughts. He grinned and jumped off the couch to run to the door. His wings caught the air a little again on the way down. He was getting closer. I hope Izuku is feeling better, he heard Aunt Mitsuki saying just before he slid into the entryway and bolted for Kaken. What the F? Kaken managed to blurt out, eyes wide, right before Izuku plowed into him, a mess of wings and limbs. Kaken, look at my quirk. I'm a moth, isn't it so cool? Above him, Andy seemed to be staring in shock as well. Inko, when did this happen? Well, last night. This entire day has been a little surreal, to be honest, Mom murmured. Izuku didn't really care for the grown-ups' conversation. He grabbed Kaken's wrist and dragged him in the living room, intent on telling him about his quirk. I grew my wings last night, he said, not giving Kaken time to interrupt. It really hurt, but they look so cool. Me and Mom did research and she says that I was probably sleeping so much cause my body needed energy to grow them. And I can smell really well now. Mom smells nice. Hey, you do too. Smelling with his antennae didn't work how it did with his nose. Instead of inhaling, scent seemed to just waft over them, and the ridges picked them up automatically. Izuku had smelled Kaken the moment he had stepped inside the house, and he immediately committed it to memory, etching it into his brain as Kaken's identifying mark. Kaken was frozen, red eyes sweeping across Izuku's wings. Then antennae, then back to his face and his familiar multifaceted eyes. Izuku's wings paused their quickly familiar becoming vibrating motion, drooping to the floor. Is something wrong? A knife of anxiety twisted in Izuku's gut. Maybe Kaken didn't like him as a moth. You evolved like a Pokémon. Oh, Izuku hadn't thought of it like that. The anxiety melted away and was replaced with excitement. Do you know what happens when Pokémon evolve? Kaken continued. They get stronger. Izuku guessed. Kaken leaned in closer. Exactly. They level up so they can fight even bigger and tougher enemies. Izuku swallowed a relieved sob. Kaken had always placed worth in Izuku's quick brain and rough but impressive quirk analysis. They had both been highly aware that Izuku would have been practically fighting quirkless if he ever became a hero. That's why Kaken always pushed with him more than their other friends, demanding Izuku to run faster, to be smarter, stop crying and put on a brave face. But, thanks to his overnight transformation, the playing field had become that much more even. Izuku grinned. It was good to know that Kaken had unwavering faith in his abilities. He was going to be a hero. Show me what you can do, Kaken demanded, and Izuku happily complied. It was definitely worth seeing Kaken's proud look when he managed to hover in the air for a long euphoric moment. Izuku took far too much delight in seeing his friends' shocked faces at his transformation. Every time the doorbell rang, Izuku would dash to the front door so that he could be the first thing they saw before they even entered the house. He drank in their surprised gasps and excited questions, everyone's combined enthusiasm bouncing off each other's and multiplying, like light and mirrors. Tsubasa had the most reason to be excited. He was the only one in their friend group with a wing quirk, and the prospect of Izuku being able to do flying races or hang out with him in the tops of treetops nearly made him spontaneously combust. Can I touch them? Someone asked, wonder shining in their eyes. Izuku stretched out his wings. Sure. Be careful though. Mom's worried they're delicate. Immediately, hands shot out to pet various parts of his wings. Izuku did his best to hold still. It felt like he was being tickled. There were a lot of ohs and ahs. It's rough, Tsubasa commented. Of course he noticed. His own wings were smooth and leathery like a bat's. I want to touch your feathers, another said, already reaching for Izuku's head. Instinctively, Izuku flinched, his wings folding tight against his body as he stepped back. His actions surprised a few of the other kids, and they turned to the one who'd spoken accusingly. Kaken wasn't having it. You're supposed to wait for permission, idiot, he yelled, heat crackling off his palms as he stepped in front of Izuku. We learned about that in school. Before Kaken could escalate, Mom stepped into the living room and quickly announced the beginning of the party and directed them to a pile of games. The party itself ran fairly smoothly after that. Kaken stuck close to Izuku's side and shot glares at the one kid every chance he got. Izuku had already forgiven them. He hadn't meant to get scared. He just didn't like how they'd been reaching for his antennae like that. It didn't matter to Kaken. He would still unfairly target them during games so they'd lose. Izuku couldn't do much to stop him either. Once Kaken had his sights set on something, nothing could deter him from it. The poor kid only caught a break during cake and ice cream when Kaken seemingly forgot about it. It was probably good the kid ended up being the first to leave. They said a heartfelt, if a bit hasty goodbye, glancing over Izuku's shoulder where Kaken lurked in the entryway behind him. After that, Kaken relaxed, as much as Kaken could relax. One by one the others left. I'll teach you to fly next time, Tsubasa promised, and Izuku agreed, already impatient to fly as well as him. Then it was just him and Kaken. They sat together on the couch, Izuku messing with the new All Might figure Kaken had given him. He yawned. It had been a long day, and now that the peak of the day had passed, he was starting to get tired. I think I'd like to learn about other heroes with quirks like mine, he murmured, making All Might do a victory pose. Like other moths, or insects. Insects are pretty cool actually, Kaken grunted. All Might's still the best. Duh, he's the #1 hero. Izuku rolled his eyes. I mean, I want to see how other heroes fight. Maybe it can give me ideas. It was silent for a moment. Izuku twisted his figurine into wacky poses and smiled. He would be a hero like All Might. The doorbell rang, signaling Aunt Mitsuki's arrival. Just before Kaken left, he turned back to Izuku. You have All Might's fee, you know. When Izuku looked confused, he made a peace sign and held it to his forehead. Your antennae. It's like his hair V. That was an even better present than the All Might figurine, in Izuku's opinion. So you came in today because you want to learn more about your quirk, is that correct? Even though the woman was looking at Izuku when she said this, she was clearly addressing Inko. Inko had to jump through some hoops to see this particular quirk analyst since she was specialized in insect mutation. Though, upon seeing the gossamer dragon wings on her back, it wasn't hard to imagine why. Izuku had immediately become entranced with them, asking a million questions per minute that the analyst, she introduced herself as Ms. Fujiwara, happily answered. It helped Izuku feel more comfortable when it was time to examine him. Fujiwara instructed Izuku to stretch his wings out and he complied. While she measured, she continued to speak to Inko. During your call you said the wings and antennae developed recently. How long ago? 3 days. On the morning of his birthday. She answered easily. Fujiwara hummed. There was no chrysalis, correct? Inko shuddered. Thankfully not. One of the first things they had learned about during that early morning was moth life stages. Since Izuku had grown his wings, he'd officially exited the pupa stage. Inko could only thank the heavens that Izuku didn't have the ability to spin a cocoon. She didn't think she could handle walking into his bedroom one morning only to find him hanging from the ceiling. He was rather tired in the weeks leading up to it though. That's what we were originally going to go see a doctor for, but ever since he seems to have perked right up. She continued. That sounds like his version of a pupa stage. Fujiwara noted. Inko agreed. Everything seems to have come out all right. Though infections where his wings or antennae came through. The wings will get stronger as he gets older but still need regular exercise. Just like the rest of him. I'd recommend taking him to a quirk gym where there's lots of flying space and padding in case of accidents. Inko nodded and scribbled a note down on a sheet of paper. She was a little hesitant to ask, but she swallowed and plunged forward anyway. How tough are Izuku's wings? I'm worried that they'll be damaged somehow. She'd touched them a few times. Only small light brushes of fingertips when she'd helped Izuku into his new modified shirts or when she'd given him quick washcloth baths, too anxious to let him soak fully in the tub. Fujiwara shut her tape measure and made a note on her sheet. They're pretty hardy, so I wouldn't be too anxious about it if I were you. Those overlapping scales on his wings already act like natural armor, but they're even tougher than a regular moth's wings to be able to keep up with a human being. It's pretty standard for insect mutations. She stretched out her own wings and addressed Izuku. You can touch them if you want. He didn't hesitate to run his hands along the vein-like lines down the length of her wings, quietly mumbling under his breath. She turned her head to continue to talk to Inko while Izuku was distracted. It differs from insect to insect, of course. Mine definitely aren't as durable as his, but it still takes quite a bit to make them tear, or even threaten to tear. For Izuku, I'd compare his wings to hard leather probably. It should be fairly hard to scratch up or bend to the point of being broken. I wouldn't be worried if he decided to play rough with friends or family. The worried knot in the bottom of Inko's stomach began to loosen. It had been such a constant for the past few days that it was only now that it was leaving that she realized that she had it at all. Thank you, that really takes a load off my mind. It's no problem. Any other questions? Baths, shower and bathe normally. Don't scrub too hard or scales can come off and that could affect flying. Flying is nigh impossible with wet wings, so wait until they're dry before attempting that. Oh, and obviously don't fly in the rain. It's not a good idea. She said that last bit a little sheepishly, as if she had personal experience. Inko carefully copied that information down and glanced at her still extremely long list with a wince. They were mostly just trivial questions. Asashi told her not to overthink it, but she had. Some new terrible scenario she hadn't prepared for looping in her head. As if knowing exactly what she was thinking, Fujiwara smiled gently. You aren't my first client to have their child unexpectedly develop an insect mutation, so I'm aware that there's a lot of anxiety. I think you're doing wonderfully, all things considered. That simple reassurance was all Inko needed to begin to cry. An hour later, mother and son left the office, eyes dried and chin held high. Inko felt a little more prepared for the future. Izuku crouched on top of the monkey bars and locked into his next target, the climbing wall. With a frenzied flutter of wings, he flew the few meters to the top of the wall. A brief touchdown, hardly lasting a second, and he was springing off again, this time to the top of the lower spire that was part of the playground. He zigzagged in this manner, as if he was a flying pinball, until he reached his final destination at the highest point on the playground. It was difficult to land solidly. The hard plastic was wet from the previous night's rain, and it took a bit of extra flapping and a strong grip on the spire to be completely secure. Successfully perched, he paused for a moment to catch his breath and folded his dark wings against his back. Tim and Tsubasa had been playing a non-stop game of tag, though it had quickly intensified into an odd mix of both tag and hide and seek. Right now Izuku was the seeker. Izuku scanned the area from his vantage point. Other than Mom reading on a bench down below, and Izuku and Tsubasa of course, the park was empty. There weren't many other kids that would want to play at the park so late into the fall, not to mention when everything is so cold and damp. Mom glanced up from her book, one of her habitual checks. It wouldn't be a good idea to let 2 7-year-olds have free reign of the park without some supervision after all. Izuku waved until he caught her attention and she returned the gesture. She looked over the rest of the playground. "Where's Tsubasa?" she called curiously. Her anxieties over Izuku being so high had almost dramatically faded over the past 3 years. "I'm looking for him," Izuku yelled back. If Tsubasa hadn't noticed him yet, he'd definitely given his position away now. "Have you seen him?" "Nope. Be careful up there," Mom called back. She kept an eye on him for a few more moments then turned back to her book. That wasn't especially helpful. Well, if he couldn't see Tsubasa, he'd just use his other senses. His antennae twitched. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and leaves. He could smell Mom, of course, and even a few birds in the trees nearby. Nope. Tsubasa had a distinct leathery smell because of his bat-like wigs. The smell of rain was so thick it nearly covered everything else. Izuku frowned. This was making things a bit difficult. He strained his antennae further. Just a small whiff. Anything to give him a small clue. Filter out the smell of the rain. He had been focusing so hard on organizing all the scents. He'd become slightly blind to his surroundings. That was a mistake. Several things happened in quick succession. First, Tsubasa poked his head over the roof in front of Izuku. Boo! The second thing was Izuku startling. He cried out in alarm, not expecting Tsubasa's appearance, and in the process, let go of the spire he had been holding onto to keep his balance. And finally, he slipped. His knees hit the hard plastic and he began to slide off backwards. The dampness from the rain only aided in his loss of footing. His eyes widened and instinctively, his wings moved to stop his fall. But they were being too slow, too stiff. The cold had seeped in when he'd been distracted searching for Tsubasa's scent. They wouldn't open, much let flap. In time to catch himself as he usually would in this kind of situation. A spike of fear launched itself in Izuku's chest as he began slipping off the edge. His fingers grasped desperately. There weren't any handholds to clutch onto. Even the edge of the roof was too steep and wet to grasp. Without working wings, Izuku suddenly understood why someone would be afraid of heights. It wasn't the height itself they were worried about. It was what would happen when they hit the ground. "Help!" He managed to yelp just before gravity completely took hold. For what seemed like forever, Izuku could only watch as the ground rushed up to meet him. He'd be lucky if he got out of this without breaking his legs. He squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself the best he could. He suddenly wished he knew how to fall properly in case of this exact situation. Flying had made him lazy. Right before he crashed into the ground, with all the dignity of a sack of potatoes, someone slammed into him, knocking the air out of his lungs with a sharp whoosh. His eyes flew open. Tsubasa clung to his shirt and was attempting to slow both their descents. His own leathery wings strained and beat at the air, causing the playground wood chips to blow in every direction. "I got you," he hissed between clenched teeth. It worked partially. Tsubasa had to drop Izuku just a foot above the ground. If there had been any air left in his lungs, it would have squished out then. Tsubasa grunted as he landed but turned right around to hover over Izuku, eyes wide with worry. "Are you all right?" Izuku didn't respond right away. He was still trying to get his breath back. The combined terror of falling and being body slammed had rendered his lungs useless. The clouds were dark and heavy in the sky, full as wet sponges. Just one little poke and all the water would come squeezing out. Tsubasa was yelling something. Izuku pulled himself out of his head and gasped, lungs finally opening up for business. He could hear the sound of footsteps crunching through the wood chips. Tsubasa finally took his eyes off him and glanced up. "Mrs. Midoriya." "Izuku." Mom swooped in and dropped to her knees on the other side of him. "Izuku, talk to me. Are you okay?" The tightness in his lungs was loosening. He coughed. "I'm good," he wheezed, sounding like a deflating balloon. Slipped a little. Wings froze. It wasn't the best explanation, but he was also still doing a very impressive imitation of a fish. That didn't help with Mom's frantic worry. "Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have brought you out to the park when it's so wet and cold. I swear from now on you're wearing your coat, no matter how much you hate it. It's nearly winter anyway." Tears appeared in her eyes. Izuku closed his eyes. It was true. He only had his wings uncovered this far into the cold season because he'd convinced Mom that they'd be fine as long as he constantly vibrated them to keep his flight muscles warm. The first snow of winter marked when Izuku would be grounded from flying except for when they go to the Quirk gym on weekend. Thanks to today's accident, he'd have to cover up early. She helped him sit up slowly and fretted for a moment more, checking his wings for tears and bruises. After him, it was Tsubasa's turn. "I'm going to cut this short," Mom told them when she was done. "I know we haven't been here very long, but no more today." Izuku couldn't even blame her. It was technically his own fault. "You two stay put. I'll go get my things." She headed off back to her bench on the other side of the playground. Izuku gingerly touched his ribs and hissed. He ached everywhere, but especially there. Thanks for catching me, he said quietly to Tsubasa. His friend was quick to shake his head, face twisted with guilt. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault you fell in the first place. I shouldn't have tried to scare you. We should just leave being scary to Kaken. He's much better at it. Tsubasa laughed. It was a weak laugh, but still a laugh. Izuku gave him a reassuring smile. That was pretty smart, hiding under the roof where I couldn't smell you. I never even saw you hide there in the first place. How'd you do it? Tsubasa grinned fully now. That's for me to know and you to find out. Izuku huffed. He'd figure it out. Eventually, Mom returned with her things and he was helped off the ground. He had to hobble a little as he walked, but it was infinitely better than breaking his legs thanks to Tsubasa's fast reflexes. It was guaranteed that Mom wouldn't forget the park incident anytime soon, even if Izuku wished she would. As she promised, he was forced into a specially made coat that had extra insulation for his wings. It was restrictive and annoying. And while his wings were comfortably warm, the rest of him was practically sweating buckets. Dad took one look at his grumpy face and snorted. I thought I was stubborn, but your mother is one of a kind. I wish you luck trying to talk her out of wearing that. Izuku glared at him a little harder. Dad supported his hatred of the coat, but not enough to step in and convince Mom himself. Dad, already having experienced this exact downturn in mood for the past 2 winters, sipped his coffee and checked the news on his phone. The glaring wasn't working, so Izuku simply slunk down lower into his chair. Idly, he wondered if it was possible to ditch the coat as soon as he left the house without Mom finding out. Speaking of her, either she was unaware of how much he hated this, or blatantly chose to ignore it. She still bustled around the house, preparing bento boxes for him and Dad, commenting on whatever gossip Aunt Mitsuki had told her recently, and unashamedly telling Izuku he looked cute in his bright blue coat. He was saved by the doorbell ringing. I'll see you after school, he said, rushing past and throwing his All Might backpack on. Okay, sweetie. Have fun at school, Mom called after him. You better be wearing that coat when I come pick you up this afternoon. And don't ditch it during recess. He groaned, slipped out the door, and shut it behind him. Auntie getting after you today? Kaken asked, his hair and uniform strategically messed up to create the impression he didn't care. Izuku knew Aunt Mitsuki would never let him leave the house like that, but somewhere between the 2 blocks to Izuku's house, Kaken always managed to undo her hard work. He wondered how many years it would take before she decided to give up on making him look decent for anything. It's just this dumb coat, he grouched, stepping off of the porch. I hate it. And I hate winter. Well, if it winds up going missing, then don't whine to me about it. Izuku eyed him. Was he implying what he thought? Stop staring, nerd. If you don't walk faster, we're going to be late. Kaken snapped. Izuku burrowed his mouth and nose into the top of his coat to hide his smile. Oh, Kaken, you could just say you care. Tsubasa apologized for the playground incident again during recess. And that meant they had to tell Kaken the whole story. That also meant Izuku received a lecture. Why the fuck do you always do shitty balancing acts where you can fall and break your neck? Do you think you're fucking funny? His questions were said more rhetorically. But having the ability to fly also apparently emboldened Izuku to walk fine lines he rather shouldn't, so he answered them. Not especially. Though if I'm going to be a hero, I should have a couple of witty one-liners. Kaken looked like he was going to boil over. He jammed a finger at Izuku's face. You're on thin fucking ice. Your hands are smoking. Indeed they were. Kaken growled, marched a few steps away, and fired off a few explosions into the air. He really must have been worked up if he could do even that much when it's so cold. The recess aides and other students barely blinked. Kaken using his quirk in the outfields was almost normalized at this point. As long as he was using it away from other people, it was fine. When he returned from distressing, Izuku poked the bear again. Tsubasa, what's your rating of the Kaken show? His fellow winged friend pretended to think, dramatically screwing up his eyes and placing a hand on his chin. It was a good show, Izu. I could feel the heat from here and I'm all nice and toasty. However, he lost points because he yelled at me and it hurt my feelings. 6 out of 10. Fuck you. Kaken sat on the grass across from them. I swear I have to keep an eye on you two all the time or you'll end up killing yourselves. We place ourselves in your explosive hands. Izuku nodded solemnly. Kaken growled. Tsubasa hid his laughter behind a hand. But even that wasn't enough of an escape from earning his own glare. Anyway, Tsubasa changed the subject before Kaken could find something else to yell at them for. If you apply for that support device, then you don't have to wear that coat anymore, right? Izuku hummed in agreement. It was something that he'd learned about a couple years ago while researching heroes with insect-type quirks. To prevent their wings from freezing in winter, a small device was installed into their costume, usually just below the wings. It would blow hot air and create a warm air pocket to keep them comfortable. It would make winter flying possible, or at least free him from having to wrap his wings in layer upon layers and, most importantly, the dreaded coat. This would be the 3rd year they'd apply for it, and like always it would be a long shot. Civilian support items were only granted to those who absolutely needed it, such as if they couldn't live life normally without it. For example, a girl in the grade below them was granted a support device because she had a quirk that quite literally made her weightless, and she had to wear special, heavy boots to keep herself from floating into space 24/7. Even the rigorous background checks weren't the problem. Izuku's problem was he technically didn't need it to live normally. He'd just be grounded during the winter season. He sighed and shook his head. I could apply, but I'm pretty sure it'd just be rejected again. Why bother getting my hopes up, you know? When I become a hero, I'll have to get it then. Or I can't save people like All Might. I'll probably need one too, Tsubasa said. At least when I'm flying. I'm just glad I can retract my wings, otherwise I'd be in the same boat as you. I think it's stupid that you can't even get a dumb support item. Kaken folded his arms. How am I supposed to prove that I'm better than you if you can't even bring 100%? It's for a good reason, Kaken. The Hero Commission doesn't want villains getting their hands on stuff like that super easy, Izuku said. He scoffed. What's a 7-year-old going to do with a hand warmer? Izuku didn't have a reply for that. He could imagine what Kaken would try to do with it, attempt to make even bigger explosions, but he himself would just do exactly what it says on the tin. They have their reasons, he insisted. Probably lots of logical reasons. He made a mental note to research that more later. Tsubasa was looking like someone trapped between a rock and a hard place. Every topic he'd brought up so far had made Kaken angry. You wanna play heroes? He ventured a bit hesitantly. Fucking finally. I thought we were going to sit around and gossip like the hag and her friends all day. His palms crackled and he grinned, eager to start a fight. Whose turn is it to be the villain? This is fucking ridiculous, Kaken griped. Your head doesn't hurt at all. Tsubasa shrugged. I always wondered what people meant when they said blood rushes to their head. Currently he was flipped upside down on the couch, feet up against the wall and head on the cushions. They were at Kaken's house for the afternoon. Today marked the first snow of winter, a full week after the playground incident and the return of Izuku's dreaded coat. While they'd initially started with playing Smash, one thing had led to another, as they tend to do when facilitated by 7-year-old boys. Izuku didn't look up from his notebook. It's been 15 minutes now with no pain or dizziness. Your quirk might have some slight bat physiology other than the wings. He said physiology syllable by syllable. It was a new word and easy to get tripped up on it. Like hanging upside down for extended periods of time or echolocation. Can you do any high-pitched sounds? Nope, don't think so. Hanging upside down is pretty cool though. Maybe I can even sleep like that. Maybe you can drink blood, Kaken mocked, wiggling his fingers menacingly. You're an evil vampire. Tsubasa frowned. Bats don't drink blood. Well, at least not human blood. Some types drink animal blood from cows and sheep. The rest eat fruit or bugs. They're certainly not evil. Kaken huffed, his fun being ruined by facts and science. You're such a nerd. Where'd you even learn that anyway? Tsubasa righted himself on the couch and twiddled his thumbs a little sheepishly. After my quirk appeared, my family compared it to a bat's a lot and I got interested. So I began checking books out of the school library to learn more. Anyway, I don't have tons in common with them besides wings and hanging upside down now, but they're totally cool. Izuku understood that. He himself had a small collection of books on moths. He'd even dedicated an entire notebook simply to heroes with insect-like quirks. He wondered if Kaken had books about bombs in his room. On second thought, that's probably not a good idea. I'm surrounded by nerds, Kaken groused. Izuku pointed his pen at him. You got 100% on your quiz today. You have to fucking study if you want to go to UA. He argued, stealing Izuku's pen and stabbing him in the side. Too slow. You need better reflexes if you're going to be a hero. Language, Katsuki. Aunt Mitsuki called from the other room. Kaken pulled a mocking face and mouthed a few more swear words all while rolling his eyes. Izuku closed his notebook and swiped his pen back. And you need to stop stealing my stuff if you want to be a hero. Tsubasa snorted. Kaken had the dignity to look surprised. Dad was acting unusually happy today. Not that he wasn't happy normally, but this was an extensive amount. Izuku watched him across the dinner table almost suspiciously. Ever since he'd returned home from work, he'd been all smiles and twitchy energy as if he'd drank a big cup of his super strong coffee. Usually he'd change out of his work clothes and sit next to Izuku on the couch while he played video games. But tonight he'd rolled up his sleeves and helped prepare dinner, at least until he dropped chicken on the floor and Mom had to kick him out. Mom seemed to be having the same kind of thoughts. Izuku didn't hear her directly ask, but she had shot Dad plenty of questioning looks that never seemed to quite register for him. They said their thanks for the meal and dished. I have exciting news, Dad announced, his face barely able to contain his grin. I was promoted today. Mom paused, rice halfway to her mouth. A beat, then her chopsticks were abandoned in favor of throwing her arms around him. Hisashi, that's amazing. He returned her hug. Izuku didn't have the same kind of enthusiasm as his parents, but promotions usually meant more money and Mom stressing less about budgets and bills so that was good. He ate a bite of chicken. If he ate quickly, then maybe he'd get to play video games after dinner. Dad wasn't finished though. After he and Mom stopped hugging, he pulled back and continued, "It does come with some strings attached." "Strings?" Mom echoed. "They want us, well me, to move overseas to America for work." The entire atmosphere suddenly switched. Mom was more subdued now, but Izuku was ecstatic. America. He'd always dreamed of visiting the country All Might had lived in for several years following his graduation from UA. It was where he'd first made his debut as a fully fledged hero. Izuku had a whole list of cities and states he wanted to visit. America was also where the world's first hero system began, and the same one Japan's was modeled after. "Hisashi, maybe we should talk about this after dinner. Izuku would love it. He's already got a good grasp on English, and he'll only become more fluent with immersion. And he's got the right kind of spunk to fit in with Americans. It'll be great. We could take road trips across the country, visit every state. It'll be a blast." Dad was getting more energetic, Izuku following right along. Mom looked pained. "Calm down. Moving out of the country is a big decision. I really wish you had told me this in private." That last sentence was quieter, but Izuku clearly caught it. Izuku paused. "Wait, America is pretty cool, but it's also really far away from Japan. What about Tsubasa and Kaken?" In his initial excitement, he'd forgotten all about his friends. He definitely wouldn't be able to see them again. At least, not in person. Izuku's stomach dropped. How was he going to make friends with complete strangers in a foreign country anyway? "What about my friends?" he asked. Dad hesitated. "Well, you can always make new ones. There's even some great hero schools. It's not UA, but..." Izuku stopped listening. Dad's answer firmly cemented his decision to not go. He still would love to go to America, but on his terms. He didn't want to leave his friends behind or his dream school. UA was where All Might went, and he was going to go there too. Mom stood up from the table. "This isn't a conversation for the dinner table. Hisashi, bedroom, now." He made as if to argue, then seemed to think better of it and pushed back from the table and left the room. "Eat your dinner, Izuku. We just need to have a little chat. You can play your game after dinner if you'd like." She pressed her lips into a thin line and sighed, staring at her barely touched food. "Don't worry, things will work out." She left, and Izuku sat alone with 3 barely touched plates and the clock on the wall to keep him company. Mom's words did little to soothe his worries. Mom and Dad didn't emerge from their bedroom for nearly an hour. In that time, Izuku ate his dinner, wiped off the table, turned on his game, turned it back off, stewed in anxiety, and considered eavesdropping. When they finally came out, Mom's eyes were puffy and the tense atmosphere was so thick that not even the sharpest katana could slice through it. They microwaved their cold dinners and ate in silence. Uncomfortable, Izuku swiped the house phone off the hook and shut himself in his room. The number for the Bakugus was saved into the phone directly, but Izuku also had it memorized as a secondary emergency number. He dialed it in himself. There was something soothing about the beep of each button, calming his anxieties. The dial tone rang for a few seconds, then there was a click as it picked up on the other end. "Hello, Bakugu residence." It was Uncle Masaru, probably the only one in their household to answer the phone. "Answer anything," calmly. "Hi, it's Izuku." "Oh, hey kid. You want Katsuki, right? It'll just be a moment." There was some shuffling on the other end and muffled screaming before Kaken picked up. "What are you doing calling so damn late on a school night?" he demanded. "I just needed to talk." Izuku curled onto his side on top of his sheets and spread his wings behind him. He tucked the phone under his head so he wouldn't have to hold on to it. "Dad got a promotion today. Fucking big whoop. Now, what do you really want? You know I don't give 2 shits about what your bastard old man does for a living." "Be nice, Kaken," he said, but the words fell flatter than his usual teasing tone. Izuku bit his lip. His boss wants him to move to America for his job. Big opportunities and stuff like that. Kaken was silent, but Izuku could hear him breathing on the other end. He continued, "Dad wants to bring the whole family. Mom didn't like him talking about it at the dinner table, so they went in their room and now I think they're mad at each other. At first I thought that living in America would be fun. All Might lived there for a while after all. But now I don't think I want to leave. I like it here. I like my house and my room and being friends with you and Tsubasa, and I don't want to leave that." The words poured out like a dam had broken. He realized that his breathing had started to get faster and his lip trembled. The closest he'll ever come to cry. He blinked and wondered what it would be like to have water come out of his insectoid eyes. "If you don't want to go, then they can't make you," Kaken said. Izuku made a small noise of disagreement. "Pretty sure they can. If you don't want to leave, then you're not going to," Kaken repeated, more insistent. "Grown-ups are shit and think just because we're kids we shouldn't have a say in things, but that's utter bullshit. If your bastard dad even thinks about trying to move you, I'll blast him to hell and back." He giggled. The image of Kaken squaring up against one sassy Midoriya Hisashi was a bit funny. It was like pitting an angry Pomeranian against a cat that couldn't care less. "Thanks, you're a good friend. I'm the best fucking friend you'll ever have." even above Tsubasa, that dumb nerd. Anyway, even if your dad does move away, you could live with us. We have a shit ton of room. Izuku imagined living with the Bakugas. It'd be noisy with Kaken and Auntie yelling at each other constantly. He might lose his hearing. How Uncle ever found peace was beyond him. Or, perhaps, Izuku mused, he could just hide in Kaken's closet by his nice sweaters and become an actual moth. What would I do without you? He asked nobody in particular. Probably fucking die. Kaken deemed him with an answer. I'm going to bed. Good fucking night. There was a click and Kaken hung up. Your dad and I came to an agreement last night, Mom told him over Seta's breakfast. It had been a tense couple of days and everyone had been tiptoeing around each other to avoid any outbursts. Izuku looked up from his stack of pancakes. Are we moving? Dread churned in his gut at the idea. Mom paused. Well, yes, but not to America. He didn't hide his sigh of relief. We've been looking into some apartments nearby and we found one that's still close enough to Aldera so you can continue to attend. Why an apartment? She fidgeted. Dad will have his own place in America. And there won't be enough money for him to pay for an apartment there and a house here. It'll be a downsize, but it'll be just the two of us. She smiled. We can make it work. It'll only be for a year. Izuku nodded. That was reasonable. Only a year. Soon after, the packing started in earnest. Mom became a frenzied cleaning machine and day by day, Izuku would return home from school to find more bare walls and packed boxes. It had become common to smell fresh paint and plaster in different areas as Mom prepared the house for the next owners. Summer break marked moving day. They'd drop Dad off at the airport then drive to their new apartment. Standing in a completely empty house, the reality of moving finally set in. There was the kitchen wall where Mom tracked the growth of his height and wingspan, now freshly painted over. There was no evidence of the crack in Izuku's bedroom having ever existed. He had liked to trace it when he couldn't fall asleep. The burnt spot in the carpet where Kaken used his quirk out of frustration after losing a game of Go Fish was repaired. All the little things that had made the house theirs, gone, erased, only existed in memory. A new family would move in and scuff the paint on the walls or track mud in from the backyard. Jump hard enough on the beds that the floors would shake and find their own cracks in the walls. Izuku felt very, very hollow. Mom rested a hand on his shoulder. Are you ready to go? Breathe in, breathe out. Yeah, for the last time. He put his shoes on in the entryway and walked out their green-painted front door. Their new home was located in the second of 4 identical apartment buildings. Some apartment complexes boasted a large grassy area that the collective inhabitants of all the buildings could claim as their backyard. Izuku had been hoping for that, so he could have lots of space for flying. He did not get his wish. The owners seemed to be stingy as far as extra perks. The buildings were made of concrete, unlavish, and the only thing that differentiated between them were the large numbers on their sides. Each apartment had a small balcony facing outwards. Mom had brought a few potted flowers she'd been trying to tend to. She'd probably put them on the balcony. Despite green quite literally being part of their family name, none of them had any green thumbs, and Izuku had a feeling that not even a change in scenery will help those poor flowers grow any better. Izuku grabbed one of their last-minute boxes from the back of the car. Well, as long as they'd have a roof over their head and an okay rent. The two of them juggled an armful of things each up the 3 flights to their apartment. Mom almost dropped everything while inserting the key, but luckily they made it safely inside with no mishaps. Izuku set his own boxes on the counter and Mom flicked on the light. Bare white walls, pre-moved furniture covered in plastic, boxes upon boxes of things to unpack. There's a few hours until dinner, Mom said, setting down her purse on the counter next to the door. You should probably start unpacking. Your room is the first one on the left. He nodded and shuffled into the hallway and found his room. All his boxes were nearly stacked in the corner. His bed and desk were already in place. Time to get to work. By the time Mom called him in for dinner, the two of them had made some serious headway in their separate areas. It's just instant ramen tonight, but tomorrow I'll make katsudon to make up for it, Mom promised. I haven't gotten around to putting all the dishes away yet. Izuku didn't mind. He hadn't even gotten around to putting his clothes away yet. Izuku was slurping up the last of his noodles when there was a knock at the door. Mom frowned. I wasn't expecting anyone, she murmured, already moving to open it. When the door swung open, a tall, blonde woman smiled at the both of them. In her hands she held a plate of what looked like cookies. Behind her, a boy about Izuku's age stood awkwardly. Both of them shared the same kind of tail mutation. Hello, she greeted. We're your next-door neighbors. She pointed to her left to indicate which neighbor. I heard you were moving in today, so I brought over a treat. I hope you're not allergic to anything. She held the plate out for Mom. She accepted it. Oh, thank you. I'd invite you in, but... She glanced at their half-unpacked mess. Their neighbor laughed, waving a hand. No problem. I just came over to introduce myself. Oh, I need to do that. I'm Ajiro Keiko, and this is my son Mashurao. The boy awkwardly raised his hand in a wave. He had been staring at Izuku since Mom opened the door but quickly looked away when Izuku turned his head to look at him. I'm Midoriya & Co. and this is Izuku. It's good to meet you. Perhaps soon you can come over and we can get to know you more. I'll look forward to it, Mrs. Ajiro replied. All right, we'll get out of your hair now. Have a good night. Mom shut the door. What nice people. Izuku, her son seems to be about your age. Maybe you can be friends. Yeah, maybe. He missed Kaken and Tsubasa. Tsubasa's turn to seek. The Midoriyas had finished moving and so as a reward, Mom let Izuku have Kaken and Tsubasa over. The three boys grew tired of the small apartment space, so they took their playing outside and around the 4 apartment buildings. Tsubasa sighed and leaned against the wall to begin counting. 1, 2, 3. Izuku grinned. With Tsubasa as seeker, he wouldn't limit himself to the ground. He ran and took off, flying past Kaken who growled. There weren't a lot of hiding spaces on the ground, so it was practically guaranteed he'd be found first. Izuku grinned at him and pulled upwards. He was going to hide in his apartment's balcony. He paused. Was it the second or third one on the left? 18, 19. Tsubasa was nearing the end of the count. No time to waste. He dropped into the third one and crouched down only to make direct eye contact with his neighbor Ajiro. Ready or not, here I come. Well, too late to move now. Ajiro moved from the table where he'd been sitting and padded over to the balcony door and slid it open. Can I help you? Izuku put a finger to his lips and waved him down. Ajiro continued to stand there and stare at him. He was going to give his hiding spot away. Impatient, Izuku reached out, grabbed his arm and pulled him to the ground. SHHH. We're playing hide and seek, he said by way of explanation. If I'm lucky, Kaken didn't see which balcony I'm on and it'll be a while before I'm found. Who's Kaken? He's one of my best friends. You should meet him. In fact, you should come play with us. Do you like hide and seek? Ajiro hesitated. Hide and seek is funner with more players, Izuku added. And maybe we can even play Foursquare. He nodded and Izuku beamed, his antennae twitching. Tsubasa's coming. Duck down. They flattened themselves against the balcony wall and made themselves as small as possible, but it did little to help. Tsubasa still landed next to them, wings stirring the air around them. Found you, right where Katsuki said you'd be. Izuku didn't groan like he usually did when he was found. He popped right to his feet. Tsubasa, this is Ajiro. He's my neighbor and he's going to come play with us. Tsubasa waved. Hi. Then he turned to Izuku. I think we should switch games. Katsuki's getting angry. They leaned over the balcony. Down on the ground, Kaken was pacing furiously. When he noticed all 3 of them staring at him, a couple of small explosions popped off his palms. What are you staring at, fuckwits? Hurry up. 1 second, Kaken, I'm going to get my ball for Foursquare, Izuku called back. Then hurry the fuck up. Is he always like that? Ajiro asked, a bit of a nervous sweat forming. You get used to it. I promise his bark is worse than his bite. Ajiro did not look convinced. Izuku fluttered onto the balcony wall, then did a short hop to his own balcony. I'll get my ball and be right back, he called over. Are you still coming, Ajiro? As if suddenly remembering he was supposed to be joining them, Ajiro started. 1 minute, I'll get my shoes, he said, then slipped back into his apartment. Izuku fetched his ball from his room and took it back out to the balcony. Bombs away, he yelled, right before dropping it. It hit the cement with a very loud ka-thunk and bounced as high as the 2nd floor. Impressive. Tsubasa caught it while Izuku floated to the ground. A minute later, Ajiro joined them and they all did a round of introductions before starting. Kaken claimed the number 1 square and everyone else filed into the others. Ajiro was actually quite good at the game. He had sharp reflexes and would hit the ball into unexpected areas. It wasn't long before he loosened up as well, laughing just as readily as everyone else when the ball bounced too hard out of bounds or it nearly hit someone in the face. At the end of the day, when Kaken and Tsubasa left, Izuku and Ajiro walked back to their apartments together. See you tomorrow. Ajiro nodded, a little smile on his face. Yeah, tomorrow. Izuku and Ajiro hung out nearly every day of summer break. Sometimes they'd escape the heat by staying inside and playing Smash. When Tsubasa and Kaken came over, Ajiro would join them to play. Other days, Ajiro would show Izuku around the neighborhood. It wasn't too far from where Izuku used to live, but the surrounding area was still fairly unknown. Izuku learned that Ajiro's 2 big passions were martial arts and heroics. Izuku nearly vibrated out of his seat to hear the latter. He could already imagine the 4 of them. Yes, he included Ajiro in their group, going to UA together and becoming heroes. Ajiro's first interest did catch Izuku's attention as well. It wasn't long before he started thinking about it as well. I need to learn how to fight, Izuku told Ajiro one afternoon during a game of Smash. If I want to be a hero, maybe I should do martial arts like you. He didn't miss the way Ajiro's eyes lit up at the idea. My mom teaches classes. She's the one who's teaching me anyway. I'll talk to her about it. Indeed, Mrs. Ajiro wasted no time in convincing Mom to enroll Izuku in her martial art classes starting the next semester. Additionally, Ajiro was willing to help train and practice on the side. Perhaps I should invite Kaken and Tsubasa too. Ajiro shrugged. The more the merrier. Kaken accepted immediately, if not solely because Ajiro promised he'd teach him how to break people's arms. You aren't allowed to use this unless it's in self-defense, Ajiro said. Yeah. Show me where to stop to snap someone's tendon already. Back you go. He rolled his eyes. Fine, I promise. Satisfied, Ajiro proceeded to beat the shit out of him. Izuku and Tsubasa stood on the sidelines and watched. At one point Tsubasa leaned over, remind me not to get on his bad side. Ajiro slammed Kaken hard enough on the ground they could hear the air rush out of him. They winced. I'm starting to regret my decision. Kaken let off an explosion at Ajiro's face. It wasn't a particularly big one, but it was enough to force him backwards if he didn't want to get burned. It also left Ajiro with an ashy sunburst across his face and half-gone eyebrows. Kaken cackled and Ajiro tripped him with his tail. You can call me Izuku if you want, Izuku offered casually. You don't have to be formal and say Midoriya. Ajiro looked up from his DS. It was another hot day and being bored of Smash, they turned to playing Pokémon. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. We all call each other by our given names, so it's kinda weird that you're being left out, you know. I'm sure Tsubasa and Kaken would be okay with it too if you ask them. Thank you, Mido, Izuku. He shook his head. I'll probably be doing that a lot. You might as well use my given name as well, Mashuro. I should give you a nickname. I have one for Kaken and I tried to just call Tsubasa, Basa, but it never stuck. Let's see. Mashuro. Mashed potatoes. He threw a pillow at Izuku, knocking him off the bed. I won't hesitate to judo flip you. Alright, I'll just stick with Mash. Mashed potatoes could be your codename. Mashuro tossed his DS onto the bed and swiped the pillow off the floor. That's it. Izuku squeaked and stumbled to his feet. He ran into the hallway, Mashuro hot on his heels. Get back here, Midoriya. Izuku, he reminded, laughing. Izuku hitched his backpack up onto his shoulders. Next to him, Mashuro was already ready. Mom handed him his bento and gave him a quick hug. Have a good day at school. Are you sure you know the way? Yes, Mom. It's the same route I used to have but with an extra half-kilometer before it. I'll walk with Mash for the first bit then meet up with Kaken and Tsubasa for the rest. Mom adjusted his uniform. Alright then. Be safe and make sure you get there on time. Will do. He nodded at Mashuro and together they left the apartment and descended the 3 flights to the bottom. Too bad you aren't coming to my school, Mashuro sighed. It's smaller, but it's closer. And you'd like the history teacher. He's got a beetle quirk. Izuku hummed. That is pretty cool. But it's fine. Walking is good exercise and besides, changing schools is so much work. He grinned for the grown-ups. They arrived at the end of the block where their paths split. Well, I'll see you later, Mash said awkwardly. Say hi to Katsuki and Tsubasa for me. Izuku nodded. We can work on homework together after school and I still need to beat you at Smash. It's a plan then. They each glanced back once more then walked their separate ways. As third years, it's time to start thinking about your future, their teacher drawled, holding a stack of future career aspirations. However, I know you're all applying for the hero course. He finished exuberantly, throwing the papers in the air to a round of cheering and blatant quirk use. Izuku sat quietly behind Kaken, neither of them moving. Kaken wasn't concerned with the hero prospects of anyone besides his own, and while Izuku would normally be hardly able to contain his excitement, Tsubasa's sudden move before the start of the new school year left him feeling fairly subdued. The teacher yelled at the class to calm down, and once everyone was settled, class officially began. And so, a rather lackluster start to their last year of middle school. The school day passed in a flurry of entrance ceremonies and syllabi. Far too many speeches from teachers about how much they needed to make this year count or high school would be nothing more than an unattainable dream. It was enough to petrify the calmest of souls with anxiety. Thankfully, all things must come to an end. And so did the school day. The bell hadn't stopped ringing when Kaken had risen from his seat and stood next to Izuku's desk. Hurry up. 1 second. I'm checking the chat. He scrolled past their conversation from that morning. I crave lamp. Good morning. Have a good day at school. When in doubt, C4. Don't tell me what to do. Fuck you. Meta Knight. Right back at ya, Izu. Katsuki, you sound so happy today. Wake up on the right side of the bed for once. When in doubt, C4. I'll break your fucking kneecaps. Monkey business. Thanks, Izuku. I hope you have a good day too. At Meta Knight, why must you rile Katsuki up? It's barely 8 a.m. At when in doubt, C4. I'm not teaching you how to break bones anymore. My class is starting. Talk to you later. I crave lamp. Kaken, cancelled. Break your own bones, not others. Bye Mash. Meta Knight. I second Izu. I gotta go too. Time to die. Farewell. After that there were 10 new messages from Tsubasa from various points in the day. This school is too big. I got lost 7913959373912 times. It's also far too clean. Suspic. The walls are white and blinding. Is this what you see before you die? Please, give me Aldera's trash hallways and garbage teachers, I am begging. At least there are no missing ceiling tiles. Actually, I missed that. Does Mr. Tanaka still keep a picture of Endeavor in the ceiling? First time I saw it I nearly had a heart attack. Good times. Izuku couldn't help but snort at that last bit. He'd also had the unique experience of seeing his life flash in front of his eyes when spotting Endeavor in the ceiling. Mr. Tanaka meant no harm with his prank, but he'd also somehow chosen the most ferocious picture of the flame hero you could find online. Well, Kaken snapped. Izuku could see he was impatient to go home. Probably wanted to get a head start on homework and other projects so he could keep his straight status. I'm coming. He pocketed his phone and scooped his notebooks into his bag. They walked their usual route home. Kaken was quiet. It wasn't the same without Tsubasa here to tease him alongside Izuku, or for the two of them to fly sprints across the rooftops while Kaken yelled at them. His explosions had finally become strong enough that he could propel himself into the air. But he didn't have the same degree of midair control that they did. Izuku's antennae twitched at the memory. The silence was too heavy. He cleared his throat, the noise a bit too loud. Kaken glanced at him. He swallowed. This is our last year before UA? Huh. Kaken grunted. So much for small talk. How are you preparing? That was the big question, wasn't it? Sure, they'd practiced their quirks and fine-tuned different aspects of them, but they'd never completely thrown themselves into hardcore training. Kaken was more than ready for this, however. I'm going to the quirk gym more times a week. I'm working on making bigger explosions. Bigger doesn't always mean better. Regulate the size so you can have an equally powerful explosion in a smaller area. Like, compress it to make a beam or a small burst. A smaller explosion would also work great as a stun grenade or make a smoke screen to surprise enemies. Kaken paused. Huh, not bad, nerd. Izuku smiled. I'm still training with MASH if you want to join. I'll probably even earn my next belt this year too. Yeah, I'll be there. They paused on the corner where their paths split. How about you? Kaken finally asked. Just normal stuff, you know. Flying and sparring with MASH. I do have an idea I'm working on, but I'm going to drop it by Mom before I really start it. Yeah, what kind of training is it? Izuku winked. It involves a really trashy beach. Kaken stared at him for a very long moment as if he couldn't decide whether to scream or hit him on the head. Or maybe both. What are you, some kind of cockroach now? No. But did you know cockroaches can survive for up to a week without their heads? This time Kaken didn't hesitate to give him a good smack upside the head. Dagaba Municipal Park Beach sounded like a nice location. A place parents would take their kids on hot summer days and where surfers and beach joggers would congregate. However, it was more colloquially known as Trash Beach. Not the most clever name, but it got the point across. Izuku had heard about the beach's prime from Mom and Mrs. Ajiro. They spoke fondly of visiting it in their youth and enjoying the warm waves and white sand. Even MASH had half-buried memories of swimming there, and Mrs. Ajiro had the embarrassing pictures to prove it. The current state of it was far removed from the golden memories their parents had. More akin to a junkyard jungle. It was nearly impossible to see the sparkling sand underneath and would take several minutes of careful squeezing between precarious stacks to see the blue wave. It was a major eyesore for the neighborhood and it stank. That last part only bothered Izuku though. For most people, the smell would only be noticeable if they were passing right next by. Thanks to his antennae, Izuku could smell it from a kilometer away. And on days when the wind blew in from the shore, he swore he could feel his antennae shrivel up from the bad odor. So he decided to kill 2 or 3 birds with one stone. I've decided to invest some time in community service. He told Mom over dinner. It'll be good exercise and will help the community. Besides, All Might has always said that the root of heroism began with service. Mom nodded in agreement. I think that's a wonderful idea. Will you even have time for it though? Between schoolwork and training with Masharao, you're already pretty busy. Don't worry, I'll have enough time. By the way, do you happen to have any heavy-duty gloves? Yes, they're in my closet. But, Izuku, he paused, turning back to face her. Yeah, where exactly are you doing this community service? Trash Beach. She pinned him to the floor with just her gaze. She'd told him years ago she didn't want him playing down there. She didn't need to tell him. The smell was enough to keep him away. A tense moment passed before she sighed. Promise me you'll at least wear sturdy shoes. There's lots of broken glass and rusty parts you could step on. Izuku shot her a thumbs up. Her trust in his idea spoke volumes. I got it covered. MASH is helping me out too, so it's not like I'll be alone. She hummed. All right, as long as you two are being safe. And keep your phones on you in case there's an emergency. The next afternoon, him and MASH walked down to the beach to assess it. The more they stared at it, the more daunting their project was looking to be. I don't know, Izuku. Do you really think we can clear all this before the entrance exam? MASH looked a little uncertain. If you want to build muscle mass, you could just lift weights instead. Izuku shook his head. This is for the whole community. Don't you think people would love to visit the beach again? Sometimes it just takes one person to spark change. He stepped closer to one of the stacks, his stomach rolling from the disgusting stench. We'll start with the smaller objects and move up from there. We could probably even get Kaken to come and blast some bigger items into smaller pieces. He'd enjoy letting off some steam at least. Well, I still don't think we'll clear it all in time, but it doesn't hurt to try. Izuku grinned. That's the spirit. I'll even make you a bet. If we clear the beach, I'll buy you a month's worth of your favorite soda. Mash squinted at him. Aren't bets supposed to work the other way? Like, I owe you something if you win. Not this time. I'm giving you proper incentive to help. Mash groaned. Why are you like this? I have no idea what you mean. The pair fell into a regular pattern over the next few days. After they both returned home from school, they'd walk down to the beach and clear it for a few hours, go home for dinner, eat, spar for a while, then finally do homework late into the night. Rinse and repeat. Kaken passed on beach cleaning duty, finding it beneath him, but eagerly volunteered to blast apart larger pieces of trash. Izuku would take what he could get. As they soon discovered, cleaning was actually much harder than they initially thought. The constant back and forth across the sand as they sorted trash into more manageable piles to take to recycling or an official landfill worked up a quick sweat, and they started to take extra water bottles to avoid dehydrating. Izuku didn't always walk across the sand, seeing a prime opportunity to practice flying. He'd hover just above the ground as he picked through trash, took it to its designated pile, and went back for more. A few years back, out of sheer curiosity, he timed how long he could hover in the air continuously before tiring. The results were embarrassing to say the least, but not completely unexpected. As a civilian, he wasn't supposed to use his quirk in public, although that never completely stopped him. For the most part, when he flew, it was short, fast dashes a few meters at a time. Not long sustained flights that would be expected of a patrolling hero. So the plan was to strengthen his flight muscles by slowly increasing his sustained flights and be able to carry more and more heavy objects. Simple, really. He managed to herd Mash into a selfie to post on the group chat. It was mostly for Tsubasa so he didn't feel out of the loop, but maybe Kaken would like it too. Meta Knight. Oh, that is one disgusting beach. Like, I know you said it was gross, but that is on a whole other level. WTF. When in doubt, C4. You better not come to school smelling like trash or I'll kill you. Monkey business. Did you forget to turn off caps lock again? When in doubt, C4 has changed Monkey Business's name to Mashed Potatoes. Mash glanced up from his own phone and leveled Izuku with an incredibly flat gaze. Unlike Kaken, he didn't even have to get angry to make Izuku sweat bullets in fear. He could already feel the bruises forming from the future ass-kicking he'd definitely received during their sparring later that night. Mashed Potatoes has changed when in doubt, C4's name to Boom Boom Boy. Mashed Potatoes has changed I Crave Lamp's name to Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. It was Izuku's turn to give Mash a flat look. Meta Knight. Love the new names, guys. Glad I'm not a part of this party. Boom Boom Boy has changed Meta Knight's name to Blood Drinker. Boom Boom Boy. Huh. Now shut up, I'm trying to do homework. Blood Drinker. I just had to open my stupid mouth, didn't I? Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Love the name, Mashy. Mashed Potatoes. I know where your spare key is. I can break into your apartment and smother you in your sleep. Now change my name. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Oh, right away. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes has changed Mashed Potatoes' name to Kung Fu Fighting. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Please don't kill me. Kung Fu Fighting. Not yet. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. Yet. Why haven't you changed my name? Kung Fu Fighting. You deserve to be in jail for a little longer. Maybe if you're good I'll let you on parole. Moth Jail for Moth Crimes. It was barely 2 weeks into the school year and Izuku already had an essay to write. He tapped his pencil to the rhythm of his music and tried to think of how to start. Beginning sentences were always so hard to think of, but he needed it to be able to write anything else. A text notification interrupted his music. He picked up his phone. For barely doing any work, he needed a distraction. Batman. Found you another Moth meme. Izuku clicked on it and watched the short clip. He laughed and sent a text back. Lamp addiction. I'll add it to the file. Thanks. How's it been? Batman as typing appeared then disappeared a few times. Izuku turned back to his homework for a moment, finally thinking of an opening line. His notifications dinged and he opened the chat again. Batman. Okay. So the whole point of moving was so that we can see Gramps more, but even now we barely see him. He's always working at the hospital or doing other projects. It's kinda dumb, really. It'd make more sense if he was retired and, like, lonely, but really it's like he's ignoring us. Lamp addiction. Oof oof ouch. Batman. I'm not going to complain though. This is probably rude to say, but I like Mom's side of the family better. At least I have cousins on that side. Lamp addiction. That's understandable. Somehow I became the only kid in the world with no aunts or uncles. Yeah, Batman. Haha. Anyway, I don't want to be mean to Gramps. It's just that he's never quite there when you talk to him. Unless it's about quirks. You two would probably get along swimmingly. Doing the whole analyzing quirks thing. Lamp addiction. He's a quirk specialist, right? That man, yeah, seems to be all he cares about most days. Anyway, I don't want to cause family drama or anything, so I'm going to change the subject. I've been thinking about how you and Mashiro have been working out by cleaning that beach. We don't have a gross beach I can clean up, but I'm looking into weight training. Maybe lift weights and fly like you're doing. What do you think? Lamp addiction. I think it's a great idea. Tell me how it goes. Izuku stared at the small dent the two of them had made into their beach project. A month had already passed, and Izuku's initial predictions for clearing the sand was not shaping up the way he thought they would. I think we should invest more time into this, like maybe a couple hours in the morning as well as after school. Mash sighed. What time should I set my alarm to? Summer vacation passed in a blur of beach cleaning. They'd cleared a big enough section that a window of sea could be seen, and there was more than enough room on the sand for sparring. With no school, they switched to working all day with intermediate breaks to grab a treat from the nearby convenience store or to spar, such as they were doing now. They'd cleared the sand and smoothed it down to form a makeshift sparring ring. They both had kicked off their shoes a few meters away and now circled each other warily in their ready stances. The sun was directly overhead, so neither of them could gain an advantage by maneuvering the other, so they were blinded. Izuku was the first to make a move. He jabbed forward, aiming at the soft flesh of Mash's stomach. It was easily blocked, but he'd expected that. It was just to feel him out. Mash spun, a powerful kick that Izuku barely avoided. He jumped back, wings fluttering to help give him distance and keep his balance. His heel slid precariously close to the boundary line they'd drawn, smudging it a little. Then he leapt forward, wings thrumming to increase his momentum. Mash curled his tail in front of him to give himself additional protection, but Izuku was fast. His smaller hands struck at any open spots Mash happened to give him, constantly changing where he was hitting to keep him off balance. A particularly sharp punch to Mash's ribs made him grunt. His tail whipped out. Izuku was too slow to avoid it completely, and the force of it pushed him backwards. Mash didn't wait for him to recover. The next second he was coming at Izuku with a flying kick. He rolled. Mash landed with a stumble. Izuku took his chance. With Mash off balance, he grabbed one of his legs in a tight hold, then pulled it out from under him. He lifted off from the ground for good measure. He couldn't carry Mash's full weight while flying, but he could at least take part of it to really slam him hard. It was a good plan. It might even have worked, if it weren't for his darn tail. Mash caught himself on it, ruining Izuku's good takedown, before he could remove himself and back up to rethink his strategy. Their positions were reversed, and he was the one being slammed onto the sand. I think that's another win for me, Mash told him, just a hint of smugness in his voice. He took great pride in still coming out on top most of the time. Sweet, Izuku wheezed. I'll get you next time. He shook his fist weakly. Mash laughed and extended a hand to help him back up. Once more, then we'll get back to cleaning. Izuku took it. Sounds good. I'll beat you this time. He, in fact, did not. In early fall, Izuku called in Kaken to destroy some of the larger pieces of trash. He couldn't believe that someone would just dump entire cars and refrigerators here instead of taking it to a second-hand parts store. At least that way they'd get a little money out of it. Oh well, he just needed them easier to move. Kaken swept a critical eye over the half they'd managed to clear. The only things marring the sand were those few large objects him and Mash couldn't move. Not bad, he grunted. He slipped off his jacket. Where do I start? Doesn't matter, Mash told him. Just leave the stacks alone. We're still working on those. He nodded once, sharply, then stalked towards a nearby abandoned car like a tiger hunting prey. Izuku pulled out his phone. Mash glanced at him. What are you doing? Filming. He hit the record button right before Kaken screamed die, and let off a blast big enough that the heat shockwave blew their hair back. I don't think there's gonna be any car left when he's done, he said. Tsubasa's gonna love this. Mash rolled his eyes and dragged him a few steps backwards so he was out of the blast zone. Blood rush. Okay, so I was talking to Gramps today and mentioned I wanted to be a hero, and that I've been working out and stuff for UAS entrance exam, searching for a light snack. Oh, what did he say? Blood rush. He's hella interested in helping me out. Like, this is the first time I've had a full conversation with him about anything. So he says he wants to help me train and strengthen my wings, which is awesome. Searching for a light snack. That's great. That's nice to have a quirk specialist helping you out personally. BTW, are you still going to those martial art classes? Mash wants to know. Blood rush. Yep, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. No one there is on the same level as him, but now I can actually win some spars. Well, Gramps comes with me to the quirk gym during the rest of the week. One sec, I have a pic. Searching for a light snack. Mash will definitely be happy to hear that. Let me see the pic. Blood rush. Here. Searching for a light snack. He looks nice. Glad you can bond with him. Maybe you'll find stuff in common. Blood rush. I hope so too. Anyways, I have homework, so I gotta go. T-tile. Searching for a light snack. Bye. Winter had always been Izuku's least favorite season. Actually, scratch that. It was his most hated season. But this year brought on an even more consuming sense of urgency for him. With every day that passed, he could feel himself slipping behind. The weeks of disuse that winter brought made his flights shaky. For the first few weeks it was warm enough to fly, like he had to relearn riding a bike. And visiting Quirk gyms weekly did little to stave off that weakness. While all of his friends were steadily honing their quirks, he had once again been grounded. He'd been making significant progress with his flying strength, but could feel that progress unraveling as his wings were forced to be sedentary. His only consolation was that he was still building up muscle. He couldn't help the twinge of jealousy when he saw Mash use his tail to beat some discarded pieces of metal into something easier to carry. Tsubasa told him about a new speed record he'd made at the gym, or Kaken demonstrated the size and speed he can make explosion. Izuku put on a smile for his friends, but anxiety was starting to break him down. UAS entrance exam hung right on the edge between winter and spring, when it was equally likely that it would be too cold to fly or just barely warm enough. He couldn't afford placing trust in the weather. Murphy's Law will screw him over if given the chance. It had been years since the last time he'd even attempted applying for a support device. He gave up hope after the third year in a row. Third time's the charm is a blatant lie. Please, he prayed, sending his application off in the mail. If I'm ever going to be accepted, this is the year for it to happen. The response came back the same day as the first snowfall of winter. Ironic. The universe laughed at him. It was a rejection. Fourth time's not the charm either, it seems. He allowed himself a minute to wallow in sadness. Then time to move on. He had homework to do and a beach to clean. He turned to his calendar. Was it possible to squeeze in more hours at the Quirk gym and still do everything else? There wasn't enough room to practice at home. His wings were too big and Mom had banned it after he'd broken a vase when he was 7. He tapped his chin. He might be able to, if he only slept for 4 hours a night. Kaken and Mash might simultaneously kill him though, if Tsubasa didn't come through his phone screen and strangle him. He sighed and circled the week before the entrance exam. The snow needed to be mostly gone by then if he wanted his flying to be in the best shape he could get. He placed himself in fate's hands. Izuku and Mash stood on the shore of the previously known trash beach and watched the sun rise. Golden rays touched down on the azure waves and sparkling white sand. They'd both risen early that morning, determined to finish cleaning before the entrance exam. We did it, Mash breathed, face flushed both from the early morning chill and from running back and forth combing the sand for any more small pieces of trash. He'd learned his lesson after walking barefoot on a cleared-out stretch of sand and getting a shard of glass embedded in his foot. I didn't think it would be possible, but we actually cleaned it all off. Yep, Izuku replied. If anyone even thinks about dumping trash here again, I will personally set Kaken on them. It'd be good exercise for him, Mash nodded. They stood there for a moment longer. Then Izuku startled. Oh, that reminds me. He jogged back to where they'd dumped their bags when they first arrived, lifting his suspiciously bulging bag. I believe I won my bet. Izuku, you didn't. I did. He appended the bag, sending dozens of root beer cans everywhere. Mash looked like he was going to have a stroke. You could have just kept it in the bag. Oh, he looked down at the mess of cans on their just cleaned beach. They were probably horribly shaken up too. Yeah, in hindsight, not the best idea. Mash face-bombed. Izuku and Mash met up with Kaken outside of UAS gates. Despite the early hours, there was already a flood of hopeful students pouring inside. As they walked up, Kaken's eyes flickered from watching those passing by to look at them. You made it, he grunted, breath steaming in the air. It was cold now, but by the time they took the practical part of the exam the sun should be at its zenith and the weather much warmer. Izuku was just glad winter didn't drag on this year or he really would have been in trouble. Changing the subject, he glanced around the plaza. No Tsubasa yet. I haven't heard anything from him in a few days. How about you guys? No, he better fucking hurry though. I'm not waiting for his late ass to get here. Mash frowned at Kaken's language but also shook his head. I haven't heard from him either. He's probably been busy doing last-minute cramming like everyone else. I'll just send him a quick message, just to see where he's at. Moth Bullet, at Meta Night Hey. We're at the front gates if you want to meet up before the exams start. Plus Ultra. He slipped it back into his pocket. Let's just give him a few minutes. He does have to travel farther than us after all. They shuffled to the side where they wouldn't be in the way. Izuku watched intensely as more and more people passed by, his antennae twitching as they searched for any hints of Tsubasa's scent. He hadn't seen him in a year, but scents don't lie, and he was sure to recognize him that way. In other areas of the plaza, other friend groups were forming and heading inside. Next to him, Kaken was getting more impatient. He began curling his fingers into fists then stretching them out again, over and over. He was looking forward to the practical portion, excited at being allowed to release his explosions full force with no consequences. Mash was also getting impatient, not to the same extent as Kaken, but he was shifting his feet and he leaned over Izuku's shoulder every time he checked his phone. Kaken growled, I'm not waiting around forever. Tell that asshat he needs to be more punctual when he gets here. I'm fucking going inside." He stormed off, scattering a small group of fellow examinees like a flock of pigeons. Izuku checked his phone again. Still no response. Just their conversation a week ago about school. Both of them doing little to hide their excitement and anxiety over the entrance exam. Mash shuffled his feet. "Izuku, I think we should head inside now. It's been 10 minutes now and we don't want to be late." He paused. Maybe he's already inside or we just missed him. There are a lot of people. Izuku was fairly certain he wouldn't miss Tsubasa passing by. He had his scent just as deeply ingrained and memorized as Kaken's or Mom's. Now wasn't the time to argue though. He was impatient to start his exams as well, although he'd be willing to stand here as long as it took to greet his friend. His nerves still demanded he get inside quickly so he wouldn't be late. He slumped in defeat. "Yeah, we'll catch him after the test. And remind him to charge his phone," he joked, following Mash inside. Regardless of what course students were applying for, everyone had to take a standard test that covered general subjects such as math, reading, writing, and science. They were sorted into a testing room based on their last names after leaving their bags and coats in temporary lockers. Izuku shot Mash a thumbs up when they were lucky enough to be in the same room. Kaken was in a different room. Too bad. He turned in his seat to wave. Mash was placed clear in the back row. He returned it, nervously. The minutes dragged on. Some began whispering quietly, just to pass the time. Right as the clock hit the hour, the test proctor entered, sending the room into a dramatic silence. Exam booklets were passed out and instructions given. "You have 2 hours. Begin." The sound of 100 papers being turned in unison filled the room. Izuku didn't look at the clock while he worked. While most other examinees were working through their tests in order, he immediately flipped to the back of the math section. Start with the hardest problems on his worst subject. Then the rest of the test will seem like a breeze. First question. For all real numbers, b and c such that the product of c and 3 is b, which of the following expressions represents the sum of c and 3 in terms of b? He could feel his brain trying to turn itself inside out to understand the logic. Nope, no time for diving into rabbit holes. He could spend the entire test on this one question alone if he tried to be too clever. Break it down and think about the parts separately, like puzzle pieces. He circled E confidently. He could hear Kaken growling in his head. "Took you long enough. I've already done 6 more problems by now." Math was Kaken's best subject. Izuku would just have to give him a run for his money. Time blurred. He flipped page after page. Answer bubbles carefully darkened. He flipped through a final time, double and triple checking for any unmarked answers. Satisfied when there were none, he finally glanced up at the clock. He'd finished with 10 minutes to spare. While he sat and waited, he wondered how everyone else was doing. Kaken had definitely finished by now. He'd make a point to be the first to finish in his testing room, just to prove he was the best. Izuku would turn around to see how Mash was doing, but he didn't want to be accused of cheating. He'd find out soon enough. The proctor called 1 minute, sending a few examinees into overdrive as they desperately tried to at least have an answer marked for any remaining question. "Pencils down, close your tests, and leave them face up on the desk. They will be collected shortly. Prospective hero students, you will be going to Auditorium A, support course students." Izuku released a huge sigh of relief he hadn't known he'd been holding. He'd made it through the first half, but the worst was yet to come. It was time for the practical exam. Kaken had looked quite smug when they met up with him outside the testing room, so Izuku assumed he felt he did well. Mash looked like he wanted to turn into a puddle on the floor. "I wish I had studied trig more," he groaned. "And I'm no good at writing under a time crunch. I just hope it's enough to pass." "Don't worry, you'll do great during the practicals. That's what they really look at anyway for the hero course." Izuku tried to cheer him up. "You've been doing martial arts since you could walk. You wiped the floor with sparring." Mash gave him a very dubious look. "It'll be just my luck if the test doesn't include fighting other people. By the way, what do you think it is?" Izuku just shrugged. UAS hero entrance exam was notorious for being difficult and mysterious. The school did everything in its power to keep it under wraps, even if some of its measures seemed extreme. A common rumor is that of students being expelled for revealing details even to hero students from other schools. "As long as I get to beat stuff up, I'm happy," Kaken said, smacking a fist into his palm. Izuku turned to Mash completely deadpan. "Maybe fighting Kaken is the true exam." "I heard that," he growled, attracting stares from many nearby students. Some edged away slightly. Izuku ignored him. He still hadn't seen Tsubasa at all today. He twitched his antennae, trying to catch his friend's scent. It was difficult to pick anything out. Several hundred examinees were all there at the same time. It was enough to give him a headache as he tried to sort through them all. Finally, he just gave up. He'd have to rely on his eyes. Perhaps he'd spot him in the auditorium with the other hero examinees. There would still be a lot of people, but it'd be cut down to a fraction of the size it is now. They were shuffled into an auditorium and given a handout. Izuku had a big G on the corner of his. He glanced at Kaken's, an A. Mash held up a D. Another sorting method? He asked. Seems like it, Izuku responded, taking a seat near the middle of the auditorium. Thankfully, this time they were allowed to choose where to sit. The lights dimmed, and Present Mike stepped onto the stage. Hello, listeners. How's everybody feeling? He was met with awkward silence. Izuku buzzed in his seat. He loved Mike's radio show. It was his main station to listen to, and it was always top quality. Between the excellent track choices and Mike's natural enthusiasm and charisma, it was one of the most popular radio stations in the area. Kaken kicked his shoe under the table. Be quiet, he growled, and Izuku packaged his fanboy tendencies up for later. The wide smile didn't drop from Mike's face. Woof, tough crowd today. Not even that could get a chuckle out of anyone. All right, never mind. I'll move on from the jokes. Look at those nifty handouts we gave you. A screen turned on behind him, showing the same visuals they had as he continued explaining. Here's the rundown. You're assigned to one of 7 of our battle centers A through G. They're all exactly the same. So don't go thinking that you're superior if you're in A and your friend is in F. All right. Next, in your testing sites you will find 3 types of robots worth either 1, 2, or 3 points. Your job is to disable them using your quirks. For each one you do so successfully, you earn those points. Mash turned to him and mouthed, robots, very pointedly. Whoops, no sparring here apparently. Keep in mind though, as the points increase, so does the difficulty in overcoming these robots. 1-pointers are fast, but easily breakable, and 3-pointers are big, strong, and mean. A figure a few rows forward shot up. Excuse me. There appears to be a 4th kind of robot on the handout that you neglected to mention. If this is a misprint, then it is quite shameful to UAS reputation. Cool it, listener. Sit down and I'll get to it. Once they sat again, Mike continued. Thank you for the concern, but it is not a misprint. This robot is worth 0 points and is thrown in there as an additional obstacle. It really won't be a big deal, so don't even worry about it. With all that said, you'll be taken to your assigned city by bus, so make sure you're going to the same one that's on your packet. Plus ultra. The auditorium repeated. Yeah, that's the spirit. Get out there and break some robots. Izuku waited in line to board the bus assigned to Battleground G. The weather was pretty nice today. It was in that weird phase in between winter and spring when it was freezing cold in the mornings but warm in the afternoon. A chilly breeze pushed his antennae to the side. He vibrated his wings, more akin to a shiver. Yeah, not a horrible day for flying. The wind might mess with his range of smell though. He couldn't see Kaken or Mash from where he stood. Too many buses and lines of people blocked his view. He still hadn't seen Tsubasa, but he was sure he was there somewhere. He was pulled out of his thoughts when the line in front of him began to move as people climbed onto the bus. He sat in the first open seat and took some deep breaths to calm down. Someone sat down next to him. Oh, this test has got me feeling all anxious. How about you? Said an upbeat voice. He turned. Even with all the mutations that had become commonplace with the age of quirks, the girl still stuck out like a sore thumb. Bubblegum pink skin and hair, yellow horns on her head, and golden-orange irises burned from the depth of eyes with blackened sclera. She looked like something from an alien world. Immediately she gasped and leaned forward. Wow, I love your eyes. She tilted her head. Ew, they even reflect light. That's so cool. Izuku was rendered quite speechless. Besides Mom, no one had ever complimented him on his insectoid eyes, much less say they were cool. He was well aware of how they tended to make people uncomfortable. Oh sorry, that was a little forward, wasn't it? Here, let me start over. She leaned back into her own space and set her hands on her lap. I'm Ashido Mina. Nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku, he responded automatically. You have nice eyes too. She beamed. Thanks. Thinking the conversation was over, Izuku turned away. Ashido started speaking again. Do you have anyone else in your school here for the test? I came with Kirishima. He's from my school. And I was hoping we would be at the same site. Just to support each other and stuff. But then they split up everyone from the same school up. She pouted a bit. It's probably to keep people from helping each other out. To prevent cheating. Ashido sighed. I know. But now I'm even more nervous than before. Izuku looked at her strangely. She didn't look nervous. She certainly didn't sound nervous. In fact, she was quite the chatterbox. As if understanding exactly what he was thinking, she grinned. Dude, my heart is about to burst out of my chest. My legs won't hold still. He glanced down. Earlier when she'd placed her hands on her lap, it wasn't to seem more respectable or polite. It was to keep her legs from shaking. I'm probably annoying you, she said, her grin fading and voice growing softer. But talking about something else helps, you know. Otherwise all I'll think about is how much my future depends on this test and how I'll screw it all up if I fail. Izuku thought about it for a moment then slid closer. I have friends in Site A and D right now. He silently wondered what site Tsubasa was in. My friend Kirishima's at Site D. Maybe he'll see your friend. He's got black hair and his quirk is hardening. He's really into manly stuff. Says it all the time. It's like a meme now. Izuku nodded. My friend's Ojiro Mashurao, and his quirk is tail. He's blonde, kinda serious. He does martial arts. If Kiri was here, he'd be like. She clenched one of her fists to her chest and made her voice deeper. So manly. She released the pose. And then he'd want to do an arm wrestle contest or spar. Izuku laughed. He sounds like a fun guy. He really is. He's been kinda hard on himself lately, so I hope he does well. It would be awesome if we both could make it in. Oh, and even be in the same class. She poked at Izuku. You need to get in, too. Then we can be cool eye buddies. And we both even have head thingies. She pointed at her horns, then Izuku's antennae. See, I have horns and you have fluffies. Her ridiculous name for his antennae made him laugh. The ridges on them did kinda make them look fluffy. Her enthusiasm was beginning to rub off on him. He completely relaxed for the first time that day. Worries about the practical forgotten for the moment. He hoped they could be classmates as well. They chatted during the short bus ride to the mock city. Their talking seemed to help dissipate the silent tension of the other examinees, and they began getting to know their neighbors as well. By the time they all stepped off the bus, the worst nerves seemed to be gone, only for it to slam back in place upon seeing the entrance gate for the mock city. It loomed over them like an impenetrable wall, casting a shadow that covered them. It was cold in the shade and Izuku shivered, vibrating his wings in preparation for the start signal. Izuku exchanged glances with Ashido. Good luck. She flashed him a peace sign, hands shaking. Right back at you. A buzzer went off, making him jump. The gates swung open, revealing the wide, empty streets of a very realistic-looking city. President Mike's voice echoed across the fake cities. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Go. Izuku didn't need any more encouragement. He took off, flying over the rest of the pack to zip into the maze of streets first. He thought back to the instructions they'd been given. President Mike said the 3 types of robots they'd be fighting would get harder to beat as the points went up. He was no Kakin or Mash. His quirk on surface level didn't seem great for offense, but he'd been training his whole body for the past year in preparation for this. He spotted a one-pointer. It crawled across the ground on its spindly legs, looking like some kind of weird insect. A red scope curved off its body, a single red lens scanning back and forth as it searched for prey. Izuku smiled, folding his wings and falling in a steep dive to smash his feet into its thin metal neck, making it buckle in half under his momentum. The red glow of its lenses faded. Sparks erupted from exposed wires, and it gave a shudder as it toppled over. Izuku leaned with the momentum to spring off and into the air again, bringing back memories of doing a similar move on playgrounds in his youth. All in all, it had been surprisingly easy. But then again, it was only 1 point. He flew away, antennae twitching in search of his next target. The robots would be easy to find. They smelled very distinctly of metal and oil. He spotted another one-pointer, rise and repeat his motions from before, and now he had 2 points. Then he had a third. Smashing one-pointers was fun and all, but he was starting to think he should look for bigger prey. Perhaps it helped that none of the robots looked up. In fact, people rarely did either. Izuku used that to his advantage in hide and seek. It also applied now. The name of the game was Speed and Stealth. He'd find a robot, circle around behind it, drop from the sky, and make quick work of it. 2 and 3 pointers were too tough to break with a single leg kick, but sometimes it was enough to dent their metal so he could slip his fingers inside and pull random wires until they stopped working. Izuku dived at a 3-pointer, hitting it squarely on the back of what could be called the head. It dented a little, but not enough to reach inside. He flew back up for another try, wincing at the ache in his legs. If this was going to become his fighting style, he might have to look into leg braces or shoes that could take the heavy recoil. Remember, kids, jumping onto metal at high speeds is bad for your bones, he thought sarcastically. He floated over the robot, trying to aim at the same spot again. It didn't seem to have even noticed the first hit, still rolling along like a war tank on a mission. He needed to drop right. Now, he dived, tensing his legs for the impact, wind whipping through his hair and antennae. Suddenly, vines erupted from underneath his target, retraining it and pulling it apart at the joints with a great screech and grinding of metal. Surprised, Izuku snapped his wings back out and pulled up into a hover. The vines retracted, returning to where they'd been extended from a girl's head in place of hair. She ignored him and ran off into another side alley. He just sighed and flew onto the nearest rooftop to reconvene. A couple blocks over he found 3 one-pointers. They had backed a female examinee against a wall and were now trying to break through a semi-clear shield that separated them. The girl glanced up and made eye contact with Izuku, her face full of fear. Izuku didn't hesitate. He dropped into another familiar dive, smashing the robot in the middle. Immediately, the other 2 turned, clunky arms outstretched. Izuku jumped back, wing flapping as he launched upwards for a second round. The one-pointers scanned the area where he had been moments before. Could they even look up? He dived. He was less like a moth and more like a predatory hawk. As expected, the second one was destroyed just as easily, and now the third one was confused. It spun in circles, unable to look up to see the room heading towards it. Smash. All three destroyed. He landed on the pavement, making sure to continue vibrating his wings for a quick takeoff. The girl dropped her barrier and stepped over the first robot he'd destroyed. Are you okay? She nodded, wiping some tears from her cheeks. I thank you for saving me. I thought I wanted to be a hero, but I don't think it's for me anymore. This is too scary. She shivered. He could see this was something he couldn't convince her out of. A shame. Her quirk would have been great for a hero, creating shields to protect civilians or entrapping villains. Instead, he pointed off to his left. I think the exit is that way if you want to leave. There shouldn't be too many robots cause they're looking for people deeper in. She nodded and started off in the direction he indicated, then paused and turned back. Thanks again. Good luck. He watched her turn the corner, then opened his wings. It felt like he'd been destroying robots for hours, but it couldn't have been longer than 10 minutes. Right before he took off, the ground began to shake. Concerned, he took off again, just enough to land on the roof of the closest building. He clung to the roof while the building shook. Down below, an examinee ran by, eyes wide with fright. Izuku frowned and glanced in the direction they came from. More examinees pouring out of the maze of side alleys and streets to run away. Then he smelled it. Metal. Lots and lots of metal. An electric shock ran up his antennae. It was like 100 robots were coming his direction all at once. The ground trembled again and he saw it. The silhouette was instantly recognizable as the 0-pointer. Really won't be a big deal, President Mike had said. Don't even worry about it, he said. Well, Izuku was looking at it and he could confirm that Mike was a straight-faced liar because it was big. Really, really big. The 0-pointer towered over the mock skyscrapers. 8 burning red lenses sweeping over the area for a poor kid to squish. Each step it took rattled the buildings and left huge dents in the concrete. Perhaps the real reason why UA was so tight-lipped about the exam was out of fear for what parents will do if they knew about this. Izuku could certainly imagine Mom, normally quite mild-mannered, bringing all the hell and fury she could muster straight down on the heads of UAS admin for child endangerment. In any case, all he had to do was avoid it. Just like Mike said, it was big, slow, and he could keep tabs on it through his sense of smell. His antennae twitched and wait. The 0-pointer had seen people run this way. Izuku could smell the majority of examinees off in the same direction the robot was moving. UA would have to shut it down right. They would just let a bunch of kids get cornered by their death robot right. The 0-pointer took another shuddering step forward. A huge metal claw gripped the side of a building and easily tore a chunk off. Concrete the size of cars fell to the earth. If someone had been standing there, Izuku shuddered at the thought. The point was, the robot wasn't going to stop, and if someone didn't step in, it could potentially injure someone. Izuku wished he knew how much longer the test would be. He'd been running on adrenaline since it began and all concept of time had been thrown out the window. All right, time to do something stupid, he supposed. He jumped off his perch and caught the air with eased practice. He flapped until he was right in front of the robot's face where it couldn't possibly miss him. Hey, you dimwit, you piece of metal shit. He graciously borrowed from Kaken's vocabulary. The 0-pointer paused its stomping. Yeah, you see me. How about you follow this? He ducked off in the only direction where there weren't any people. It turned its head to follow him, metal groaning as it did so. Yep, keep coming this way. The 0-pointer swiped at him, but it was easy enough to dodge. He landed on a building and whistled. This way. Finally, like an old dog learning a new trick, it turned its whole body and began to come in Izuku's direction. He jumped to the next building. It was still following, thankfully leaving a path of destruction where it wouldn't hurt people, just to make sure he had truly managed to turn the robot around. Izuku flew off the building where he wasn't visible and circled around to a building behind it. The 0-pointer tore at a skyscraper as it continued to go after a non-existent Izuku. Satisfied, Izuku flew off. Maybe there was still time to get some points. In an observation room, most of the UA staff watched all this play out in confusion, so he just turned it around. Midnight asked, but what's the point of that? Eraserhead leaned against the wall at the back of the room. It was an interesting tactic to say the least, far different than another examinees, who practically went feral to destroy it using explosions. The principal, an odd conglomeration of mouse, bear, and dog, simply smiled and took a sip of his tea. It seems he noticed the potential danger his fellow testers would be in if that 0-pointer continued in that direction. Meaning, Mike dared to ask. The principal was more than happy to provide an answer. Most of the testers in Site G were congregated in a corner where they could have been easily trapped if this was a real event. He managed to defuse the situation without ever laying a finger on the robot. Quite impressive, I may add. I believe this should be worth a healthy amount of rescue points, don't you? Everyone was quick to agree. Eraserhead leaned forward, watching as the small figure startled when the buzzer went off, signaling the end of the exam. His antennae twitched and dark green wings folded back across his back. This year was sure to be interesting. Izuku was quickly cleared from receiving medical attention. At most, his legs might be sore from robot smashing, but he was given strict orders to seek medical attention if they continued to bother him for more than a few days. Now he could really go for a nap. He'd been up since early that morning, and the combined weight of 2 tests, each demanding physically or mentally, he felt like stretched out taffy. He'd gotten his stuff and decided to lean against UAS gates while he waited for Kaken and Mash. He checked his phone. There were lots of messages from Mom, just little reminders that she loved him and was proud. A promise to make Katsuden that night as a good job for all his hard work made him smile. He frowned. No messages from Tsubasa. His message from that morning hadn't even been read. Did he forget his phone today or something? Moth bullet. At Meta Knight, hey, I hope your exam went well. I didn't see you at all. There are so many people, kinda feel like dying now. My legs hurt from kicking robots. Did you do the dive bombing tactic too? Text me a SAP so we can talk. Oh, and tell your parents and grandpa hi from me. He closed the chat right as Kaken and Mashurao walked up. How'd it go? I fucking destroyed the competition, nerd. Blasted that shitty 0-pointer to hell and back. Kaken cackled, like honest to God, threw his head back and cackled. If Izuku wasn't used to his antics by now, he would probably be a bit disturbed. Mash eyed Kaken like he was contemplating why they were friends in the first place. Behind him his tail drooped. Not even enough energy to move. I think I did all right. I nearly got crushed by some debris while trying to help someone get away from a 0-pointer. But I think I got enough points to get in. We'll make it in. And then I can introduce you to Ashido. Who? Izuku grinned. My cool eyes, buddy. Waiting for his exam results became a lesson in patience. He was constantly checking the mailbox for that long-wished-for acceptance letter. He wasn't the only one. He'd occasionally bump into Mash, also on his way to check his mailbox, and Kaken was blowing up the chat in angry caps lock, complaining that UA couldn't process their results faster. Amongst all this, Tsubasa had been silent and Izuku was beginning to worry. His childhood friend didn't even respond when Kaken went on a rage and changed his chat handle to his most hated names and let loose a flurry of swearing so bad Izuku could taste soap. Mash, ever the only one manners, banned Kaken until he got his UA results in and subsequently calmed down. So it had been quiet for the past few days. Izuku stared at his private chat with Tsubasa, wondering if he should send another message or leave it be. Tsubasa had to be mad about something. There was no other explanation for his sudden radio silence. Izuku just wished he could figure out what it was, so he could fix it. He sighed. He should leave Tsubasa alone for a day or two. Just give him some space. Right before he pressed the power button, a message came in. Kung Fu fighting. Have you checked the mail yet? Mathbo. No, Mom banned me from checking more than once a day. Kung Fu fighting. Fair enough. You should go check it for real though. His heart hammered in his chest. Did that mean? A second later he slipped his shoes on and was running down the stairway to get to the community mailroom where their personal box resided. He nearly tripped on his untied laces a few times, but he didn't care. His results were here. He paused to just hold his letter, excitement and dread swirling in his gut. This was it. Then he ran back up the 3 flights of stairs and through their apartment to open it in the privacy of his room. He tore the letter open. A small, thin disc slid out onto his desk and lit up, projecting All Might into his room. Wait, All Might. Hello, is this thing on? There was an indistinguishable voice off screen. Oh, whoops. All Might turned to face the camera, his trademark grin beaming. Hello, young Midoriya Izuku. I am here with your exam results. On the written portion you got a whopping 95% correct. UA commends you on your hard work and diligence in your studies. Now to your practical. Izuku held his breath. During your 15-minute exam, you earned 28 villain points. Now, on its own, that wouldn't be enough to be accepted, but you were also being graded on heroic acts. A clip of him breaking the robots ganging up on the girl with the shield Quirk appeared. Here you helped a fellow examinee out of a tight spot, all while earning yourself points. And that's not all. Another clip replaced the first, this time showing Izuku turning the robot. You notice the potential danger other testers may be in if the 0-pointer continued its rampage and diffused the situation quickly and calmly. Because of those actions, we will be awarding you a total of 50 rescue points. Congratulations, young Midoriya. Your grand total is 78 points. UA is proud to accept you to the hero course. You earned it. He did one last beaming smile and a thumbs up before the video cut out. Izuku sat frozen for a long moment. He did it. He really did it. Mathbo. At Meta Knight, did you get your results yet? I just got mine. I was accepted. 11. We should celebrate our SMT. I beat Kaken out by 1 point, hahaha. He did get higher on the written though. PLS dude. Text me back. I'm getting worried. Izuku's UA uniform, like all his clothes, was modified to accommodate his wings. Because they were big and difficult to bend, it wasn't as simple as leaving a hole in the back to slip them through. So, design companies had to get creative. It worked like a button-up shirt. but in the back. First he'd slip his arms into the sleeves, raise his wings, and do the buttons above and below the slit for his wing base. Hooks and zippers were also very common. As if to create the illusion that he'd put the shirt on normally, Yue had the fabric sewn so it really looked like it was buttoned in the front. Izuku personally thought it was a bit silly. He had another dress shirt that didn't bother with adding such flourishes to appear normal. But it was a uniform, and they are meant to be, well, uniform. The corresponding jacket was the same as his shirt. It appeared like it was the same as everyone else's in the front, but the small buttons in the back betrayed the whole illusion. Izuku sighed and put it on as well. Last was the tie. It ended up crooked and wouldn't lay flat. Oh well, Izuku, Masharau's here. Mom called from the other room. I'm coming. He grabbed his yellow messenger bag and swung it over his shoulder. For the first time, Mash walked with Izuku to school. Well, as far as Kaken's house to pick him up. Then they'd all take the train to Yue. Izuku rang the doorbell. Inside, there was the usual screaming and cursing before the door flung open. Get off my back, hag. I can take care of my own shit. Like hell I will. I'm your mother and I'm taking care of your ass until you're an adult. Good morning, boys, she finished sweetly, turning to them. A change in tone could give someone whiplash. Mash was fated to be its victim. This being his first time witnessing the peculiar trainwreck that was the Bakugo family on school mornings. All he could do was nod, eyes darting between mother and son. Izuku waved, unbothered. Good morning, Auntie. You both look so nice in your uniforms. Here, Izuku, let me help you straighten that tie. Kaken was vibrating with anger. Seems Aunt Mitsuki still hadn't dropped fixing his hair and uniform before he left the house. Can we fucking go already? He growled. Mind your manners, she snapped back. She smiled at Izuku and Mash. Look after him, won't you? Keep him from picking a fight on his first day. Yes, ma'am. Oh, good. Mash found his voice again. She patted them both on their shoulders, pulled Kaken's ear to remind him to be nice or else, then went inside. Is it like this every morning? Mash asked, sweating a little. Izuku hummed. It's only this lively on the first day. Then it tends to cool down. Stop standing there, assholes. We have a train to catch. We're coming, Kaken. Mash was rendered speechless for the second time that day by Kaken's quick transformation from a school prince to the borderline delinquent they knew and loved. Thanks to years of practice, he could do it in less time than it took to walk a block. Kaken shoved his tie into his backpack and ran a furious hand through his hair, returning it to its usual spiky state. Not even attending one of the most prestigious schools in Japan could deter him from doing what he wanted, it seemed. The train ride was fairly normal. Izuku scrolled through the latest hero news while Mash listened to music. Kaken stared out the window, huffing occasionally, like a cooped-up dog. Then they arrived. UAS bright blue gate, open and waiting. Just beyond it, the 4 towers for each of the courses. Before he walked inside, Izuku pulled out the map and class schedule he'd received in the mail. All 3 of them were lucky enough to be placed in the same class. He led the way, occasionally checking his map and following helpful signs. The doors for each classroom were huge. Were they castle gates or a classroom door? Finally he found it, 1A. He poked his head in the open classroom. A few people at desks glanced up. Disappointingly, none of them were Tsubasa. Kaken stomped past him to claim a spot on the far side of the classroom. Izuku and Mash followed, Izuku claiming his usual seat behind him and Mash next to him. Kaken threw his legs on the desk and leaned back in his chair with a scowl. A familiar voice echoed loudly down the hall. This school is a maze, I tell you. I'll never find my way around. Of course you will. At least we have a map. The pair turned the corner. Izuku didn't recognize the guy, but the girl. Oh yeah, he wouldn't be forgetting that bubblegum pink skin anytime soon. He stood and waved, getting her attention. Ashido. She locked onto him faster than he could say all might. She dragged the guy with her as she bounded across the classroom. Hey, cool eyes. You made it in. Before he could greet her properly, she dived in for a hug. I wanted to say thanks for chatting with me before the exam. It really helped calm me down, she murmured seriously. You're the bee's knees, Mido. More like the moth's knees, she snorted, pulling away. Oh, I need to introduce you to my friend. This is Kirishima, the guy I told you about. The boy in question waved. His fire engine red hair was sculpted up into sharp spikes. I heard about what you did for Ashido. That's super manly, dude. Izuku glanced back at her. He really does say manly. She laughed. Yep, that's Kirishima for you. Izuku caught Mash's confused face out of the corner of his eye. Sorry, I should introduce you to my friends too. This is Anjiro Masharao. He was at City D with you, Kirishima, and this is. I can introduce myself, Dumbass. Kaken interrupted, taking his feet off the desk to face them. Bakugo Katsuki. Ashido stuck her hand out. Nice to meet ya. Me and Izuku met on the bus to the exam. Yeah, I heard. He told us all about you. She glanced at Izuku. I hope you said nice things, she teased before turning back to Kaken. Yo, Bakugo, are you gonna shake my hand or are you afraid I'm gonna bite? Mash stood up from his desk as well. So, you're Kirishima. Sorry, I don't think I remember seeing you at the exam. Kirishima waved his apology away. Don't worry about it. I'm not surprised anyway. My quirk isn't that flashy and I've actually changed my hair since then. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'm embarrassed to say I don't remember you either. Everything seemed to happen so fast and I was just worrying about getting enough points. Mash nodded in complete understanding. Izuku smiled. Already he could feel his small group of friends expanding. Though, that only made the hole where Tsubasa would be more obvious. He wasn't in their class, that was for sure. Every seat was taken now. Izuku's antennae twitched. He was starting to get used to the new sense of his classmates, assigning their faces with smells. But there was a new one in the mix. He glanced around Kirishima, towards the door where it was emanating from, only to see a very scruffy-looking man about to climb into a bright yellow sleeping bag. Hey, Izuku, what are you? Mash cut himself off, also starring. His half-sentence drew the attention of the rest of their group, then spread through the rest of the classroom as everyone else also stared at the figure in the doorway. Conversation hissed away like a bucket of water thrown on a fire. The man glanced up, blinked, and lowered his raised leg. Good. You are aware of your surroundings. One less thing we'll have to work on. Though you all could cut some of the useless chatter. He stood up straight, dark hair framing his face. Welcome to the hero course. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Their homeroom teacher. He had to be a pro hero, then. Izuku couldn't place him, though. The answer hovered just at the tip of his tongue. A dark, simple costume seemed like something he would take note of, especially considering most heroes were brighter and more elaborate. Aizawa reached inside his sleeping bag and revealed a standard PE uniform. You each should have one of these. Put it on and meet me on the grounds in 15 minutes. One girl in the back piped up, but what about the entrance ceremony? The syllabus. I believe in not wasting time. The changing rooms are down the hall and the training fields are on the north side. Welcome to UA. With the class changed and lined up on the training field, Aizawa started. Back in middle school all of you took standard PE tests. The softball throw, the standing long jump, 50-meter dash, side-to-side step, and seated toe touch, to name a few. Before, you weren't allowed to use your quirks. That ends today. Our quirks are extensions of our bodies. He continued lecturing. When you're pros, complete mastery of both body and quirk is essential. As your teacher, it's my job to push your limits. But first, in order to know what you're truly capable of physically, I need a foundation I can work from. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku snapped to attention. Aizawa waved him forward and after a beat of hesitation, he stepped out of line. You placed first in the entrance exam. What was your record in middle school for the 50-meter dash? He frowned. 7.49 seconds. Here, he led Izuku to a white starting line. On the start signal, use your quirk however you see fit. Izuku lowered into a ready stance, his wings rising in preparation. The machine next to him gave a short beep and he kicked off, wings humming as he shot forward. Some nearby classmates had to shield their eyes as loose dirt was flung into the air from the wind. The short sprint was thrilling. The last time he'd gotten to go this fast was at the entrance exam. His stomach curled into his spine from his acceleration, exhilaration thrumming in his veins. 3.34 seconds. The machine at the end of the track chirped as he flew by. Izuku flapped in a backwards motion, slowing and landing. He grinned. He'd shaved off more than 4 seconds just by flying. Behind him, there were exclamations from his classmates. The excitement of using their quirks without restraint was an appealing one. Izuku started jogging back, but then remembered that Aizawa had specifically given permission to use their quirks, so he took off again, skipping off the ground just to hover a few centimeters off the ground. He returned to the group, smiling broadly. Do you think this is a game? Aizawa asked. His words cut through the air like knives. A few people flinched from the force of it. Izuku halted in his tracks, his own excitement at using his quirk seeping away. He'd been too far away to hear exactly what his classmates had been saying. But whatever it was, it majorly ticked off their teacher. Being a pro means risking your life daily. One wrong move and you could be killed. It's certainly not fun. Aizawa smiled, all teeth and no actual mirth. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine. How about we raise the stakes then? Whoever places last across all 8 events will be immediately expelled. That's not fair, someone cried. Life's not fair, Aizawa responded, unsympathetic. Out of hundreds of applicants, you were the one selected to be here. So prove to me why you deserve your spot. With that said, the tests began in earnest. Izuku had already demonstrated the 50-meter dash, so that was their first test. He didn't get the highest score of the class, but he was proud to say that he was in the top 3. It was also when he first got to see Ashido's quirk. She skated forward on corrosive acid, earning her a score of 5.3 seconds and also simultaneously forcing others to sidestep it to avoid melting their shoes. The ball throw started with a bang. Quite literally, Kaken threw the ball with the punch of an explosion behind it. He turned, a smug smile on his face. Aizawa didn't even blink. He revealed his score of 705.8 meters, then called the next person up. Ashido gawked at Kaken. Dude, that was wicked. Kirishima offered his hand for a fist bump. That was so manly. Good job. Yeah, of course it was. Shitty hair, he snapped, but still did the fist bump. The only people who beat his score was a girl with a ponytail who shot the ball out of a cannon, which Izuku thought would be cheating, but Aizawa just shrugged. Good quirk use, he said flatly. The other was another girl with a short bob who quite literally sent it flying into space. Her infinity score nearly gave half the class a conniption, besides the 50-meter dash and the long jump. There weren't many other tests Izuku could inflate his score with wings, though, thanks to his and Mash's beach training, he was able to score fairly well all things considered. He watched as Kaken was able to gain a few extra meters on his long jump by using his explosions to launch forward. He noted that the blonde's control had gotten better in the last year, thanks to whatever training he'd done at the gym. His firing off of explosions was more steady and controlled, more like a punch to keep him moving than a full-scale explosion. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw people shift away as one particular boy with purple balls on his head moved closer. Earlier, Izuku had felt bad when he'd noticed classmates avoiding him. All it took was Ashido repeating some of the gross comments he'd said to not just her, but to some of the other girls, to change his mind. One of the girls suddenly stepped into his peripheral from behind. He recognized squat legs and long webbed feet right before his whole body flinched. Automatically, his wings shuddered out, half flaring his eye spots at her as if she really was some kind of predator looking to eat him. His antennae twisted, catching more of her scent. He turned, raising his hands up. Sorry. Just the insect side of his brain was yelling danger, as if his classmate would actually attack him. He'd seen her a few times already, but always from a distance. It wasn't hard to work out her quirk, given her mutation type like him. Earlier, Izuku had watched fascinated as she cleared a full 5 meters in a single bound without breaking a sweat. She waited patiently while he wrestled his wings back into their upside-down V-shape across his back. No sign of judgment or annoyance on her face. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. They just moved. And I know you're not a threat, but then, the Moth side is kind of freaking out and I'm so sorry for reacting like that, he rambled. He could feel his face getting redder and redder. It's all right, she replied, putting one finger up to her mouth in a thoughtful gesture. It was my fault anyway. I didn't know you could see so far to the side. I've been meaning to talk to you but didn't want to accidentally startle you. Izuku finally managed to hold his wings down so they wouldn't snap out and hit anyone nearby. They were staying folded for the moment but still trembled slightly along with his antennae. Well, I've been meaning to talk to you too. I have some questions about your quirk and I had no idea I would react like this in the first place. Another thing to add to his notebook. I'm not surprised you did. I was the same way when I first met my best friend. She has a snake quirk. A snake quirk. She nodded. She used to make me nervous too. But she's really sweet once you got to know her. She smiled slightly. I hope we can be friends as well. Izuku smiled as well. I hope so too. Does the jumpiness ever leave? Eventually, she assured. Though, sometimes it can happen if you're startled enough. I'll do my best to let you know I'm here so I don't scare you. Thanks, I really appreciate it. They stood awkwardly for a moment, unsure of what to say. He started. I never caught your name. Asui Tsuyu. But just call me Tsu. He grinned. He wouldn't have to think of a nickname for her. Though, speaking of, he'd have to think of something for Ashido and Kirishima. You're Midoriya, right? She asked. Aizawa said you came in first in the entrance exam. Congrats. Yeah, but I only barely got 1 point more than Kaken. She tilted her head. Kaken. Oh, sorry. Bakugo. We've been friends since we were kids. The explosive guy. He nodded. Yep, that's the one. Sue raised an eyebrow. Does he ever chill? Our entire friend group has been trying to figure that out for years. Midoriya, Aizawa called, interrupting their conversation. I'll be back. It was nice meeting you, Tsu. You as well, Midoriya. Don't be afraid to talk to me. I won't, he promised. She was very nice, actually. He wouldn't mind having her as a friend. Animal quirks were few and far between, so it'd be nice to have someone that understood all the wacky effects that came with it. With all 8 tests over, Aizawa revealed their scores. The ponytail girl, Izuku had learned her name was Yaoyorozu, had placed first. Not surprising, her versatile quirk had allowed her to create the perfect tool to get the highest score on most of the tests. Kaken had placed 3rd and Izuku sat at a solid 6th place. Ashido and Kirishima high-fived, taking 9th and 10th place respectively. He glanced at the end of the list, wondering who was the poor student that was being sent home. Minta Minoru, please leave UA grounds. Someone will collect your things from the classroom and have them sent to your home. Aizawa said, voice flat. He clicked off the screen showing their scores and turned away. We're done here for the day. Your syllabi are on your desks back at the classroom. Wait, the great boy, Minta ran forward, tripping slightly in his haste. You can't expel me. Their teacher had no empathy. Yes, I can. You showed the least amount of promise of everyone here, so you're leaving. But, he pointed an accusing finger. This is a school. Isn't it your job to teach us, no matter the promise we have? That very well is true, but regardless of your score, you would have been expelled anyway. So you've been biased against me from the beginning. He shrieked. His desperation was getting more and more sad the longer everyone watched. Aizawa took a step forward. And then another, his long hair rising eerily and his eyes flashed bright red. I refuse to teach someone who views others as objects for sexual attraction. Or did you think I'd let those comments slide just because you want to be a hero? Minda stumbled backwards. If you want even the chance to return to UA in one of our other courses, I suggest you change your actions and words towards your female classmates. Minda didn't argue again. He shuddered under Aizawa's gaze, then turned tail and ran. Nobody was sad to see him go. Aizawa released his quirk. His hair fell back into its disheveled mess and he pulled a small bottle of eye drops from one of the pouches on his belt. Homeroom is over for the day, he announced as if nothing had happened. Get some lunch before your other classes. Yes, sir, they chorused and left. Ashido leaned towards Izuku. Holy shit, I think he's my new favorite teacher. Izuku agreed. He'd only seen that quirk a few times in shaky videos in the depths of hero forums, but there was no doubt in his mind. Aizawa Shoto was the underground hero Eraserhead. The afternoon passed in a way more reminiscent of normal high school. They met the rest of their other teachers and there were no more threats of expulsion, so everyone felt they could relax. Izuku swung his bag over his shoulder, the last bell fading out. Ashido materialized by his desk. Hey, do you take the train at Tetsudo Station? Izuku nodded, catching Kaken's eye. Yeah, we're just going to go say hi to a friend real quick. Oh, a friend? Does he have cool eyes too? Izuku laughed. Not like us, no, just normal. Too bad. She slid closer. I've been keeping an eye out for more people to join our Cool Eyes Club, she snorted. Haha, an eye out. Anyway, I'm thinking we should recruit the tall guy. Face mask, 6 arms. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yes, but his eyes looked normal to me. Well, quote, unquote, normal. Izuku really wasn't one to judge. Nah, I saw him make a couple eyes at the end of his tentacle things. She made a fist and twisted it around like it was seeing. Then it turned into a mouth. She moved her fingers like a puppet's mouth while she kept talking. That's way cool. He needs to join immediately. Izuku's fingers twitched, committing the info to memory for his notebooks. He'd seen the guy make hands during the tests, but eyes and mouths as well. How did that work? Was it only related to the 5 senses, so far being sight, touch, and taste? Could he make an ear, a nose? He buzzed with questions and possibilities. His antennae reacted faster than the rest of him, swiveling in search of a scent he hadn't quite memorized. Unfortunately, he'd already left along with most of the class. Izuku sighed. We'll have to talk to him tomorrow, I guess. Wait, I don't think he left that long ago. I can still catch him, Ashido exclaimed, jumping up and moving towards the door. Here's the plan. You go get your friend, cause I still want to meet him. I'll find Ninja Guy. Then we can all walk together. I'll meet you down at the lockers. All right, break. She grabbed Kirishima, let's go, and dragged him out of the classroom. Hey, if you see Tsu, invite her as well. Izuku shouted after her. Tsu who? Ashido jogged down the hallway backwards. Asui Tsuyu. Frog Quirk, he clarified. Ashido raised 2 thumbs up. Oh, got it. They turned a blind corner and disappeared. Ashido was starting to make a habit of pulling him into her shenanigans out of control pink tornado. Izuku found it exhilarating. Even if he was left breathless and dizzy from it all, he turned to Kaken and Mash, who had been ready for quite some time. No Tsubasa. Mash shook his head solemnly. I happened to see most of Class B leaving and I didn't see him. With the excitement and anxiety of the first day, thoughts of his friend had slipped from his mind. Izuku's antennae twitched. Nothing here in the hall. But that couldn't be right. Maybe he was just tired and not picking through the scents properly. There were traces of dozens of different people in this spot alone. If Tsubasa wasn't in Class 1A, then he must be in 1B. That was the only other hero course class. Izuku led the way down the hall to the other classroom door. It was exactly the same as their own homerooms except it had a B instead of on it. Izuku slid open the door and stepped inside, antennae twisting in search of Tsubasa's scent. It was much easier to pick through the couple dozen individual scents that drifted through the room. He hadn't been here. He slumped. So Tsubasa hadn't been accepted to the hero course. That must be why he hadn't been answering. Well, Kaken asked from the doorway. Izuku simply shook his head, shutting the door behind him. Nothing. Kaken's face darkened. So he's been avoiding us because he failed. Katsuki, Mash warned. Leave Tsubasa alone. He's probably having a hard enough time with it already. I'm not mad that he failed. I'm mad cause we had the right to know. Instead he's sniveling and being dramatic by not responding. I'm going to kick his ass when he finally decides to show his pathetic face. He glared and shoved his fists into his pockets. If he's going to be a whiny ass about this, then I don't want to talk to him. He stormed off without looking back. Izuku could see Kaken's point. To an extent, they were all friends. They should be helping and relying on each other, not pushing away. But he didn't agree with Kaken's method of pulling away as well. All that was going to accomplish was more conflict. Mash sighed, his tail thrashed behind him. Let's catch up so we don't miss the train. If Tsubasa failed the practical, then he was probably placed in one of the general courses. We'll look for him there tomorrow. He gave Izuku a stiff smile. Yeah, we'll find him, Izuku replied hollowly. He glanced back at Class 1B. Tsubasa, this isn't like you. Why haven't you answered? Thanks for inviting me to walk with you, Tsu said, on the other side of Mash, so she and Izuku were separated. It's no problem, Izuku smiled. They'd figured out that he only had a strong fearful reaction when she was close. So it was best to be slightly separated for the time being. And while he'd apologized over and over, frustrated that his instincts had other ideas of how to act, Tsu just waved it off. We'll take it slow, she told him. It'll take some time for your instincts to calm down and recognize that I'm not a threat. On Izuku's other side, Ashido skipped along, seemingly never out of energy. The crushing defeat of failing to catch Mr. Ninja completely forgotten. We should all study together in the future. Anyone here good at English? That's my worst subject, she pulled a face. I'll help you, Izuku promised. I usually help tutor Mash too, so we can all work together. Mido, you're a lifesaver. Sue, Bakugo, you want to join too? It'll be a party. Sue nodded her agreement. Kaken huffed, but Izuku knew he wouldn't pass up a chance to yell at more people about their shitty math. I can bring snacks, Mash offered. I have about 3 dozen cans of root beer I need help drinking. Dang, was it on sale or something? Ashido laughed. What store do you go to? I need to get some too. Mash gave Izuku a flat look. I was bribed. Wasn't a bribe, Izuku insisted. I won my bet. And you won your prize. Sounds like a bribe to me, Sue cut in. Isn't he supposed to pay you something if you won? Izuku made several noises, none of them words. He squeaked, sounding like a deflating balloon. Well, it's meant to be a bet, and I'm sticking to what I said. They laughed, lighthearted and amicable. They'd survived the first day of school. Now they could face anything. Mothbo, at Meta Knight, hey, I know you didn't get accepted to the hero course. I'm really sorry. There's still a chance though. If you do well in the sports festival, then you could probably change classes. Me and Mash will send you our notes from heroics so you aren't behind. Kaken's really mad at you, so maybe drop a hi in the group chat soon or something. We miss you. Izuku had seen Ashido's ambush coming from a mile away. There were traces of her perfume all the way up the stairs, and he easily spotted the toe of her sneaker that was poking out from around the corner where their classroom was. So he didn't flinch when she jumped out, hands on hips. Mido, morning, Ashido. You never gave me your number. She fake pouted. I'm trying to form the cool eye gang here and I need them digits. Izuku pulled out his phone. Sorry about that. It was kinda crazy yesterday. He rattled off his number and within seconds received invites to 2 chats. Study group and Cool Eye Squad. You guys as well, she pointed to Mash and Kaken. We're making a study group chat too. Kiri's already got a couple other people in there. Mash gave her his as well and was rewarded with an invite to the study group. You better not blow up my phone at all hours of the night, Kaken growled. I will fucking block you. Don't worry, Blasty. Notifications are only set to at mentions, she guaranteed. But don't turn the notifications all the way off. I suck at math and need help. No fucking promises. You better study as well, or I'm out. I promise. Same goes for you, shitty hair. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up from the classroom doorway. You got it, bro. Kaken stomped towards him. Don't call me bro. Mash was quick on his heels. No fighting in the classroom. Always sure to keep Kaken from exploding. Izuku moved to follow, but Ashido grabbed his arm. Come meet the ninja. She dragged him to the back of the classroom. This is Shaoji. I managed to catch him outside the front entrance. Izuku wondered if catch actually meant ambush in Ashido's world. Shaoji spoke from a mouth on one of his tentacles. Midoriya, right. Ashido told me about you. Did she also tell you about my lamp addiction? Shaoji raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, it's pretty light. Ashido jabbed him in the side. Bad joke, Mothman. I'm just trying to brighten your day. Anyway, she said, changing the topic and ignoring Izuku's bad pun. Shaoji, you should be part of our Cool Eyes squad. His face was hard to read with the face mask on. But Izuku could tell he was a little bewildered by her sudden statement. Izuku tried to explain. We're making a group of people with cool eyes. Ashido thought you'd be a good fit. I don't think there's anything particularly special about my eyes. Ashido sat on the desk next to him. Of course there is. Dude, you can make up to 3 extra pairs of eyes. That's super cool. I thank you, Shaoji said sincerely. But, what does your group even do? We just be cool. Ashido kicked her legs. Actually, I haven't thought that far. I have a group chat you can join and we can hang out. What do you usually do after school? Usually study. She puffed her cheeks out. Izuku, same. You guys, I swear, we're going to do something fun together after school. There's that new movie coming out on Saturday, or I know a fun cafe we can go to. Xiaoji, give me your number and we'll make plans. If Ashido's quirk wasn't acid, it would have been naturally making friends. They'd only been speaking for a minute and she'd already coerced Xiaoji into giving her his number, but also extracted a promise to text her if he had any ideas for what they could do this upcoming weekend. Izuku caught Aizawa's scent coming from down the hall. Hate to cut this short, but class should be starting soon. Nice talking to you, Xiaoji. You as well. Ashido scampered to her seat and Izuku followed close behind. As he passed the door, he could smell another one of his classmates standing outside. It didn't hurt to give them a warning as well, so he stuck his head out. Hey, Aizawa's on the way. The boy jumped, his large rock-like head turning sharply to look at Izuku. Upon seeing him, he stepped back, quickly nodding his head. He held up a finger as if to say 1 second, but wouldn't meet Izuku's eyes. His whole body shook like a leaf. Okay, sorry for startling you. He went back into the classroom and sat in his seat behind Kaken. A few moments later, the boy ducked into the classroom and hurried to his desk by Xiaoji. He sat seconds before Aizawa rounded the corner, nodding when he found all of them in their seats. Good. Paying attention wasn't just a first-day thing. Let's get started. The second day of school was much less stressful than the first. Aizawa did roll call without any threats of expulsion. After some normal school announcements, he gave them the freedom to prepare for their other classes as they wished and rolled into his sleeping bag on the floor. While others were chatting, Izuku snuck to the front of the classroom and crouched down. Mr. Aizawa. His teacher opened his eyes with a sigh. Yes, Midoriya. I have a friend that didn't get in the hero course. Absolutely not. I didn't finish. I don't care if you're my best student. I don't give out favors to friends. His voice dripped with contempt at even the idea. Izuku frowned. That's not what I was going to ask. He raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? I just want to know what class he was put in after failing. I haven't seen him since before the entrance exam and I'm worried. Not much I can do, kid. All student information is strictly confidential and I can't tell you that, even if I wanted to. And I don't, he added. I don't teach to get wrapped up in teenage drama. Ask around the general course if you're worried about your friend. He closed his eyes again, shuffling back into his sleeping bag. Izuku decided not to push it and returned to his seat. Their classes seemed to drag on. It didn't matter that they were going to a top-tier school for heroes. Regular subjects were still just as boring as they always were. Ashido began nodding off in the middle of math and MASH became a case study for lost souls in English. The mood lifted after lunch. Finally, the class they'd all been waiting for, basic hero training. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might himself announced, definitely not coming in normally. He marched in, his signature grin beaming as he stood at the podium in front of the classroom. The class was sent into a miniature uproar as everyone began speaking at once. Izuku beamed at his desk, excitement running down his spine and into his wings so they vibrated contentedly on his back. Ever since he'd gotten his acceptance letter, he knew there had to be a reason it was recorded by the #1 hero himself. And now it turned out he was teaching at UA and their class no less. His antennae twitched, in the hopes to catch All Might's scent from among his classmates. He frowned. Something was wrong with it. All Might raised a hand for silence, and after some shuffling, the noises died down. I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I look forward to getting to know each one of you as both heroes and students. Principal Nezu has graciously invited me to join UAS staff this year, and I look forward to teaching hero basic training. Which brings me to today's lesson. With a dramatic flourish, he revealed a note card simply printed with the word battle. Today we'll be simulating hero and villain battles in one of the battle arenas. But before that, you all need your costumes. A sleek white panel emerged from the wall. Within sat rows of metal cases, each painted with a bold black number. Grab the case that corresponds with your class rank. All Might instructed. Get changed quickly. We want as much time as possible for our battle trials. The class surged forward. Izuku saw Ashido grab her case and run out of the room with it held overhead, eyes bright with delight. Mash and Kirishima were more dignified, stepping back and letting others go first. They tried to wave Izuku forward, but he shook his head. No, go on. I want to ask All Might something. Looking for an autograph already? Mash teased. At least wait until after class. Izuku flushed. Yeah, he was a fanboy through and through, but he did understand the meaning of time and place. Mash didn't press it. He grabbed his case and jogged out of the room, leaving Izuku alone with his idol. All Might glanced at a sheet of paper. Izuku could see it had names and pictures of everyone in the class. Young Midoriya. Is something the matter? Izuku shook his head. Now that he was closer, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. All Might's scent. It wasn't right. He'd always imagined it being bright, maybe tangy and light, to match his bright personality. This was heavy and bitter, the metallic scent of blood undercutting it. It smelled, well, Sick? No, he said, feeling very small next to the literal and figurative giant. I wanted to ask if you're okay. All Might's smile froze. His constant smile always appeared effortless, but now it wobbled as if he now had to concentrate to hold it up. His hand drifted almost imperceptibly towards his left side. I can assure you, I am doing quite fine. No need to worry, young man. He coughed. The scent of blood grew stronger. Now, no more dilly-dallying. We have battle trials to get to. Grab your case and I'll see you in a minute. Izuku hesitated. All Might waved him forwards. Don't want to keep your classmates waiting. Izuku let himself be shooed out of the classroom. Perhaps it wasn't such a coincidence that All Might began teaching this year if he truly had been injured. But the question was when and how. In Izuku's costume application, he asked the support company for a relatively simple design. His focus was functionality and practically. It consisted of armored shirt and pants, both a dark green to match his wings. He had extra padding for his knees and elbows in case of a rough landing, and the hole for his wing base was a bit wider at the bottom to account for his thermal device for winter. The shoes were sturdy and black, with a bit of spring in them for landing. He'd thought of that after the entrance exam. All of those requests were met perfectly. The rest of the design was surprising. Whoever his designer was, they didn't stop at a basic green color. Small black dots swirled down his arms and legs, reminiscent of his eye spots. There were also some thin, white bands running the lengths of his arms and legs that served as accents. All in all, Izuku was extremely happy with it, and wearing it really set in the feeling of being a hero. He glanced at the shiny new thermal device that was still nestled in its padding. He shouldn't need it. It was well into spring now and it was more than warm enough, but something nagged at him. He grabbed it before he could reconsider. A hero was always prepared after all. He was the last one to step out into the training field and got a good look at everyone's unique and colorful costumes. Ashido's one-piece suit fit her wild personality, and only made her more colorful with its turquoise base and splashes of purple. Mash went more simple, as looked exactly like one of his martial arts uniforms. Though a black utility belt circled his waist and the designer had added faux fur on the collar to match his tail. He brushed at it now, looking slightly annoyed. He definitely hadn't included it in his application. Kaken's costume screamed explosive, but that was mainly because his gauntlets were modeled after grenades. Sue waved, getting his attention, then stepped closer. His wings flinched, but he paid them no mind. He was getting used to his own knee-jerk response. Nice costume, she croaked. Thanks, yours looks nice too. They both had a green aesthetic, but while Izuku's was dark, Sue's was bright. Like him, she also kept her costume fairly simple. A pair of goggles sat on her head, most likely for swimming. Students, All Might waved from the front of the pack to get their attention. Now that you all look the part, time to move on to the exercise for today. All of you have been assigned a number and will be drawn from these baskets to form random hero and villain teams. First up, All Might reached into each, extracting 2 balls. Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mizo are the hero team, versus Asuitsuyu and Midoriya Izuku as the villains. They caught each other's eye. He continued his instructions. Hero team, you will be given the building blueprints and location of the weapon. Your objective is to either secure the weapon by touching it, or to apprehend the villains. Villain team, your job is the opposite. Don't let the heroes reach your weapon and don't get caught. The game ends when time runs out or either of the hero objectives are met. Both teams, you will be given ear communicators and 5 minutes to prepare as you see fit. Use your time wisely. Each battle trial will last 15 minutes and will be observed by the rest of your classmates in the CCTV room. Now go, plus ultra. Izuku walked around the weapon they were tasked to protect. A flimsy paper mash rocket that looked more at home as a prop for an elementary school play than a convincing bomb. I have some ideas, he told Sue. From what I observed during Aizawa's quirk tests yesterday, Todoroki has a nice quirk. Shoji, I'm not completely sure of everything his quirk can do, but he has some strength enhancement and he can create things like eyes and mouths on the ends of his tentacles. Todoroki will be a problem for me. If it's too cold, I can end up slipping into hibernation to preserve body heat. It's a problem for me too. My wings stiffen in the cold and become unusable. Izuku sighed. It was a wildly bad matchup. The 2 people in the class with weaknesses to cold up against a nice quirk. This could only go wrong. Izuku placed his chin in his hand. The best thing to do was avoid Todoroki if at all possible. He had a slightly better advantage than Sue because he brought his thermal device. But a head-on battle still wouldn't be good. They'd have to be sneaky and avoid conflict if possible. Maybe even win down the clock. He considered their easy movable weapon. Do you think there are any rules against relocating? The buzzer rang, signaling the start of the fight. I'm in position, Sue murmured in his earpiece. Let's hope this works. Izuku nodded to himself. He'd wedged himself into one of the blind corners of the room. To anyone entering, they wouldn't see him until too late. On his back, his thermal device hummed. The air it was blowing on his folded wings was hot and stifling. but he didn't want to be caught unprepared by Todoroki and lose precious seconds trying to turn it on. They're approaching the building now. So far so good. During their 5-minute prep time, they had relocated the weapon to a random room on the top floor. Izuku would serve as a distraction in the original bomb room and Tsu would be the last line of defense. But hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Wait, Izuku's heart pounded. Was their plan falling apart already? Xiaoji's waiting outside. That's a weird tactic. It didn't take long for Izuku to put the pieces together. Ice materialized on the ground, making the temperature plummet, the sharp smell of winter filling the air. If he had been on the floor, his feet would have been frozen solid. Izuku's breath fogged as he breathed outwards. He was doubly glad that he thought to grab his support item. He shivered slightly. Are you doing all right, Tsu? Yeah, came her shaky reply. It's a bit chilly. That Quirk is kinda crazy. Izuku agreed. Was Todoroki trying to freeze the whole building? Try to keep moving so you don't get cold. It's not much, but it's the best we can do. I'll do my best. His antennae twitched. Todoroki's sharp scent. The sound of footsteps drew closer. Izuku tensed, staring at the doorway. Wait for it. Todoroki turned the corner, alone, walking in as if completely certain they had been taken care of. At least Izuku didn't have to deal with Xiaoji too. His ice-covered left side faced Izuku, so he couldn't see the other boy's face. But he got the sense he was scanning the room. Todoroki paused. A completely empty room was definitely the first hint that something wasn't right. Izuku pushed off from the wall, dark wings unfurling. Really, it was ridiculous how little people tended to look up. Todoroki began to turn, his uncovered eye widening. Izuku slammed his foot into the other boy's left side, making his ice armor crack and knocking him sideways and off balance. Izuku landed on the balls of his feet, instinctively lowering into the ready stance he'd drilled over with MASH for the past 5 years. Todoroki caught himself with a wave of ice. His eye narrowed, not so blindly confident now. His right hand went to his left side and new ice spread across where Izuku had broken it. Where's the weapon? Izuku shrugged. I seem to have misplaced it. Todoroki didn't seem to like his answer. A wave of ice crashed towards him. Izuku didn't think. He dodged upwards, narrowly missing the ceiling. He scowled. Too cramped. Not enough space to go up. He needed more room. He dodged another wave of ice. Every attack from Todoroki was leaving him with less space to work in. He shivered. It was also lowering the temperature further. His thermal device was holding up well against the cold so far, but the rest of him was freezing. Time to distract. He flew towards the room's entrance. I'll show you where it is. He zipped out of the room. Hopefully he annoyed Todoroki enough that he'd come after Izuku instead of looking for the bomb. He ducked around a corner. Hallway was too cramped for full flying. Hey Tsu, how's it going? Pretty chill. Izuku sucked in a laugh. Sorry about that. I'll work on fixing that for you. I'd love that. Thanks. Todoroki's scent was closing in again. Izuku pressed his hands and feet against the narrow walls and Spider climbed his way up the wall. Time to see if Todoroki learned his lesson the first time. This would be much easier if he had sticky pads like Tsu. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Mental note, find out who to ask about costume upgrades. Todoroki turned the corner, not bothering to look up. His mistake. Izuku dropped on him. This time Izuku had managed to surprise him enough to knock him fully to the ground. Then he had to jump back as ice webbed its way out from Todoroki's right foot. The temperature dropped even more. Izuku backed up, only to hit solid ice. He turned. A solid ice wall at his back. Todoroki in front of him. He swallowed, his throat dry. Trapped in a hallway of ice was not something that made him very comfortable. Todoroki stood up. Izuku wouldn't call his expression that of anger, more akin to annoyance. It was the most emotion he'd seen during their entire fight so far. Ice laced its way up Todoroki's right side. The temperature dropped even more. It had to be bordering on glacial now. Izuku's fingers and toes were practically frozen. His fingernails dark purple. The thermal device on his back sputtered. A chill crept onto the tips of his wings. I'll freeze the whole building, Todoroki said. It doesn't bother me, but it clearly bothers you. Izuku tilted his head. His teeth started chattering, making speaking difficult. Then why are you shivering too? More ice. He burst forward, ignoring the stiffness of his limbs and the cold seeping into his warm pocket of air. Just keep moving and he'll be fine. His wings blurred, dodging wave after wave of ice. Todoroki took a step back. Izuku was right up on him. He kicked out, striking him right in the solar plexus. Todoroki grunted and stumbled. Izuku followed it up with a punch to the chin. Sorry, Todoroki. It was a move born from panic. It was getting harder to move. His head spun. Everything was going wrong. It was too cold, too fast. The hallway was too enclosed. His only escape route past his opponent. He stumbled past. There shouldn't be much time left on the clock. He could probably withstand another hit and run, as long as he kept Todoroki away from both the weapon and Tsu. A hand slammed into the small of his back. The weak pocket of air protecting his wings suddenly cut off. The shock was enough to make him fall over. Izuku barely felt anything as his shivering body hit the floor. Everything was so numb, so cold. He was an ice statue. My apologies, Todoroki said. His boots crunched on the sheen of ice on the floor as he walked past. I'll come back and free you once I find the weapon. I'll just be a moment. Izuku listened to the sound of footsteps fading away. Tsu, he coughed. Todoroki, on way. Midoriya, are you okay? You don't sound good. She sounded concerned. Cold. It hurt to move. He wanted to pull his legs and arms in closer for some semblance of warmth, but it would take too much effort. Izuku lay face down on the floor, chest heaving, his breath steaming up the ice under his head. His thermo device was completely frozen. Now it was just a giant ice cube strapped to his back and making him more uncomfortable. It took some tries, but he managed to fumble at the straps with frozen fingers and drag it off. He waited in silence, every second dragging. His wings were solid, no chance of even being able to move them. He couldn't feel his hands at this point. Maybe he'll lose them to frostbite. What a funny thought. His head spun. The cold pressed in on all sides. His icebox prison. He'll just close his eyes for a moment. Take a nap. He was very tired. Team wins. All Might's voice boomed. Izuku's eyes snapped open, antennae twitching. He was still in the frozen hallway. Without Todoroki's influence, it had started to melt a bit. Drops of water fell from the ceiling. Shakily he huffed on his hands. The round was over now. He needed to leave. He rolled onto his side. No, too tired. He closed his eyes again. He'll get back up when he's rested some more. Midoriya. Would people stop waking him up? Todoroki kneeled next to him. The ice that had covered the left side of his face was gone. He looked down with concern. Can you move? Most of the ice in the hallway was gone. His wings fluttered against his back. I suppose, he slurred. Todoroki helped him to his feet, putting one arm over his shoulder. You need to see Recovery Girl. I left you in the cold too long. You probably have hypothermia. Never had hypothermia before. Don't like winter. Izuku glanced up, meeting two different colored eyes. One gray, one blue. Heterochromia, he believed it was called. That was pretty cool. Wanna join our gang? He asked. He didn't get to hear Todoroki's response. His knees buckled and his vision went dark. Consciousness faded in slowly. The first thing Izuku was aware of was how comfortably warm he was, as if he had fallen asleep in a patch of sunlight. He used to do that often as a kid, prompting Mom to tease him. Are you a cat or a moth? She laughed, bending over to tickle him awake. He squirmed away from her wriggling fingers and giggled. Meow. I'm a cat moth. I've never seen a cat moth before. Come here so I can look for your tail and whiskers. No, he cried as she planted kisses on his cheeks and brushed fingers over the sensitive skin of his sides, making his stomach hurt with uncontrollable laughter. He sighed in content, wings shifting out to catch more warmth. Sleep tugged at him, dreams of happy childhood days calling. You thick-headed buffoon. You should have called the fight. I might have gotten a little carried away. A little. I had to fix up 3 students all with cold-related injuries on the second day because you were too invested in watching a bad matchup. A warning for the future. Don't put students sensitive to the cold against someone with an ice quirk. There was a loud thump. Izuku opened his eyes. He was laying face down in a hospital bed with a curtain drawn around it. Above him, a wide heat lamp was centered on his wings. That part hadn't been a dream. Nestled along his sides were several heat packs in various colors. He rolled onto his side, then sat up, careful to not bump into the heat lamp. The air smelled like anesthetic. The nurse's office then. He easily recognized Sue's scent coming from behind him, and on the other side of the curtain in front of him, All Might's and someone else, most likely the nurse. He drew back the curtain, catching the attention of the 2 adults. Oh, there you are, dearie. How are you feeling? The small, old woman smiled pleasantly, her tone much softer and patient than what he'd overheard just a minute ago. I'm okay, he mumbled, glancing at All Might. His idol, who faced villains every day for decades with an unwavering confidence, now looked like he was about to bolt. What happened? Your team lost. Despite all your hard work, I'm afraid, the nurse told him, handing him a handful of gummies. It was an unfair matchup from the beginning. I'm surprised you managed to hold out as long as you did. Both you and Miss Asui succumbed to hypothermia and Mr. Todoroki overworked his quirk, leaving him with the beginnings of frostbite. She huffed. He really should have made better use of his partner, instead of leaving him standing outside while he fought you 2 alone. Perhaps that way you'd have avoided the worst of your injuries. She patted his hand. Don't worry though, I fixed you all up, so you're good to go. All Might, judging it was safe, detached himself from the wall. Recovery Girl is the best in the business, so you were in good hands. Though, it'd be best to avoid getting such grievous injuries in the future. No need to push yourself too hard. Recovery Girl jabbed her cane at him. You do well to remember your own advice. She scowled and turned back to Izuku. School's over for the day, so you can go home. Some of your friends dropped by earlier. They're probably still outside. Izuku slid off the bed. Will Tsu be okay? She'll be fine. She just needs some extra rest for the time being. She'll be good as new by tomorrow. Thank you. Izuku bowed first to her, then to All Might. Bye, dear. I don't mind visitors, but I'd rather not see them as patients so early in the year. He slipped out the door, closing it quietly behind him. Mash leapt up from where he'd been leaning against the wall. Izuku, Kaken pushed himself to his feet as well. Hey, I can't believe I missed the other matches. That's what you're fucking worried about. Kaken stomped forward. You passed out and Ice Bastard's partner had to carry you to the nurse's office. Oh, Shaoji had brought him. Is Todoroki okay too? Like I give a shit. Mash smacked him with his tail. Chill. You're not some kind of rabid dog that always needs the last word. Kaken growled, but didn't argue. Mash turned back to Izuku. I think you did a good job, all things considered. The teams were super unbalanced, but you nearly won, so that's something. Yeah, the cold wasn't great. He shivered at the memory of it. But what about your fights? Kaken brightened at that topic. Our team crushed it. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the word our, not the usual I. That ponytail girl can make grenades. Oh, that explained it. Good to see he's making friends. Mash shook his head. They're a force to be reckoned with. Ours didn't do very well, to be honest. We were beat almost right out the gate. Kinda hard to notice someone who's completely invisible. He sighed. Oh, by the way, Izuku, Koda told me about this morning. Izuku looked at him, puzzled. It might have just been a really long day, but he barely could remember what had happened that morning. And he wasn't too familiar with everyone's names yet. The really quiet guy, sharp head. His quirk lets him talk to animals. Izuku nodded. He remembered now. The boy who was standing in the hallway before homeroom. Well, he kinda was rude. Apparently, I didn't get details, but he wanted you to know he was sorry about that. He found you a little unsettling but didn't want to hurt your feelings. I understand. Lots of people find my eyes kinda creepy. Mash grimaced. It isn't just your eyes. He's afraid of. He paused and bit his lip. He has entomophobia, the fear of insects. Izuku first learned the word back in elementary school. A girl in a lower grade screamed the first time she saw him, thinking he was something out of her nightmares. When he tried to apologize, she burst into tears. Both of them had to be shuffled off by teachers that overheard the commotion. When he returned home from school, he had been consumed. Entomophobia, the fear of insects. Other, more specific cases included apophobia, fear of bees, myrmecophobia, fear of ants, and finally, lepidopterophobia, the fear of moths and butterflies. One long word that described why some people shuddered at the sight of him. Oh, Izuku murmured. Yeah. Mash rubbed the back of his neck. It's not your fault, you know. I know. I just. Tell him thanks from me. I need to think about this. Izuku tapped his pencil against his desk, mind whirling. Entomophobia. His moth quirk. He sighed. It wasn't Koda's fault for being scared any more than it was Izuku's for being born with the quirk he had. Neither of them could help it. Mash had told him that Koda was really nice. Yes, he was quiet, finding sign easier to use than speaking most of the time. Like the exact opposite of Kaken. Izuku wouldn't mind being friends with someone like that. He didn't want anyone to be afraid of him. He didn't want Koda to be afraid of him. He remembered the first time he'd talked to Tsu, and how irrationally fearful he'd been, despite knowing she wasn't going to hurt him. How frustrated he'd been that he couldn't carry on a simple conversation without wanting to bolt. Maybe he and Koda had something in common. He opened his laptop and grabbed a sheet of paper and pencil. Tsu was helping him overcome his fears. Maybe he could help Koda overcome his. Last message to Meta Knight sent at 7:38 p.m. There was a flock of reporters outside UAS gates early Wednesday morning. Izuku felt it was accurate to describe them as such because, much like a flock of pigeons, for example, they descended upon the school as if sensing the tiniest breadcrumb they could eat. That breadcrumb being news that All Might was currently teaching there. What's it like being taught by All Might? A reporter shoved a microphone in Mash's face. Oh, he's nice, I guess, he stammered. Are you saying that All Might is not as benevolent as his public facade may seem? What? Mash's eyes widened. No, that's not what I meant at all. Another reporter nearby pushed their own microphone at his face as well. What did you mean by that statement? He's definitely nice. Like, he's doing his best. He still uses note cards and has to check the roll still to remember everyone's names. Kaken grabbed the handle of his backpack and pushed him forward past the two reporters. Get a move on or we'll be late for class. When they tried to ask him questions as well, he let off a small but loud blast that made every mic in the area peak. I don't care for your shitty questions about All Might. If you want to ask questions, then get an interview with him and stop fucking harassing students. Izuku, you coming or what? Right behind you. He led the way through the sea of reporters. Any that dared to try pointing a mic at his face got a glare strong enough to melt Todoroki's ice with its heat. Izuku changed his mind. These reporters weren't like pigeons. That would imply that while annoying, they were relatively harmless. No, they were more like vultures, looking for any scrap they could pick over and slice to be completely unrecognizable. Just before he could step past the gate, a reporter grabbed his shoulder, pulling him to a halt. Hey, I'm not leaving until I can get some kind of scoop. Just give me some details and I'll let you go to class. No, sorry, I need to go. His protest only aggravated her further. Come on, kid. I'm trying to do my job here. How about this? What did you learn about yesterday in his class? I'm sure the number one hero has all sorts of practical experience he can tell you about. She was too close, too aggressive. The crowd surrounded them, forming a ring that cut off his escape route. His wings shuddered out, black eye spots glaring at her. Izuku tried to get them under control. It was just an aggressive reporter. He'd have to deal with lots of those when he eventually became a pro. She moved closer and his whole body tensed, thoughts of being cornered rushing through his head. His wings snapped out, smacking into those on either side of him and making them cry out. Then Izuku was perched on top of UAS gate, the reporters below murmuring and staring up at him. Hey, get back here. The aggressive reporter took a step forward and the heavy metal gates of UA slammed shut. Izuku could feel the vibrations underneath his feet. That ticked off the reporter more and she started yelling. Time to dip. Izuku hopped off the other side of the gate and glided to the ground with a few flaps to rejoin Mash and Kaken. Are you all right? Mash asked worriedly. He nodded. That lady has some anger management issues. I'll show her anger management issues, Kaken snarled. Who does she think she is, harassing students for interviews? I'll kill them. Mash clicked his tongue, not happy with the way Kaken spoke. Between him and Aunt Mitsuki, they did a fairly good job of policing him on his manners. Aizawa emerged from around the corner of the building. I'm inclined to agree with you, Bakugo, though your methodology is extreme. He faced the solid steel wall that blocked the front entrance inside. Normally the press is annoying, but fairly harmless. News of All Might teaching here seems to have whipped them into a frenzy, however, and now they're an even bigger nuisance. I don't need them distracting my students. But how are you going to make them leave? Mash asked. We could always toss them All Might, Aizawa mentioned casually, as if the number one hero was a stick to keep the reporters distracted. But for now we'll issue a warning to not attempt to pass the UA barrier and open the gates back up. There are still students who will be arriving. Now get to class. I don't need you standing around and bothering me. He shooed them away, the three of them walking towards the front entrance. There wasn't anyone else in the plaza due to the early hours and their footsteps carried. They reached the door when Aizawa called back to them again. Midoriya. Izuku turned to face his teacher. The walls around UA are equipped with motion sensors that trip a silent alarm when you fly over them. I suggest you don't. A warning. He nodded. He'd used the front gate like everyone else. The reporter fiasco was quite a way to start the morning, but Izuku accomplished his mission. They were the first ones in the classroom. While Mash and Kaken sat at their desks, Izuku slipped over to Koda's desk on the other side of the room. He'd spent a long time the previous night thinking and writing what he wanted to say. He didn't want to sound aggressive about wanting to help, so he stuck with something short and simple. Koda, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm sure you know who I am. Ajiro told me that you have entomophobia, so I'll do my best not to accidentally scare you. I hope, despite everything, we can still become friends. If you ever want to talk to me, my number is 30 to 30 to 40. Midoriya. He decided to go the same route Sue did when they first met. He'd try his best to not scare him and offered the hand of friendship. If Koda decided to take it, he'd just have to wait and see. I've reviewed your battle trials and grades from yesterday. Aizawa began class, setting a manila folder on the podium. So, let's review. Todoroki. The dual-haired boy glanced up from his seat in the back. I don't need to remind you of the effects cold can have not only on yourself, but others as well. Please be mindful of your two classmates that are more sensitive to it and take necessary precaution. Todoroki nodded, his face blank. Midoriya and Asui. I took the liberties of having the support course redesign your costumes so they're able to withstand colder temperatures. We don't want you getting hypothermia every training session. You should get them back in the next day or so. Izuku raised his hand. Who do we talk to about costume changes? Aizawa's eyebrows shot up. Perhaps it was a bit surprising that Izuku needed modifications after only 2 days of school, but seeing Tsu stick to walls had given him an idea. You can talk to Powerloader in the support course. He oversees all modifications. Any other questions? There were none. With that out of the way, let's move on to the individual reviews. Now he turned solely to Izuku. Midoriya, you have a habit of jumping before flying. Is that necessary to take off? His brain froze. That was a curveball he hadn't expected. But, when he thought about it, he did tend to jump or leap to first get into the air. It was something he had done since he was a little kid and he didn't think twice about it. I'm not sure, he admitted, frowning. Is it a problem? For the moment, no. It's most likely just a habit from childhood. In the future, however, you may want to be quiet or reduce extra movement. Look into it when you have time. He nodded. Aizawa moved on. Bakugo, I'll forgive you for destroying half a building. but you need to be more aware of your allies and possible civilians. Homeroom continued in that manner. Aizawa went from person to person, pointing out areas they could improve in, asking about applications of their quirks, and occasionally throwing out a flat-voiced compliment for innovative quirk use. He marked some things in the file he carried and snapped it shut. Now I have an announcement. Everyone tensed. Did he choose the next person to be expelled? You need to choose a class representative. I don't care how you do it, just get it done in the next 10 minutes. He pulled his sleeping bag out from under the podium and wrapped himself in it. Wake me up when you're finished. Then he fell asleep. The classroom descended into chaos. The majority of people immediately started shouting over one another. Class representative would be a tedious job in any other high school, but for UA and the hero course at large, it provided an opportunity for leadership. Ashido launched halfway out of her seat. Make me president and I'll turn this class into a full-time party. Like that's happening. Kaken slammed a fist on his desk. What kind of school do you think this is? You'd make for a shitty president anyway. It should be someone that actually has brain cells in their head. Oof, Bakugo. No need to be so rude. She folded her arms. Let me guess, you want to be president instead. I'd do a better job than you, he snapped. They stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Mash sighed from his desk. Guys, it's just choosing the class presidency, not a death match. A hand shot up from the other side of the room, a voice rising above the commotion. Please, let us conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion. If we only argue amongst ourselves, a decision will never be made. The noise died down as everyone turned to look at who said it. Izuku dug for his name. Ada, he thought. He recognized the glasses and dark blue hair. Oh, what should we do then? Someone asked. Ada lowered his hand. I propose we put it to a vote. Democracy will suit us best in this situation. There were low murmurs of agreement. While Ada and another classmate prepared voting strips, Izuku leaned towards Mash. Who are you voting for? He rubbed the back of his head. Is it too forward to say myself? I was the class vice president a few years back and enjoyed it. And I have experience leading others from helping at Mom's studio. I don't think it's too forward at all. If you can manage Kaken, you can manage a class full of heroes in training. I heard that. Kaken huffed from in front of him. Anyway, Izuku continued. I'd vote for you. He barely got the words out of his mouth before Ashido whipped around, a fierce gleam in her eye. Mido, you're supposed to have my back on this. Vote for me. Ashido, you're already the founder and president of the Cool Eyes gang. She froze. Oh, shit. You're right, Midoriya. She tapped her foot. But class president would be cool too. Ajiro, what did you do as vice president? We worked with teachers and students to resolve different problems, and it was our responsibility to raise awareness for different events. Wait, I thought you got to plan parties and dances, those kinds of things. Well, yeah, but there weren't many of those, so we did other stuff. I don't think UA has parties anyway. Izuku couldn't imagine Aizawa as a chaperone to 100 wild teenagers getting high on punch and dancing to whatever songs were currently trending. Though, Mike would definitely love the idea. He'd probably even volunteer to be their DJ. Ashido frowned. Yikes. Next thing on my to-do list. Find out who to talk to about having parties. All right, Ajiro, I'm convinced. I'm now your campaign manager. Mash blinked. We don't have campaigns. She pointed an accusing finger at him. Don't doubt my abilities. I know what the people want. I'll make you the most popular guy in class. I don't really want to be popular, Nash murmured. You're gonna be whether you like it or not. She whipped out her phone. Hold on. I'm kicking off your campaign and solidifying votes. You owe me big time, mister. I'll take food or you can do some of my homework. No, seriously, Ashido, you don't need to ask anyone for votes. It's done. Mash let his head fall on the desk. I take it back, he groaned. I changed my mind. Izuku, help. Izuku just hummed. Your bed, Mash. You're going to be a great class president. He groaned again. Ashido and the universe cackled. Mash tied with Yaoyorozu, 4 votes each. They stood awkwardly together at the front of the class. No time to cast another vote just between them. Coin flip, someone suggested. A blonde boy with a dark lightning bolt streak in his hair pulled a coin out of his pocket. Heads or tails? Tails, Mash said immediately. Ching. The coin flew in the air. The blonde caught it and smacked it on the back of his wrist. Any guesses? Just tell us already. Kaken banged on his desk impatiently. Someone's grumpy today. It's heads. It's decided then. Ida adjusted his glasses. Yaoyorozu will be our class president and Ajiro vice president. Ashido gave Mash a big thumbs up from her seat. Both of you have bad bribing habits, he hissed when he sat back down. It works though, Izuku shot back. I'll give you more root beer if you turn a blind eye to it, Mr. Vice President. He only avoided getting smacked by Mash's tail because their next class was starting. Miko was having a bad day. No, a terrible day. The news company she worked for had sent her to UA to get info on All Might starting a career in teaching, and so far she'd gotten nothing. Zero. Zip. Nada. First, some high and mighty teens thought they could get by without speaking to any of them. She couldn't even listen in while they gave a statement to another channel. So she took matters into her own hands. If everyone else was scared of the one with explosions in his hands, she'd target one of the others. That boy didn't answer her questions either, just insist he needed to get to class and fly over the gate. Oh, the hated gate. After it slammed closed in her face, a scruffy man informed them that the gate would stay open as long as no one besides a student attempted to cross it. And Miko demanded to know where All Might was. She was going to get her interview even if it was the last thing she did. The man blinked. He's busy. I suggest you don't hold up any more students, or we'll have the police involved about disturbing the peace. She raged. Every student that passed by and bothered to give a statement didn't have any more clues about All Might's sudden interest in education than the press did. All they could talk about was the fumbled attempts at teaching, the dad jokes, the loud voice that didn't know the meaning of inside. Lesser journalists ate it up. Others, like her, grew more frustrated, and Miko didn't care about the bare minimum. No, All Might's teaching now, I guess. Good for him. Where was the core of this story? She had high standards and they weren't being met with tittering of schoolgirls. In one case, she paced just before the sensors that would lock the gate again. She didn't know what was worse, the gate closed so her path was blocked or the open mockery of it being open. One thing was for sure, students wouldn't be any help. Only another member of the staff, or All Might himself, could answer her questions. The problem was how to nail him in place long enough to ask them. You want to get past the gate, right? A voice asked. It sounded hoarse and rough, as if the person didn't speak often. She turned. The man wore all dark clothing. His hands were shoved into the front pocket of a hoodie, and the hood pulled low over his face so she couldn't see his eyes. His lips were cracked and chapped. Gross. She hadn't answered, so he held up a hand. My quirk, he explained. I can disintegrate anything. Even that gate there. She regarded him suspiciously. You know public quirk use is illegal. Well, I believe in bending the rules. You want to talk to All Might and I have a way for you to do just that. Oh, he was definitely suspicious, but Miko didn't really care. She was going to get her scoop and be the first one to publish it too. If they got in trouble for trespassing, well, she knew how to keep her mouth shut. A favor for a favor. She held her hand out. Why not? Lunchtime rolled around. Izuku ate quickly, shoveling his food as fast as he could. Slow down, idiot. You're going to choke, Kaken growled over his rice. What's the rush anyway? Izuku swallowed, wiping his mouth off with the back of his hand. Sorry, I'm just going to check the general classes for Tsubasa. Do you? He let the question trail off. Kaken had been explicitly clear. He didn't want to talk to Tsubasa as long as he was silent. Kaken stabbed at some of his vegetables. I'll pass. I'll come with you, Mash offered. I'm worried about him too. They dumped their trays off and began their search of the cafeteria. They had to squeeze between crowded tables and dodge out of the way of upperclassmen. Mash apologizing when his tail bumped into a table, much like during the entrance exam. Izuku's antennae were useless as far as trying to pick out Tsubasa's scent from the chaos. Unless Izuku walked right into his childhood friend, he wouldn't be able to find him. Hey, a voice called from a few tables over. A girl stood up and waved. Izuku checked behind him. Yes, you, green boy. She slipped between the tables. Hi, you probably don't remember me. You helped me during the entrance exam, and I just wanted to thank you. Izuku remembered her now. The girl with a shield quirk who changed her mind on being a hero. I was rejected from the hero course the moment I left the practical exam, she continued, but I did well on the written portion and was accepted in the general course. I like it a lot better. No robots trying to kill me. She laughed awkwardly. It seems you got in, though. Congrats. I'm sure you'll be a great hero. Thanks. I'm glad you're happy in the general course. A thought struck. Actually, could you do me a favor? Sure. I kinda owe you one anyway. Do you know anyone in the general course named Yujiko Tsubasa? He's a friend of mine and we haven't spoken for a while, so I'm worried about him. She bit her lip. The name doesn't ring a bell. I'll ask around for you. What's his quirk? He has retractable bat wings. They're bright red too, so you can't miss them. He keeps his hair buzzed too. She typed it into her phone. Yujiko Tsubasa. Red bat wings. Buzzed hair. No problem. Wait, what's your number? I'll text you if I happen to find him. Izuku had barely rattled off his number when an alarm began to blare. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. A robotic recording announced over the din. They glanced around in confusion. Level 3. Mash asked. What's that mean? Some business students at a nearby table stumbled out of their seats in a panic. A thunderous wave spread through the cafeteria as hundreds of students jumped to their feet and ran for the exit, ignoring the instructions they'd just been given. Like a riptide, the crowd dragged the three of them out with its current, then refused to release them from its grip. Izuku gasped with the surge of people. Every jostle was a harsh wave trying to drown him. He could swear up and down that he wasn't claustrophobic, but between the incident with the press this morning and now, he was beginning to think he might be. He couldn't open his wings and fly away like before. He'd tried. All it did was smack into those around him and make things more uncomfortable for everyone. So he drew them tight against his body. He was shoved against the window. If only he had Sue's sticky pads. Then he'd just climb up and out of the crowd. Movement outside attracted his attention. Colorful shirts with news logos, microphones, cameras. He recognized all of those. It's just the press. He shouted at the people nearby, hoping they'd listen and calm down. Really, there were huge floor-to-ceiling windows and no one here bothered to look outside before panicking. The press. A guy next to him repeated, eyes wide. Yes, the press. Pass on the message and stop shoving into me. He did as Izuku told him to, turning to those around them. It's just the press. A few more nearby slackened their rush forward. Did someone say it was the press? It wasn't much, but at least in their area the blind panic was being replaced with confusion. It was enough for Izuku. Everyone stand back a little, I'm going to tell everyone. When just enough room was cleared, Izuku jumped up and cleared everyone's heads with a few flaps. Thank you for having high ceilings. He hovered in place and stuck his fingers in his mouth, letting off one long whistle. Heads turned. Izuku pointed out the window. Look, it's just the press. Everyone stopped pushing. He swore every head turned in tandem to do as he said. This isn't a life-threatening situation, but it's still important to follow directions. Evacuate calmly. As quickly as panic had risen, it disappeared. Some of the more intense ones now looked a bit sheepish of their actions under Izuku's watchful gaze. The evacuation happened much smoother with no shoving or running to be first. Aizawa later explained that the reporters had gotten into campus, despite preventative measures, and UA would be looking into it. Good work on being calm during the situation, Aizawa told Izuku after class. Izuku smiled. The hero's way of giving praise wasn't very direct, but he glowed in it nevertheless. Izuku got a notification from the girl from the entrance exam later that afternoon. No one in the entire general course had heard of Yujiko Tsubasa. She'd even asked around other courses. Nothing. No one had heard his name or recognized his description. So he hadn't even made it in UA. That was a blow that Izuku didn't expect. It was one thing to not be accepted to the hero course, but not even to UA. That was something he never even imagined. They all trained hard to get here, and Tsubasa couldn't share it with them. Izuku could emphasize with Tsubasa. The blow of not getting into the course nor school of his choice had to be crushing. But his silence was getting ridiculous. Izuku, Mash, and Kaken were his friends. They were supposed to support him. Did Tsubasa not trust them? He was going to answer Izuku, even if he had to travel the hour and a half to his house to do it. But for tonight he settled for a phone call. The ringing grated on his nerves, every second, making him more anxious. It had been weeks since they last talked. There was a click. Hello, Izuku answered desperately. We're sorry, your call could not go through. Try again later. Beep. Alien Queen. Yua, what are we doing this at? Y'all wanna go see that demon killer movie? With the train. Ike, what's it called? Do you guys even like action? Xiaoji. Action is fine. I've read the book. It's very good. Alien Queen. It's based off a book. Weck. No spoilers. Anyway, do you happen to have the answer to 6 on the math homework? Xiaoji. Let me see how you did it. Alien Queen. You're not going to give me the answer. Xiaoji. I'm teaching you so you'll know how to do it in the future. Alien Queen. Finny. Xiaoji. You forgot to divide by 2. That's why the answer doesn't make sense. Alien Queen. You're right. Thank you. Alien Queen has changed Xiaoji's nickname to My Lord and Savior, Xiaoji Mizo. My Lord and Savior, Xiaoji Mizo. Flattering. But you could have found that in your notes. Alien Queen. We have notes. Today we're going off campus for hero training, Aizawa announced. After that first day of class taught by All Might, they hadn't seen the number 1 hero again. Instead, their training was overseen by Present Mike for an afternoon and now Aizawa. The focus is on disaster relief in a variety of situations. Fire, floods, rock slides. I won't give you the whole spiel here. You'll get it when we arrive. For now, decide if you want to wear your costumes. For some of you, they'll be ill-suited for this kind of activity. Choose quickly. We load onto the buses in 15 minutes. The mad rush of getting costumes and changing to be on time was starting to feel familiar. And maybe they were getting even quicker at it. Izuku swore they all arrived at the bus with a full 2 minutes to spare. Mash and Yaoyorozu did their duties as presidents, checking off that everyone was there. Then they took their seats and were off. Izuku had kept a careful eye on Kota during the boarding process, making sure he was at the front of the line so he could sit at the back of the bus and far away from the door. He'd also be the last one off, so everything was working out. Ashido claimed the seat next to him, and to his surprise, Xiaoji sat on the next row over with Tsu. Kaken sat in front along with Kirishima. Those two had been hanging out a lot recently. Midoriya, I've been meaning to ask you, Tsu began, the bus starting to move. If you're a moth, wouldn't you be attracted to light? I sure am, Izuku said. Ashido's eyes widened. Are you serious? Mido, what? Oh my god, Kaken muttered from the row up. Kirishima looked sharply at him, then back at Izuku. That's a joke, right, dude? No offense. That's a little weird. Ashido grabbed his shoulders, searching for some kind of hint he was joking. Why are you walking around in broad daylight then? Izuku kept his perfect poker face. The sun. It's so beautiful. Midoriya, Nuo. Ashido was going to have a meltdown. Sue looked like she wanted to take her question back. Izuku was having the time of his life. I'm getting you sunglasses or something. What the fuck, Mido? Ashido, my only wish is to fly directly into the sun. No, he laughed as she desperately went into another round of asking if it was safe for him to be looking at lights. Out the window, a round glass dome came into view, light reflecting off its curve in the afternoon light. They'd arrived at the USJ. The class followed Aizawa inside the building. Its size was impressive from the outside, but inside, the full scope of what it truly contained was quite overwhelming. From the raised platform they stood on, there was a wide staircase leading down into a central plaza where the rest of the space was split fairly evenly into 6 different zones. Straight across from where they stood was a large lake, complete with a full-sized boat for capsizing and a waterfall. Izuku could smell the traces of smoke from another area. Another section was similar to the mock battle cities, but completely demolished. As always, UA gave their best resources for training. A spacesuit-clad figure climbed on the platform, raising a hand in greeting. Welcome students to the USJ. Izuku immediately recognized them as the space hero 13 and bounced on his feet a little. As a renowned rescue hero, it was no wonder why they taught this class. Aizawa approached them, speaking quietly for a moment. Then 13 turned to the rest of the class. Hello, as I said before, welcome to the USJ, UAS Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Here you'll learn the ins and outs of how to rescue others in a variety of disasters. But before we can do that, I need to address a few important points. They continued speaking. The lecture was familiar. Quirks can be dangerous and the wrong move could get someone killed. A sense of soberness fell over the group at 13's next words. That applies to you as well. If you aren't careful, you could kill someone as well, accident or not. That's why we have this class, to help you learn when and how to best use your quirks to help. Your other teachers are best suited for combat. But here the focus is on civilians, not villains. That's all I have for speeches. Thank you, hero students. Everyone clapped while 13 bowed. Aizawa leaned against the railing, arms folded. An unfamiliar scent caught Izuku's attention, pulling his gaze away from 13 and down to the center of the building. His clapping slowed as his antennae twitched back and forth, trying to catch a better whiff of it. A dark swirling vortex appeared by the central fountain. Izuku frowned, pointing towards it. Aizawa, is that part of the lesson? His comment drew the attention of his classmates and soon they were staring at it as well. Aizawa turned sharply, his posture fluidly moving from his normal hunched position to battle ready. A figure emerged, then another, and another. Get back, Aizawa ordered, slipping on his yellow goggles and clutching his scarf. 13, watch the students. What's going on? Ashido asked. Who are they? Some members of the staff. Aizawa barely paused, shouting over his shoulder, this is real, and those are villains. Evacuate immediately. And with that, Eraserhead leapt over the railing and into the fray. Everyone, head towards the doors. 13 shouted, then took a defensive position at the top of the stairs to guard against any villains that dared to come up to the entrance. Izuku hesitated. Eraserhead and 13 were both formidable opponents and top-level pros, but they still had their weaknesses. Eraserhead was more suited for back-alley ambushing, dropping in and erasing quirks before villains knew what hit them. 13 was a great rescue hero, but didn't do a lot of combat. Their quirk was more likely to kill than contain a villain. But what about the villains themselves? It could see 3, 4 dozen, and even more. Too many for only 2 heroes to take on at once. It was easy to differentiate them from his classmates and teachers. One in particular rose above the rest, dark and wrong. Izuku's stomach rolled at the stench of it. It spread through the USJ like a thick miasma. Izuku wanted to get away from it. Mash pulled on his arm, startling him out of his thoughts. Izuku, this isn't the time to get wrapped up in analysis. We need to go. Izuku shook himself, turning away from the scents. The rest of the class were already heading towards the doors. He followed behind Mash as they caught up to the group. They were almost there. So close. Dark mist appeared before them, blocking their way and halting everyone in their tracks. Izuku recognized it as that first initial scent that had caught his attention. Apologizes, the warp villain said, his glowing yellow eyes boring into their group. But I can't allow you to leave. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today. But it seems our information was wrong. Yeah, and who the hell are you? Kaken snapped, explosions popping as he got ready to fight. Next to him, Kirishima hardened his skin. I forgot to introduce ourselves. We are the League of Villains and we're here to destroy the symbol of peace, All Might. Kill All Might. No, that had to be impossible. Kaken didn't hesitate to leap forward, hands out as the beginning of an explosion budded on his palms. The darkness burst outwards, consuming him completely, then encircled their group. Behind them, 13 yelled something. "Farewell, students." Others in the group began disappearing into the dark mist. "Izuku," Mash yelled, pointing behind him. He followed his instincts, kicking off to fly up and away. He avoided the attack, but Mash hadn't. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. "You're a troublesome one," the mist said, making eye contact with Izuku. "Unfortunately, I can't allow you to get away." Izuku flew. He dodged and weaved around dark portals on every side, sometimes only barely stopping himself from flying straight into one. His breaths came in sharp gasps. He had to think. The portals were trying to keep him boxed in over the platform. If he could get out, then he could fly to the main campus and get help. But first he'd have to get past the villain. He switched tactics. Instead of blindly charging for the exit, he went the opposite way, towards the main fight in the plaza. The portals stopped following him beyond the platform. He slowed near the top of the dome to catch his breath and reconvene. He could smell his classmates scattered throughout the rest of the USJ. Their scents intermingled with villains in every direction. Where could he help? How does he get past the portal guy? Did he have a range? How many portals could he make at a time? His mistake was pausing. Before he could move, dark mist overshadowed him and he was sent away. Izuku plunged into water. He had been teleported under the surface. How far, he wasn't sure, but it was getting deeper by the second. His wings heavy with the sudden moisture dragged him downwards. Izuku clawed at the water, kicking his legs to try and propel himself upwards. All his efforts did was churn it around him and create little bubbles that floated their way past mockingly towards the surface. His lungs burned. He hadn't been able to get a full breath before the portal had swallowed then spit him back up here. Desperation clung to him, wailing and screaming in his ears. The shimmering light of the water's surface drifted farther away. Izuku's lungs squeezed. He needed a breath right now. A shape appeared out of the water, predatory and shark-like. The villain swam towards him, wide mouth filled with sharp teeth ready to tear into him. Izuku tried to swim away. His movements were too slow. He wasn't getting anywhere. He'd heard people compare swimming with flying before. They were wrong. So incredibly wrong. Swimming was nothing like flying. He couldn't hold his breath any longer. He opened his mouth to breathe in. Water flooded into his lungs and his vision began to go black. The last thing he saw was the villain turning and something wrapping around and tugging on his waist. A century later, Izuku bolted upright. His lungs heaved as they worked to dispel gallons of water out of his body. He sputtered, getting a breathful of air, then immediately heaved again as chlorinated water ran out of his mouth like a faucet. A hand rested on his shoulder. "Midoriya, are you okay?" He nodded and coughed. His whole body trembled. He'd recognized Sue's voice immediately, and for once he wasn't shaking because of her. She patted his back a few times while he coughed the rest of the water out, the back of his throat burning. He rubbed at his neck uncomfortably, only now looking up. They sat on the deck of a ship. Across from him crouched Aoyama, taking a hesitant peek over the railing. The Frenchman was just as soaked as the rest of them, but was missing his shiny cape that was part of his costume. "We are completely surrounded," he said. "They are all so incredibly ugly. Disgusting." "Please stay focused," Sue said. "How many are there?" "I believe I counted 10 or so. I could always show them the magnifique of my naval laser and be done with them instantly." "Let's not." "No, wait," Izuku whispered, his voice hoarse from the burning in his throat. "That's not a bad idea. I think we should use our quirks to our advantage." Sue glanced at him in surprise. "What makes you say that?" "Think about it. If they knew what our quirks were, they'd have sent us to areas that would be disadvantageous." She nodded. "Right. I would have been over in the wildfire area because my skin would dry out. I still would have been sent here," Izuku added, then paused. "I might be the only person that was sent to a specific zone, since I don't do well in water. But what about you, Aoyama? My naval laser can shine just as brilliantly no matter where I am." He smiled. Izuku and Sue gave him deadpan looks. Yes, but I can only use it for a certain amount of time before my stomach hurts." "Well, the first thing we need to figure out is how to get past the villains and escape," Sue said. "Exactly," Izuku agreed. "That warp villain said they were here to kill All Might. They wouldn't claim that unless they really had a way to do it." Sue's and Aoyama's faces turned grim. "Our first priority is to get rid of the villains here and escape. The rest of the class is spread out across the USJ. I could smell them right before I got all wet." He indicated his antennae. They drooped from their proud upright V to bounce in front of his face. "Sue, you're the only one here with a natural advantage in water, but there's too many for you to fight alone. We need to think of another way to fight." His eyes drifted to the door leading to the boat's bridge. "Actually, I wonder." Izuku didn't know if UA was a stickler for the little details or really didn't mind throwing so much money into, fully stocking an entire fake ship. Either way, he decided to be thankful. They rummaged through some cupboards and found some towels which Izuku gladly used to dry off. The water that soaked into his wings made them heavy and difficult to move. Never mind flying. It wouldn't get them completely dry, but it would get most of the moisture out. He instructed Sue and Aoyama on how to help him dry off. Just dab with the towel, not rub, or my scales can come off and that'll be worse. They did the hard-to-reach places on his wings while he carefully rubbed along his antennae and its small spines. His sense of smell was coming back and they were standing up fairly straight again, so hopefully flying wouldn't be too difficult. While they did this, they planned. The first thing they agreed on was they wouldn't be directly fighting. It would be 3 of them against nearly a dozen villains. Sue was the only one with a water-advantageous quirk, and Izuku couldn't really do much while flying against someone in the water. So they got creative. Aoyama had explained his quirk in more detail while drying Izuku's wings. I must confess I don't just get stomach aches, he told them. Since my quirk manifested, I've always had to wear a support item to keep it from bursting out at inopportune times. I burned several holes in walls and furniture before I received my support belt actually. My belt helps me not just suppress the worst of the damage, but also regulate it. Izuku locked onto that last bit. He turned slightly. Regulate it? How? Aoyama winked at him. If you think my laser is beautiful now, you should see it in its raw form. It shines even brighter than it does now. Izuku had a terrible idea. You good to fly? Sue double-checked. They huddled at the bow of the boat. The boat rocked beneath their feet. It wasn't the most well-thought-out plan, but they were on a time limit and the villains below were getting impatient. Izuku nodded. It'll be a bit shaky, but I should be able to get as far as the meeting point. Aoyama removed his belt. I know my laser is magnifique, but please refrain from looking directly at it or it may blind you. That means you, Sue said pointedly at Izuku. I don't know if you were pulling Ashido's leg earlier, but I swear you better not do it. He held up his hands in surrender. Don't look at the pretty light, got it? You think you can hide, brats? A villain called. We're getting real tired of waiting. The boat rocked dangerously, nearly upsetting all their balances, then began listing heavily to one side. Was the boat sinking? I believe that's our cue, Izuku said. I'll see you on the other side. He did a half salute, then jumped off the bow, wings flapping to gain some altitude. There were shouts from the villains below and a jet of water flew close to his head. He didn't look back though. He was going first, partially because he can cross the expanse of water by himself and partially so he could draw the villains to that side of the boat. He heard a piercing whistle. Aoyama's voice, Bonjour, bon journey, messieurs, and there was a great flash of light as if a giant camera went off. There was an uproar of howling. My eyes, a villain screamed. Sue flew past, Aoyama under one arm, her powerful jumping legs carrying both of them quickly across the water to their meeting point in the shallows. It was as close as they dared to go to the central plaza. Izuku landed next to them, keeping his wings high in the air so they wouldn't get wet again as he sloshed in the shallows. When he glanced back, the villains were in disarray, swimming in circles, screaming about their eyesight, and generally not being a threat. Aoyama snapped his support belt back on with a vain grin and a sigh. It seems my laser's beauty is too much for mortal eyes. Never mind the Frenchman's narcissism. The sudden burst of light had done a remarkable job at distracting the villains. Izuku almost wished he had the chance to witness it, though the chance of permanent blindness was not quite as appealing. The 3 of them hid behind a rocky outcropping near the flood zone. Izuku vibrated his wings to continue to dry them. Aizawa's doing pretty well, Sue commented. Their teacher was still going strong. He'd incapacitated the majority of villains in the area with a speed and confidence worthy of a pro. Izuku shook his head. There's still too many of them. Eventually he's going to tire out and be overrun. We need to help out where we can. There'll be no problem for me, Aoyama said. Don't get cocky, Sue warned him. He didn't even directly hit the villains back at the boat. We'll have to be careful with how we help cause we could just end up getting in the way. Exactly, Izuku agreed. We'll watch for a good opening and go then. The man who'd exited the portal first stood slightly off to the side, scratching his neck and talking to himself. From their hiding spot they couldn't clearly hear what he was saying, but Izuku thought he caught snippets of numbers. Then, as if launched from a cannon, he dashed forward. Izuku barely saw it happen. The hand-covered villain gripped Aizawa's elbow, then his elbow cracked and flaked away into a flurry of gray ash. Aizawa grunted, attempting to strike back but barely missed. The villain jumped away, chuckling in a raspy voice. You're getting tired, Eraserhead. This isn't your usual fighting style, is it? His voice lifted. You've been pretty cool taking down all my low-level players, but I'm tired of playing with you. I'm not the final boss anyway. There was a black blur. Aizawa started to turn. His head was slammed into the concrete with a sickening crunch. The figure could only be described as a monster. It towered at a colossal size, perhaps even taller than All Might, who was more than 2 meters. Its skin was unnaturally black and bulged with muscles. The face was the worst part of it though. A sharp, bird-like beak, dead, staring eyes, and above that, an exposed brain. It sent a shiver down Izuku's spine just looking at it. The scent of it made him shrink back. However, that thing was the source of the terrible scent he'd noticed earlier. He'd never had a human scent make him feel sick before. And yes, it was human. Undeniably so. Unfortunately, it was difficult to notice at first because of the other prevailing scents coming off of it all at once. Izuku didn't know if it was because of its quirk. And normally he didn't like to put labels such as villainous or heroic on quirks, but now he'd utterly believed that it was evil. The man covered in hands crouched next to Aizawa. This is the League's pet project, the Anti-All Might. We call it a Namu. It was created specifically to kill your so-called symbol of peace, he said with malicious, childlike glee. The Namu twisted Aizawa's arm backwards to an impossible angle, snapping it as easily as a twig. The three students flinched from behind the rock outcropping. Shigaraki didn't even speak as if it was human, or at least not anymore. Aoyama pressed a hand against his mouth, face pale. A tremble made its way up Izuku's spine. Just what had this league been doing? The warp villain appeared by the handman's side. Kurogiri, he said, is 13 dead. Kurogiri inclined his head slightly. No, they're simply incapacitated. However, one of the students slipped by me. Handman had been scratching at his neck languidly but now dug his fingernails deeper into his skin with increased intensity. If you weren't our ticket out of here, I'd kill you, he hissed. Everything is ruined. No All Might. Just a bunch of brats and their meddling teachers. Game over. Game over. Game over. He sounded like a child about to throw a tantrum. Suddenly, he stopped. He stood from his crouched position. All Might's not here, so I'll guess we'll leave. As you wish, Shigaraki. Kurogiri nodded. But first, Shigaraki turned sharply to their hiding spot. His next words made Izuku's blood freeze in his veins. I think I'll kill some kids before I go. Far too quickly, the villain leapt across the space between them. Pale fingers with broken fingernails stretched out. Izuku had seen what the man's quirk could do. Had seen the flesh on Aizawa's arm crumble and turn to dust before him. Shigaraki aimed for Tsu. Between the fingers of the hand on his face, Izuku could see blood-red eyes wide in delight. It wasn't hard to imagine a wide, crazed grin to match. His friend was going to be killed, and after her, it would be him and Aoyama. He moved before he could think, pushing Tsu out of the way. His wings flared outward and his mind blanked. Ida Tenure ran, faster than he had ever gone in his life. He thought he pushed himself on the first day during Aizawa's tests. That was nothing compared to this. His classmates' faith weighed on his shoulders, Tenya's own dread fueling him on. When the warp villain was cleared from the doorway for just long enough, he did as 13 asked and bolted for the main campus. He didn't look back. He couldn't look back. Tears leaked from his eyes. Frustration at not standing his ground like a hero should and the terrible fear of being late. No time to wipe them away. His speed made them slide backwards, like rain off a windshield. The 4 pristine towers of UA came into sight and Tenya nearly choked in relief. Just keep running. He shifted as close as he could to a full recipro burst. He needed to be fast, but there was no time for waiting if his engines overheated. Then he was blasting through the front gates and into the school. Apologizes, he shouted, swerving around a few people and cringing as he made skid marks in the clean hallways. Up the stairs, down the hallway, around the corner, the staff room. The door made a loud bang as it bounced off the opposite wall. Tenya panted in the doorway. All Might was on his feet in a moment. Young Ada, what? Villains, he cut off, eyes wild and chest heaving. Villains at the USJ. 13's hurt. Aizawa, I don't know. All Might tensed. He began striding out of the room. All Might, another voice spoke up. Tenya glanced down. He recognized the strange amalgamation of animals as the principal. I'll call the other teachers. Don't push yourself. All Might hardly paused. Then he was fully sprinting out of the room and down the hall. Tenya turned to follow. His engines were steaming, but he was willing to push them more to try to keep pace with the number 1 hero. Not you, Ada, Principal Nezu ordered. Tenya halted in his tracks. Something in the principal's voice made him listen. You can stay here. But he knew it wasn't wise to argue. And to the principal of all people, he'd completed the task 13 gave him before. He needed to see his classmates well and fine with his own eyes. Leave it to the pros, Nezu continued. All Might is more than capable of handling this. You've just been through a traumatic event and need rest. Before he knew it, Tenya was ushered to the very couch All Might had been sitting on when he first came in. A cup of tea was pressed into his hands and Nezu was across the room making calls. An announcement clicked on over the speakers, but it swirled in one ear and out the other. What was happening right now? Was his classmates all right? Was Aizawa winning against that huge horde? Where had the rest of his classmates been warped to? Nezu sat on the couch opposite him, startling him out of his thoughts. They were the only ones in the staff room. Are you not going as well? The entire school is my responsibility, so I'll stay here at the main campus. All the first-year teachers are on their way. The rest of the school is placed on lockdown and the other pros on high alert. Even if the villains came to the main building, we'd easily handle it. Tenya wasn't so sure how he felt about that. The USJ was supposed to be safe as well, but they'd still been attacked. His friends were now fighting for their lives while he drank tea. That wasn't the only thing. Anxiety and dread tore at his stomach until he was sure that he was going to puke. What had that warp villain said? We're here to kill All Might. I should have warned All Might before he left. Nezu glanced at him curiously. About what? Katsuki blasted another annoying thug, sending them flying into a wall. Behind him, Kirishima punched another one with all the force of a boulder crashing recklessly downhill. He rolled his shoulders. The dull pain of his explosion's kickbacks were anchors for his anger. If that fucking warp villain thought that he could avoid a fight just by sending them away, he was getting another thing coming. He growled. It was already taking far too long to pick through the wreckage of fake collapsed buildings, but having to stop and pick off some lame-ass villains every 2 seconds was even more annoying. Kirishima waved from across the street and Katsuki climbed over rubble to join him. At least he wasn't stuck with some whiner bitch who complained and cried. And he knew there were definitely kids like that in this class. He'd already marked some he'd rather keep his hands clean off. If they couldn't even meet his eyes, how could they ever become heroes? This was a fucking hero's school. Grow up already. The pair marched on. Katsuki had to admit that Kirishima's quirk was useful. It let him blast away as much as he wanted without concerning himself with a case of friendly fire. They never encountered any other classmates. Distantly were the sounds of battles happening in other areas, but only if one really strained their ears for it. Kirishima kept his place next to Katsuki despite multiple times telling him to walk behind him. He sucked in a breath. I hope Ishido's okay. Well, who am I kidding? She's definitely showing any villains who's boss. It took a moment for Katsuki to place the name. Pink girl. Really annoying. Izuku talked to her a lot. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. She fucking made corrosive acid. That'll be more than enough to convince anyone in the right mind to stay well out of her range. I wish I had her confidence, Kirishima admitted. Katsuki shot him a confused look. What the fuck does that mean? You just punched a man straight through a wall a minute ago. He turned red. Yeah, but it's not like my quirk is flashy or anything. I don't want to hear that bullshit. You can literally stop bullets. You can fuck off if you're just going to spout lame stuff like that. If you like being so manly, then man up and stop making excuses about your quirk. Kirishima blinked owlishly at him, his mouth hanging open. Fucking stop staring. I got a villain I wanna pummel. He stalked off. Kirishima stumbled after him. For a moment they walked in silence. Katsuki kept his eyes peeled for more villains to beat up. Or the exit. Whatever came first. Midoriya was right, Kirishima laughed. You're all bark and no bite. I'll kick my boot so far up your ass you'll lose teeth. He ignored the threat and just chuckled some more. He paused. But how about you? You're close to Midoriya and Anjiro, right? How do you think they're doing? Katsuki glanced around a blind corner and growled. I can say one fucking thing. Unlike the majority of this stupid class, they actually know how to fight. Mashiro's been breaking kneecaps since he could walk, and Izuku can unravel your entire quirk in less than 5 minutes. They'll fuck these villains up in a heartbeat. Kirishima winced. Well, that's nice. I honestly don't know who I should be more scared of now. You or them. It's me, asshole. A flash of light lit up the dome above for a brief moment. Now harden up. I'm going to knock this wall over. One should never play with fire. In the case of Shigaraki Tamura, he should never play with moths. One moment he was rushing at one of those annoying brats, bloodlust tasting deliciously sweet as he fully intended to kill that girl in the middle. He couldn't wait to see the look on Eraserhead's face as he killed his students one by one. Let their limbs slowly turn to dust one by one. Then she was shoved aside. No matter. He almost laughed as the frog was replaced by a little bug. An insect he can squash. Maybe he'd take his time with it. Rip its wings off and watch it crawl helplessly on the ground for a while. It even spread its wings wide for him. This kid was practically begging to be killed. That's when everything went wrong. His eyes were inexplicably drawn to the dual black spots on either side, swallowing his gaze like a black hole hungry for more. For a second he faltered. In response they seemed to only grow larger in his vision. I'll destroy you, they whispered. Tamura flinched. I see you, they mocked, the spots getting bigger and darkening his vision. Do you think you can hurt me? I am more powerful than you can ever imagine. Tamura stopped fully, snatching his outstretched hand back. His whole chest felt like it was being squeezed. He couldn't breathe. A cold hand wrapped itself around his heart. Was this fear? He couldn't look away. He tried, but he had signed a deal with the devil just by looking in the first place. The darkness demanded his attention, forcing him to look. They were black holes, voids, eyes. Tamura stood before a hungry beast and he was going to be consumed. He stood frozen, prey before a predator. This was possibly the worst disaster to happen to UA that Shota had seen in his few years teaching. Yes, accidents happened. A given while teaching children combat skills and pushing their quirks. But even so, the majority of those technically happened off campus and during work studies. On campus, there was every safety put in place imaginable. UA was designed to be safe. He cleared the majority of villains in the central plaza. They fought sloppily. No refined technique both in fighting style and quirk-wise. Shota had gotten careless and forgot about the hulking villain. He'd half forgotten it was there in the first place. It had just stood there, not attacking, not moving, simply a living statue. It took less than a second for him to regret it. Now his students would pay for it with their lives. Now he would most likely pay for it with his life. Ice collected in his veins at Shigaraki's words. Pain shot through every part of his body. The Namu, was that what it was called? It may have twisted his arms into an paroxysm of a broken marionette and smashed his head into the ground so hard it cracked. But it would be a cold day in hell if he let one of his kids die on his watch. The Namu had his head pulled back for another smashing, and it took all his effort to stay conscious. Blood streamed past his eyes as he tried to focus. Activate erasure just long enough that his students could get away. His vision swam. Shigaraki wasn't moving. He just stood there, limbs shaking. What? Midoriya. The boy had his wings spread, a strange aura coming off him. An activated quirk. Shota felt his eyes be drawn to the black spots on the dark green wings. Anxiety curled in his chest. That wasn't in his file. It wasn't the time to analyze it deeply. Distance had to be a factor. Shigaraki was having a much more powerful reaction, and he was much closer. For the moment, it was holding him immobile from attacking. Shota was sure of one thing. If he activated erasure, Shigaraki's decay quirk would be temporarily gone. But it also ran the risk of stopping whatever Midoriya was doing. Then Shigaraki would immediately jump to attack. The standoff between Shigaraki and Midoriya stretched into years. Finally, Shigaraki choked. Namu, Shota's head was released. It cracked against the floor, making white-hot pain burn through his broken face. The Namu stepped over him, narrowly avoiding stepping on and breaking more of his body. Shota saw one last view of it stepping toward his students before he passed out. Everything seemed to be coming through to Izuku like through a really bad reception. He could feel his moth instincts screaming, "Fly, fly." Other parts of him wanted to just give Shigaraki a really good kick in the face. And the most prevalent part of him just wanted him gone. He was scared and tired and nearly saw his friends and teacher die in front of him. He had wanted Shigaraki to leave. Something in him built up, then snapped. "Go away," he willed, not sure what he was doing. Shigaraki paused. "Go away." He did it again. The villain shuddered to a halt. "Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away." He was impatient now. His wings spread wider. Someone was saying something next to him, but he didn't listen. He was still afraid. Shigaraki was shaking. More. The thought bubbled up from somewhere deeper in his mind. The villain made a choking noise. Izuku dismissed it. The strange feeling in his chest coiled tighter. Make him leave. He stepped forward. A gargantuan hand lifted him up by his costume, and Izuku found himself face to face with the Namu. Whatever strange power he had activated suddenly shut off. Izuku cried out. Mentally, it was like having his fingers slammed in a drawer. The world sharpened back into view. The Namu stared down at him, dead eyes rolling beneath its exposed brain. Horrible smell reeking off of it. Izuku clawed at the hand that held him, heart rate spiking. What just happened? How had he done that? He could feel something new and weird, but it was still part of him. Shigaraki shook himself, a soft tremble, then turned angry red eyes on him. "What did you do, brat?" he seethed. "I'm going to kill you." He stalked forward, hands curled. Izuku pushed at the new part of his quirk. Again, instinctively, his wings flared out and a dull roar filled his ears. Shigaraki didn't even pause, his eyes narrowing. "Nice try, but that's not going to work on me again." Izuku aimed a kick at the Namu. He needed to get away. A loud boom echoed through the USJ. "I am here," a familiar voice proclaimed. Izuku had never been more relieved to hear All Might in his life. The #1 hero emerged from the entrance platform and for once wasn't smiling. Shigaraki turned to face him, his anger with Izuku forgotten and dismissed. With a sharp command, Izuku was dropped to the ground and the monster lumbered to its master's side. "So the final boss appears, huh?" Shigaraki spoke to himself. He began scratching again. Sue and Aoyama rushed out from behind the rocks and slid to Izuku's side. "What was that?" Sue asked. "Is that part of your quirk?" Izuku just shook his head. "Not before. We'll figure it out later." I'm not even completely sure what it was. All Might ran across the plaza, sending a force of wind-up as he went. Any other villains that happened to be milling about were taken down effortlessly with a single blow. They tumbled to the ground like bowling pins. No chance of them getting up anytime soon. He barreled straight toward Shigaraki. At the last second, Namu stepped in front, taking the brunt of the punch. It didn't even quiver. Unstoppable force meets immovable object. They began to trade blow for blow. The raw force they each mustered made the concrete crack beneath their feet and stir up wind across the plaza. Time for us to leave, Tsu said, grabbing Izuku's and Aoyama's arms. She led them in a wide arc around the plaza to avoid All Might's fight with the villain. They stopped at Aizawa's side. Tsu rolled him over onto his back and winced. Blood caked his face above his right eyes and rivets had dried down his face. His arm was horribly mangled and it would be impossible for it to be straightened back to any semblance of normal without extensive surgery. Aoyama clutched his stomach and turned away, a hand over his mouth. Tsu swallowed. Mr. Aizawa. No response. Carefully she peeled back one of his eyelids. His eyes were rolled back so only the white showed. Next, she placed 2 fingers on his neck to check his pulse. She looked up at the other 2. He still has a heartbeat, but I can barely feel it. Normally I'd say we wait for paramedics, but a loud boom shook the USJ as All Might sent another punch at the Namu. I think you can see my point. Izuku nodded. We'll carry him to the entrance then. But first we need something to bind that arm at least. It wouldn't be good if it bounced around and got more injured. He glanced between the 3 of them. None of them had loose parts of their costumes they could tear off. Aoyama didn't even have his cape anymore. He looked back at Aizawa. Oh, of course, Eraserhead's capture weapon. Aoyama helped hold Aizawa up while Tsu and Izuku unwound it from his neck. Aoyama cringed when Izuku originally suggested he help Tsu, so they traded jobs. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa. Tsu apologized. I'll try to be quick. With finesse she wrapped the hero's arms loosely to his side and tied a strong knot. It was a good thing he was unconscious for all of it. Izuku and Aoyama lifted their teacher together and they began the long shuffle to safety of the entrance. They were almost to the steps when Shigaraki laughed, loud and long. You won't be able to defeat our Namu so easily, symbol of peace. Thanks to its shock absorption it can take every one of your hits without damage. You'd have better luck tearing it apart piece by piece. Thanks for the tip. All Might yelled, then German suplexed the Namu into the ground. Whatever his plan was, it might have worked if Kurogiri hadn't decided to step in. As he leaned backwards, his top half, along with the Namu's, passed through a dark warp gate and effectively created a bridge between their 2 halves. You've made a grave mistake, All Might, Kurogiri remarked. I'd rather not have your guts inside my warp gate. But if it will end your life quickly, then I'll allow it this one time. Next to him, Shigaraki bounced on the balls of his feet like an over-enthusiastic child at a birthday party. Farewell. Guess again, bastard. Kaken flew by with several explosions and blasted the villain roughly where his face was, knocking him to the ground and breaking his concentration. I suggest you step back. Todoroki's voice spoke up from near their group. A wave of ice extended out from his right foot and froze the Namu while avoiding All Might. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd figured Todoroki had good control of his quirk, but that level of preciseness was insane. All Might pulled himself out of the Namu's grip and faced Shigaraki directly. Kirishima and Todoroki took up their own battle stances at his back. Kaken crouched over Kurogiri, steady pops coming off his palms in a show of force. Move, I dare you. His face twisted in a feral grin, the same kind of look he got when he'd managed to finally pin Ojiro in a spare, when he knew he beat someone who'd previously got the upper hand on him. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Huh, you heroes are at a higher level than I thought you were. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let all our grinding go to waste. Namu, take out that explosive brat. We need our escape route back. The Namu, up until now, hadn't moved from its bent-over position and Izuku was under the impression that Todoroki had frozen it into place. Suddenly it stood upright, the sharp movement making the ice on it crack and splinter, then horrifyingly, its entire arm broke off and hit the ground with a loud thump. Izuku's eyes widened. It had to have insane pain tolerance. Or, thinking back on its dead eyes, no pain at all. It stumbled, one leg breaking off as well, and it stood precariously on one foot. It wouldn't be much of a threat while missing 2 limbs. The Namu proved him wrong. Quickly, its skin bubbled and new red muscle burst from its twin stumps, twisting and binding together to form a new arm and leg. That was impossible. All Might had the same thought. You said its quirk was shock absorption. I never said that's its only quirk, Shigaraki replied. This is hyper-regeneration. Namu was designed with the perfect quirks to take everything you have. Namu charged. Izuku tensed. Kaken was too far away. He'd never get there in time. All Might moved. Kaken skidded across the ground next to them, another shockwave blasting across the area. Kaken sat, eyes wide. I didn't even see him move. I think it's time for me to take our school motto to heart, All Might declared. He began throwing furious punches at the Namu. His movements blurred as he drove it back. Namu may have been created to destroy me, but everyone has their limits. You said shock absorption, not negation. If it can take everything I have. He punched it in the face. Then I'll just have to go beyond that. Plus ultra. A final strike at the Namu's ribs sent it flying up and through the glass dome up above. It was cartoonish the way it flew away. A childish part of Izuku's mind remembered early sad cartoons and a familiar catchphrase. Team Rocket's blasting off again. All Might turned his piercing gaze on Shigaraki on Kurogiri. Now how about we finish this? Steam from his powerful fight floated around him. Shigaraki hissed. You cheated. All Might waved a hand forward. Come get me then. The scent of blood increased. Izuku stared at him. Was he bluffing? It's time for us to take our leave, Shigaraki, Kurogiri warned. Reinforcements could be well on their way and Nama was destroyed. Shigaraki rounded on him. We leave when I say we do. And I'm going to kill All Might. A shot rang out across the USJ. Shigaraki recoiled and put a hand to his shoulder. A moment later, a hail of bullets followed. Half a dozen more pros had arrived. Snipe, Midnight, Mike, all the first-year teachers and then some. Kurogiri didn't waste time. A warp gate swirled open and he and Shigaraki were sucked inside. Just before it closed, Shigaraki locked eyes with All Might. Next time I see you, you're dead, he swore bitterly. You're dead. A gate closed and they were gone. The paramedic that had been overlooking Izuku for injuries paused, flashlight in hand. Kinda hard to check his pupils when he didn't really have any. Awkwardly, they put it back down and gave him the all-clear to join his other classmates in waiting until everyone had been checked over. He sat on a bench off to the side. Others had finished being processed like him, but Izuku didn't know them as well and he was too tired to start a conversation. He sat back and tried to relax. The villains had only been on campus for less than an hour. But it felt like Izuku and the rest of the class had been fighting for years with how much had happened. They had received good news from the detective that spoke to them earlier. More than 70 villains had been apprehended thanks to their efforts and the Namu had been taken into custody. Izuku barely had to point in the general direction its scent was coming from for the police to find it. The bad news hit the hardest. 13 and Aizawa were in critical condition and needed surgery. All Might was resting in the infirmary for the time being. Being the pros they were, they'd taken the brunt of the damage while most students got off with hardly a scratch. Izuku felt numb. Maybe it really was shock, but all the events from the attack just seemed so detached from reality he could hardly believe it happened in the first place. The only thing grounding him was that new unlocked part of his quirk. He ran over it again and again, searching for that feeling the same way a tongue would search for a missing tooth. The only difference was he'd never noticed it when it wasn't there and its sudden presence was distracting and awkward. A familiar figure broke out of the crowd and beelined her way to Izuku. Her scent dragged him out of his thoughts. Izuku barely had enough time to hold his arms out before Ashido crashed into him. Oh God, Mido, this has been the worst day. Her voice was thick as she spoke. Bad hair day. He tried to joke. His tone fell flat. He was so tired. His emotions felt like they'd gone through a meat grinder. A strangled laugh made its way out of her throat. I would prefer that. God, I wish I had your terrible sense of humor. Her voice wavered. I guess we'll have to cancel our movie plans for Saturday. No way my parents are going to let me out of the house after this. We'll replan, Izuku promised, patting her back. A sob broke out of her and she pulled back, swiping at her eyes. Sorry, I'm not crying about the movie thing. That would be stupid. Sorry, you're not even crying. Honestly, I'd be crying like a baby right now, Izuku said, pulling Ashido down to sit next to him. My mom cries a lot. Dad swears she has an entire reservoir hiding behind her eyes and one day it's gonna burst and flood our apartment. I'd probably be the same way, but my eyes don't have any tear ducts, so I've just never been able to. Mido, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Besides, you don't have to be ashamed of crying. I'm not judging. She sniffed. Pro heroes don't cry though. They're supposed to be tough. It's just the opposite. Heroes cry when they need to. Last week Haven cried because their fan club donated nearly $50,000 to charity. And in a recent interview Viridescent cried while talking about the people she couldn't save. Ashido nudged him. All right, I get it, you smart-aleck fanboy. She wiped her cheeks and he caught the hint of a smile. So heroes cry. But I bet I could think of someone who'd never cry. Who? Mr. Aizawa. He'd wear the same tired look through everything. Nah, he's the biggest crier of them all. $20 says he'll never cry. I'll raise the stakes to a month's worth of soda. I'll take that bet, she shot back. Her smile dropped. It had been fun for the moment to poke fun at their teacher, but all it did was remind them of his precarious position. Ashido squeezed Izuku's fingers. I hope he'll be okay. Izuku squeezed back. Me too. He couldn't help but feel like this was just the beginning. Tap, tap, tap. The noise was soft, bare knuckles knocking against the other side of the wall by Izuku's head. Tap, tap, beat. Tap, tap. An old messaging system Izuku had created years ago to let each other know they were there. At the time, Mash had been convinced that the apartment above his was inhabited by a ghost and it, excuse the expression, haunted him at night, leading to recurring nightmares. Izuku rolled over so he could face the wall. He rapped his return code back with soft knuckles as well. Tap, beat, tap, tap. There was silence. Izuku studied the crevices and dents on his wall while he waited. There was a new crack he hadn't noticed before. It ran downwards past where his bed fit against the wall. He wondered how far it stretched underneath his bed. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. With a groan he rolled over the other way. half sitting up and squinting at the harsh glow of the screen. Class mom number 2. Sorry, did I wake you? Goth Moth. No, I don't sleep, remember? Class mom number 2. Haha, that isn't healthy. I'm not one to talk though. Sorry, I don't want to bother you. Izuku laid back down. It wasn't just Mash who was having a hard time sleeping. Ashido had texted him earlier with a flurry of memes as if trying to distract not only him, but herself as well. Sue once sent a frantic text asking if he was okay. Kaken had discovered another hero tube channel that exclusively blew things up or set them on fire and decided Izuku needed to be very aware of it as well. Actually, Kaken was probably just frustrated that he didn't get to fight more villains. He was so cool, he was the only one who hadn't been scared. Izuku himself could hardly close his eyes without seeing Tsu and Aoyama crumbling into dust before his eyes. Aizawa's head being pounded into the pavement over and over until it was nothing more than a bloody mass of flesh. The Namu grinning, dead eyes rolling in their sockets as its scent became increasingly rotten and decayed. And through it all, Shigaraki's wheezing laugh echoed and twisted into his ears, driving nails into his brain. He'd woken up, chest heaving and a scream hovering on the edge of his lips. He shivered in the night air, his covers kicked aside and his pajamas clinging to his sweat-covered body. Just for tonight he'd be nocturnal. His fingers tapped against the keyboard. Goth Moth. No, seriously, if you want to talk, we can. I'm not really planning on sleeping anyway. Class mom number 2. Thanks, I appreciate it. Goth Moth. Wanna go to the roof? Class mom number 2. Yeah, one sec. Izuku turned, knocked twice, their sign-off code, then slid out of bed. The apartment was dark. Only a small nightlight shone from the bathroom, giving enough light to see in the hallway, but Izuku didn't really need it anyway. He crept past the creaky spots in the floorboards and paused. Gentle, deep breaths floated out of Mom's room. She lay on her side, facing the doorway. Thankfully, she was a heavy sleeper. Softly, like a shadow, he slunk by, unseen, unheard. At the entryway, he stuffed his feet into his shoes and unlocked the door. He turned the knob so it wouldn't click as he shut it and stood outside. Mash wasn't there yet, so he stood and waited. It was a nice night, cool with a slight breeze and no clouds. Stars stretched across the sky. A few apartments down, the light over old Mrs. Takata's door buzzed loudly. For some reason, her bulbs always broke after a few weeks. Maybe it was because she always left it on even in the middle of the day. The owners never did anything about it. As long as she paid her electricity bills, they didn't care. Something small and dark darted around it, catching Izuku's interest. He stepped closer. A brown moth hovered around the light as if its life depended on it, never getting close enough to touch the hot bulb, but staying nearby. You shouldn't do that, Izuku murmured, moving underneath the light and staring up. You're just going to tire out, and then what will you do? The moth didn't listen. It continued its hopeless flight as close to the light as it could. Izuku held his hands out and waited for the right moment. There, one hop, stabilized with a half flap, and his hands enclosed around the moth, successfully capturing it. He kept his grip loose but closed enough that it couldn't escape. Its small wings tickled against his palms as it blindly fluttered around. Down a few doors, Mash finally exited his own apartment, flashlight in hand. He blinked at Izuku's cupped hands. Moth again. Izuku nodded. I'm going to let it calm down and release it again outside. Mash returned the gesture. Roof. They climbed the stairs to the roof doorway. Mash took the lead, using his flashlight to see the steps. Izuku walked behind. In his hands, the moth was starting to calm down slightly. It crawled along his palms as if exploring. Once on the roof, they sat down at the safety rail, their legs swinging off into open space and arms looped over the lower rail to lean against. Izuku slowly uncupped his hand. The moth sat still on his open palm, small brown wings vibrating gently, just like Izuku's own wings. They were folded like a V on its back. Nash sighed. Crazy first week, huh? He snorted. UA really goes above and beyond for those realistic scenarios. They lapsed into silence, simply enjoying the night air. Nash leaned on the metal bar and set his chin on his arms. How much did you tell your mom? Just the bare minimum. I didn't want her to worry too much. Admittedly, he'd fudged even the details he did say, always downplaying the danger and trying to interject humor into the situation. Mom hadn't completely bought it. She'd held his shoulders and stared into his eyes looking for any sign of lying. I know UAS your dream school, but you'll tell me if you ever didn't feel safe there, right? Don't worry about it, Mom. Once UA beefs up security, I'm sure it won't happen again. He shook his head, dispelling the memory. If I told her everything, she'd probably cry for hours, then march down to the school and make the principal regret his entire life. Her wrath is more terrifying than any villain, Mash added with a slight chuckle. After a moment, his smile faded and his face fell. I can't help but feel bad. You were face to face with that villain guy and helped get Aizawa to safety. I was barely doing anything to help. Izuku stopped kicking his feet. He turned to look at Mash. His friend's face was twisted with guilt and shame. Don't say that. It's not your fault where any of us ended up. And you took down some villains yourself. Yeah, but I didn't feel very heroic. I found a hiding spot and waited for someone to pass by so I could ambush them. I nearly knocked Shaoji out because I panicked when I heard footsteps coming in my direction. Meanwhile, you were actually doing something to help. You fought. I didn't fight. Izuku swallowed. The air was cool, not freezing, but a chill rattled down his spine. I'm still not sure exactly what I did, but I only barely managed to stop Shigaraki long enough so we weren't killed. I don't know. My quirk responded to my fear and everything got a bit hazy. And yeah, unlocking a new part of my quirk is cool and all, he admitted. But under the circumstances, it wasn't. Silence wrapped around them like a noose, drawing tight until it was hard to breathe. Izuku didn't mean to snap. The events of the day had left him feeling stretched and wrung out until he was a shadow of himself. Even thinking back to events earlier in the week seemed like some half-forgotten dream. He wanted things to be normal again, to feel normal again, turning their early morning commute into a tease-kaken session. Ashido on the hunt for another member for the Cool Eyes gang. Him and Mash sparring after school. I didn't mean. Mash whispered. Fuck. I didn't mean I wish I had been in your place. I'm not chasing some battle glory. I was worried about you. And everyone else. I know what you mean. A beat. You said fuck, Izuku pointed out. I'm trying to be sincere. Izuku. I know. An ugly snort ripped out of his throat. Hysteria rising in his chest. They were sitting on the rooftop in the middle of the night talking about their near-death experience. It was not the right time to laugh. I'm sorry. No, you're not, Mash says, a half-laugh puffing between his frown. Izuku's face wobbled. Kaken's been waiting for you to say fuck for 5 years now, Mash. I can't believe I didn't get it on camera. And you never will. You have no proof, so it never happened. Fuck. The Moth in Izuku's hand took flight. For that sliver of time everything felt normal again. For the first time that year, nobody was in their seat at the time class was supposed to start. Small groups huddled around desks and spoke in low whispers. The prevalent question overhung them all. Who was going to teach in place of Aizawa? Izuku had seen the extent of his injuries with his own eyes. There was no way that Aizawa would be back anytime soon. His head whipped around, startling Ashido. Did he smell him coming down the hall? Was this a hallucination? His antennae didn't lie though. Aizawa came closer and closer until he shambled through the doorway, the sterile scent of hospitals and anesthetic following him like a ghost. For a long moment everyone froze. Between wrapped bandages, dark eyes regarded them all critically. Have you already abandoned your discipline? He asked to the silent room, his speech somewhat muffled through the bandages wrapped around his head. Everyone launched into their desks, several climbing over chairs and desks to get to their right seats on opposite sides of the room. Less than 30 seconds later, they sat in their proper places. Izuku almost felt bad for not warning everyone like usual, but he was in shock himself. Aizawa stood behind the podium. Let's get started. Today. Wait, shouldn't you be in the hospital? Kaminari yelled, standing up. We saw your injuries and sorry, but you don't look great. He sighed. Sit down, please. She did so and he continued. I was officially released from the hospital, so there's no need to worry. However, even if I was incapacitated for longer, I still expect you to act as if I am still here. I can still decide to expel you at any time. Understood. Murmurs of agreement swept through the room. Good. Due to the events of last week, it is encouraged that each of you have a short therapy session with Hound Dog. If you don't feel comfortable talking to him, any other member of the staff will do. This isn't a punishment. Your mental health is just as important as your physical. With that out of the way, the next order of business is the sports festival. It'll be held 2 weeks from now. While it doesn't count for an official grade, it is an important opportunity to be scouted. If you do well during the events and manage to stand out, you can receive offers to work with pros during a brief internship. I won't go into the specifics of those today, but keep in mind what kind of agency you want to go to and the hero you want to be in the future. He stared at the class, tone serious. I suggest all of you train hard, both your bodies and quirks in preparation for the events. Lastly, I'm sure all your parents received the email from the school about security measures. Since the festival is a live event with a large crowd, there will be a police presence. We're boosting the number of officers to 5 times that of previous years, and there will be many pros doing sweeps of the area. If you have any concerns, please talk to either me or another teacher. That's all the announcements I have. You'll receive emails with all this information sometime later today. This week we'll be starting sparring basics. The rest of homeroom was surprisingly normal. Aizawa didn't give any indication that he was in pain, despite looking like a mummy. When class ended, he didn't move from his spot at the podium while everyone filed out. Midoriya, he called. Izuku paused, stepped out of line and to the side, letting people pass until it was just the two of them. A couple things, Midoriya, and then you can go. First, what was that ability you used at the USJ? I don't know. It just kinda happened. I was really scared, he said quietly. Aizawa nodded. It's not rare to unlock a new part of your quirk while training here. I still expect you to master it just as well as your other abilities. Understood? Yes, sir. If you ever want to practice here, just get a permission slip from one of the teachers and you can have full access to the facilities. For training, not hanging out. Izuku nodded again. The last thing is about the sports festival. You got the highest score on the entrance exam. I hope you're aware that you have to give a speech. Oh, fuck. Izuku now regretted that tiny 1 point that placed him just ahead of Kaken. Izuku set his lunch tray next to Ashido. Across the table was Shaoji eating from a bento box. He'd hardly taken his seat when Ashido rounded on him. Dude, did you know Todoroki has 2 differently colored eyes? He blinked. Oh, yeah, he does. They're gray and blue, right? I was going to tell you about that, but it slipped my mind. What's that called? Heterochromia, Shaoji supplied, unwrapping one of his sandwiches. He looked at Ashido. You want him to join the gang, don't you? She pointed finger guns at him. Exactly. Shaoji, you're promoted to vice president. Dang it, Izuku pouted. I thought I was vice president. Shaoji patted him on the shoulder. You're our mascot. Sweet. Can I send Moth memes in the group chat again? Ashido slammed her hands on the table. We're getting off track. And no, Mido, your memes are banned until the end of the week. Todoroki needs to be part of the gang. He can be the prince of the group. What? Shaoji stated. Izuku agreed. What was that supposed to mean? Ashido gestured wildly. You know how, there are different personality types in a group. Well, Shaoji's the strong and silent type and I'm the loud, outgoing extrovert. Todoroki can be our introverted, cold and distant guy. Isn't that the same thing as me? Shaoji asked. No, it's totally different. Todoroki's mysterious, enchanting, alluring. Give me more adjectives. I could be mysterious too. Ashido ignored his comment. Plus, he's hot, she stressed. Apparently she ran out of more descriptive adjectives. I feel like you're trying to say something about us, Izuku deadpan. Ashido folded her arms. You two got a close-up look during the battle trial. Look me in the eyes and tell me he's not drop-dead gorgeous. Shaoji made a non-committal noise and focused on his lunch. Izuku took a deep breath and stared directly into Ashido's gold irises. He looks like a personified peppermint candy. She squawked and smacked his arm. No, he doesn't. I was thinking more along the line of strawberries and cream, Shaoji added, avoiding eye contact with Ashido. Izuku held his hand up. Frozen strawberries and cream. She folded her arms and glared as they high-fived. Her lips twitched slightly. Be nice, you guys. Izuku picked up his milk box. He did nearly freeze me to death, so he deserves to be teased. He took a swig then continued. I got another one. He's kinda like the Canadian flag. And just as cold too. Ashido groaned, hiding her mouth behind a hand. All right, we should invite him to hang out with us after school. Where are we going today, boys? Izuku gave her his biggest Cheshire grin. I know an ice cream shop. If you make any frozen jokes, I will personally punch you into the sun. He opened his mouth. And no, that doesn't mean you can fly into it. He closed his mouth, very disappointed. I'll grab him after class ends and we'll initiate him. She settled in her seat, pleased with herself. Izuku leaned towards Shaoji and whispered, by initiate she does just mean giving him no choice but to join, right? His tall classmate nodded solemnly. It's impossible to refuse nor escape her friendship. Shaodo wasn't quite sure what sort of magic Ashido had woven to get him here, but it left his head reeling. When she'd approached him to ask if he'd like to join her and her gang, as she called it, to go to a nearby ice cream shop for a treat, he fully intended to reject it. In fact, he had. I have homework I have to do, he said coldly. Hoping she'd get the hint. She didn't. Instead, her eyes brightened more. Us too. We like to work on it together. Are you any good at English? Izuku's been helping me, but sometimes he goes on these long tangents and then I'm even more lost than I was before. I guess the good thing is that now I know about all these weird rules that only apply in specific situations. She had kept talking after that, and before he knew it he was being dragged along, walking alongside, and then was unceremoniously prodded into a bright red booth at a small, nondescript ice cream shop. Ashido took the aisle seat and his fate was sealed. It was a tough spot to be in, trapped between a wall and an Ashido. What do you want? Ashido beamed at him. Chocolate, he said automatically, not really thinking about what he was saying. She beamed and turned back to the person taking their order. Across the table from him, Midoriya waved, then turned to dig around in his backpack. Shaoji caught his eye and gave a solemn nod as if to say, I understand. It was only a few minutes before their orders were delivered. Ashido had a sundae positively dripping with toppings. Hot fudge, caramel, rainbow sprinkles, cherries, gummy bears. Just looking at it could give someone diabetes. Ashido rubbed her hands together and dug in eagerly. Midoriya took a bite of a bright green shake. You want some ice cream with that? Ashido ignored the comment and kept eating happily. Shaoji tried to discreetly eat a cookie with one of his tentacles. It wasn't working out very well, and it was strange to hear chewing noises coming from somewhere that wasn't a mouth. But, wait, he did technically have a mouth there. This was weird. Ashido nudged his untouched bowl. Are you gonna eat or what? I'm good. Can I have it then? Her eyes brightened. Hey, Midoriya complained. You already have a ton of ice cream. Todoroki said I could have it. You don't need that much. Shadow watched with wide eyes as they bickered back and forth, passing his former ice cream bowl across the table like a hockey puck. They tossed jabs and comebacks as if it was some kind of Olympic sport. Is this what normal people do in their free time? Finally, Shaoji rolled his eyes and swiped the bowl off the table and well out of their reach. I'll eat it. You're making Todoroki uncomfortable. It's all right, he said, collecting his backpack. I'll be leaving now anyway. Please excuse me. Ashido didn't budge. I need your phone number first, so you can be part of the gang. No, he didn't try to be friendly this time. He'd learned his lesson before. If you weren't direct with Ashido, she'd drag you into something you were quite willing to be a part of. Why not? I'm not here to make friends. The word was bitter in his mouth. Now please move so I can leave. He hoped she would do as he asked so he wouldn't have to get past by force. Ashido frowned, clear hurt on her face. Why not? Midoriya asked. Shadow whipped around to stare at him. Most people left him alone after that kind of declaration. Not ask his reasons why. Midoriya stared at him, multifaceted eyes dark and void-like. He stiffened. Having friends is a weakness. His mouth moved automatically. Words his bastard father had drilled into him over and over. They're nothing but a distraction from reaching the top. The conversation should have ended there. Ashido should have moved and Shadow should have walked out of there. He had better things to do anyway. Instead, Ashido's face said determinedly, "That's stupid." "Excuse me. That's stupid," she repeated. Friends don't drag you down. They help you up. Who told you that? I'd like to give them a piece of my mind. Shadow reeled. No, friends can be a liability. Yeah, well, it's still a stupid reason to not have any, Ashido argued back. No, she was wrong. Shadow didn't need someone holding him back. Did you know Midoriya helped me before the entrance exam? Shadow's thoughts crashed to a halt to listen to Ashido. She stared at her lap. I was really nervous and he talked with me for a while and afterwards I wasn't as scared anymore. And Kirishima is always really nice and helps me with my notes so I can pass my classes. And even more recently Shaoji's been helping me find an honest-to-God book I can read and actually enjoy. I don't think I've liked books since, well, ever. She lifted her head up. So don't tell me that friends are bad. Or horrible. Yeah, we're a mismatched group but we're all friends. And I think it'd be nice if you joined us. She stood up. Sorry, I'll let you go now. She bowed slightly. And I'm sorry for wasting your time. Shadow stood and swung his backpack over his shoulder. But the movement was empty. Her speech was heartfelt and it shook him to the core. He glanced at Midoriya and Shaoji. They watched him with wide eyes. They didn't really need to say anything to add to Ashido's point. He turned his feet towards the door. Hesitated. Ashido looked at him hopefully. I don't know if I want friends, he said, and I wouldn't know what to do if I did have any. We have a group chat, she offered. She was bouncing slightly, betraying her enthusiasm. It's kinda wild in there but we can tone it down for you. And we usually study together after school if you want to join us. Maybe. I'll think about it. She grinned. Can I have your phone number then? Izuku didn't think there would be so many people who would be interested in sparring after school in preparation for the sports festival. Originally, he'd only intended for him, Mash, Kaken, and the rest of the CEG. Now he was faced with Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro, who had all collectively decided Kaken was their de facto leader, and several of the girls. Todoroki, while interested, couldn't make it today. I don't think I brought enough snacks for everyone, Izuku said. Bash facepalmed then dragged his hand down. Well, luckily we have even numbers so technically we could just pair off, but I'm hesitant to do that. He gestured at some of their classmates. I've been watching during our hand-to-hand class exercises and it's obvious some have never done it before. Yeah, I can see that, Izuku agreed. Just today he'd been positioned behind Aoyama while Snipe had walked them through some basic steps. He'd easily fallen into the rhythm thanks to training under Mrs. Ajiro and practicing endlessly with Mash, but had to restrain himself from interrupting class to fix Aoyama's feet. They were too close together. It'd be child's play to knock him over. It didn't even need outside help. Aoyama fell over on his own. Mash sighed. I am the most experienced here, but I was hoping to spar with someone other than you or Katsuki. I guess tutoring technically is one of my class duties as vice president. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. I'll spar with you when we get home if that helps. Thanks, catch you later. He walked towards the gathered group, calling out names for everyone who needed teaching. Izuku waved as Tsu passed by. She returned it with a quick smile. It seemed he'd conquered his instinctual fear of her in the recent days, and his wings didn't so much as tremor when she stood near him. Their experienced group consisted of Izuku, Kaken, Shaoji, and Yaoyorozu. Kaken took one look at who was in their small group and locked in on their class president. You and me, grenade girl. Let's fucking go. She frowned at his language, then nodded sharply, stepping a few meters away so they would have enough space. Izuku and Xiaoji fell into their own ready stances. Their sparring was a strange dance. Xiaoji had training, obviously, but it was in a different style than the one Izuku had learned under Mrs. Ojiro. Hers was sharp and strong, rapid strikes to knock an opponent off balance and end a fight quickly. Xiaoji's fighting was smooth and connected, every movement leading into the next. Izuku would call it elegant in the way he moved. It also made landing a solid hit difficult and annoying. Izuku hadn't been watching his feet carefully enough, and with a quick swipe, Xiaoji had knocked him onto his back. The match officially over. Xiaoji relaxed and extended a hand. Izuku took it with a grunt, and Xiaoji just about picked him right off the ground with one hand, holding him just above the ground so his feet don't touch. "Do I even weigh anything to you?" "No, it's like holding a couple of grapes," Xiaoji responded. Izuku swung and kicked his feet out, narrowly missing hitting him in the side. "Don't underestimate me. I'll break your knees." He raised one eyebrow. "You're like an irritated kitten," Izuku hissed. Xiaoji laughed. "Wanna go again?" One glance at Yaoyorozu deftly putting Kaken into a chokehold, and Izuku agreed. He settled back into a defensive stance for round 2. Unknown number. "Hi, this is Kota Koji. This is Midoriya, right?" "Midoriya Izuku." "Yep. How are you doing?" "Kota Koji." "I'm good, thank you. I actually wanted to ask you for a favor." Izuku stopped on the path and waved, gaining Kota's attention. The boy swallowed and gestured to the blanket he was sitting on. Izuku sat down slowly, avoiding the half-dozen squirrels that had gathered around Kota, and nibbled on various nuts spread out on the blanket. In Kota's lap sat a white rabbit that he pet anxiously, eyes flickering over Izuku's appearance. Izuku had done his best to cover up his insect features. He found some dark-tinted sunglasses and stuffed his antennae under a beanie despite how uncomfortable it was. He put on one of his long jackets to cover his wings. The weather was a bit too warm for it, but he was trying to help Kota feel comfortable. Hi, he began. "I like your bunny." Kota smiled and picked up a small wipe-off board and marker. He wrote carefully, then turned the board around. "Her name is Lily. It's a good name." He bit his lip awkwardly, half raising his hands. Clumsily he signed, "How are you?" Kota perked up at the sight. "I'm good. Can you sign?" He hesitated, trying to remember the sign. "Learning." That was the majority of his vocabulary so far. He dropped his hands. "Sorry, I'm learning from HeroTube, but I've only seen a few videos so far. Mash told me that you sometimes prefer to not speak." Kota nodded. He wrote on his board again. "People are hard to talk to. Animals are much easier. That's your quirk, right? You can command them too, from what Mash said." "Yes, and a voice. I can understand and command animals." Izuku grinned. "Yeah, that's pretty cool." Kota wrote more urgently now. "I need to face my fear of bugs. And you want me to help?" Izuku inferred. He nodded fervently. This time his writing took longer. "The sports festival. I'm at a disadvantage. Big crowds. Lots of noise. It scares away animals. No way for me to fight." Izuku scanned over the message and bit his lip. Kota had a big point there. His quirk would be best in a nature environment, not an urban one, and especially with how the festival was set up. Just as quickly, Kota had written something again. "Noise won't bother bugs, and they can be found everywhere." Another message. "I don't expect to win, but I want to prove myself too." At the bottom of the board he underlined, "Plus Ultra." Izuku sat back. With his limited vocabulary he signed slowly, "Yes, I'll help you." Kota beamed. "Kota Koji. Hello. Why is the chat called the Circle of Life?" Moth. "Cause Tsu is higher up on the food chain than me. Though we should probably change it to something else. The Circle of Fear, anyone." Kota Koji. "I don't think that's any better." Moth. "Nah, it's great. You fear me, I fear Tsu, and Tsu fears." "Tsu, what do you fear?" "Dat boy. Oblivion." Moth. "Valid." Kota Koji. "Sweats." Moth. "Dat boy. You ready, Kota?" Izuku asked. His tall classmate nodded, making an audible gulp as he stared down the most fearsome of all places, the butterfly garden at Misutafu's local zoo. Maybe going to the zoo was a sort of silly way to help Kota overcome his phobia. But with the sports festival looming in the next few days and nerves heightening, they all needed a break. So, kill two birds with one stone. Kota could interact with bugs in a low-stakes environment, and then the three of them could enjoy the other exhibits for the rest of the day. In the last week, Izuku and Kota had already made significant strides. They met almost daily. Kota was getting comfortable with Izuku's moth features, and he could finally ditch the hat and jacket. In return, Kota was teaching him some sign. Izuku was pretty bad at it, but Kota was a good teacher. He signed slowly so Izuku could understand, and was never bothered if he had to repeat the same sign several times. Kota always had an animal friend with him during those sessions, and it seemed to help his anxiety. Izuku, on his other side, Tsu patted his arm. "We'll start with 5 minutes, but if it's too much, we'll leave and take a break. The passes are for all day so we don't have to rush." Izuku added. I have some allowance that I want to blow in the gift shop. Koda took another deep breath and took a step forward. Izuku and Sue right at his side as they plunged inside the greenhouse-like building. The entrance to the garden was through a glass door into a small entryway where they had to push past a barrier of heavy plastic panels that prevented any of the butterflies from escaping. Inside the building it was delightfully warm, with a touch of humidity, just enough Izuku could feel it when he breathed in, but it didn't condense on the plants around them. A zoo employee in a bright blue vest stood next to a large, colorful sign explaining the butterfly life cycle. Good morning, she smiled. Morning, they echoed, shuffling together on the pathway so they wouldn't completely block the doorway. Her eyes briefly focused on his antennae and wings. You look like someone who knows a thing or two about butterflies. Moths, actually, but butterflies are basically cousins. She laughed awkwardly. Right, evolution is kinda funny that way. She cleared her throat. Well, it's a bit early so not many of our butterflies are active yet, but you could probably spot some if you look hard enough. Now, sorry, but I have to give the usual warnings. Her tone drifted into the overly cheerful monotone only employees who had to say repetitive speeches could conjure. Welcome to the butterfly garden. We ask that you please do not bat at or attempt to grab any of our butterflies here. If one lands on you, do not swat at it. A member of the staff will help you remove it if it is bothering you. Please do not touch a butterfly's wings. They are very delicate and a rough touch can result in a torn wing and we don't want that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or anyone else in a blue vest. Feel free to wander as you'd like. I'll be here. They murmured a thanks and walked down one of the stone paths deeper into the building. All of the plants seemed to lean close together, so they had to duck sometimes to get around a low-hanging branch or edge around a flower that had gotten overeager in its growth. Koda walked slowly in half steps, his fingers curled together nervously as he scanned back and forth for anything. Hey, Izuku nudged him, signing a quick "You okay?" Yes, I don't hear very many right now. I think they're asleep. He signed slowly and simply, emphasizing each word so Izuku could understand. He paused. How do you say it? He pointed to his antennae and Koda gave him a confused look. Smell. I can smell them. Koda made a gesture like he was waving something to his nose. Smell. Then he dug through his bag to get his whiteboard. Izuku and Sue waited while he wrote. You can smell with your antennae. Izuku laughed. Did you guys not know? Sue tilted her head. I think you mentioned it once. At the USJ. I'd forgotten about it though. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's part of my quirk physiology. That's how I always know when Aizawa's coming in the morning. Koda, if you want, I can smell where the butterflies are in here, so I could find one for you. He nodded. Izuku reached into a nearby bush. There was a one hiding on one of the back branches. With a little coaxing, it crawled onto his fingers and he pulled it out. Its orange and black wings were easily identifiable as a monarch. It stretched its wings from the perch on his hand. Koda stiffened but didn't back away. Izuku only had one hand free so he couldn't sign "You okay?" as he'd habitually learned to do. Out of the corner of his eye he caught Sue licking her lips. He blocked the monarch with his other hand and eyed her suspiciously. You know it's poisonous, right? She looked away innocently. But not enough to kill me, right? Izuku frowned. Don't eat the butterflies. An employee walking by stared at them, looking torn between being scandalized and wanting to burst into laughter. Sue, I will avenge my daytime brethren. Her tongue disappeared back into her mouth. The employee shot them one last look then walked away. Izuku addressed Koda again. Do you want to hold it? He looked uncertain but held his hand out. Izuku held their flat palms close together so the monarch could walk onto Koda's hand. The animal speaker shook, but didn't try giving it back. Izuku hovered next to him, always watching for a sign that Koda couldn't take it anymore. He got through a whole minute before Izuku delicately scooped the monarch back up. Break time. He blew a little puff of air and getting the hint, it flew off his hand and somewhere into the trees. Do you want to leave now, Koda? No, I need to do this. Izuku switched to sign as well. Teach me more. They sat on a wooden bench. Koda showed Izuku new signs and they practiced signing a full conversation back and forth. Sue wandered off to explore the rest of the greenhouse, but joined them as well, sitting on the low wall next to Izuku, and he showed her the basics he knew. Slowly more and more butterflies woke up and flew around the area. Koda never held another one, instead commanding them to fly to other areas and in one instance, made a little girl's day by having a bright blue one land on her hand. Her delighted gasp made him smile, even as he leaned away from another flying past. In the end, they hadn't been there long, not even an hour, but it was good to see Koda make progress. Koda was the first to leave the building. Izuku didn't blame him. His nerves were probably shot from forcing himself to stay. Just before he pushed aside the plastic panels, the woman who greeted them called out. Oh, hold up, she ordered. Izuku's halted, one foot comically in the air. 1 second, you have a friend trying to hitch a ride out of here. Her fingers brushed the space just above his shoulder blades then revealed a palm-sized moth. bright yellow and orange with dual eye spots. Izuku easily identified it as an Moth. Weird to see this guy up so late past his bedtime, but I guess he likes you, she laughed. I'll take care of him. Enjoy the rest of the zoo. Sue had found the frogs. She half climbed on the railing of the bridge they were on and leaned over so she could see them better in the pond below. Together, the frogs and Sue croaked like an amphibian choir. Her newly acquainted friends lined up in a neat row. It really sold the image that Sue was their grand conductor while they sang. A little boy tugged on his mother's arm, pointing at Sue with concern. What is she doing with the frogs? Izuku pressed a finger to his lips. SHH, they're communicating. Sue turned to smile at them. All lip and no teeth, a loud ribbit echoing out of her throat. Izuku felt slightly intimidated. A monkey in one of the enclosures began chattering as their group walked by. Jumping up and down and pointing, its shrieks sounded suspiciously like laughter. Izuku gestured to it. Hey, Koda, do you know what it's saying? Sue tilted her head in interest, turning questioning eyes to Koda as well. He's criticizing your fashion sense. Ouch, Sue, if it's any consolation, I think your outfit is great. Koda shook his head. No, he hates your fashion sense. Izuku looked down at his white t-shirt that read, Don't call me the Mothman. Obviously, I'm the Slothman with a drawing of sloth with moth wings. What's wrong with my shirt? Everything, Sue told him. Next time we're going to a mall and buying you better clothes. Izuku pulled on his shirt, frowning. But this is one of my favorite shirts. I'm surprised your mother let you out of the house with that kind of fashion sense. Izuku looked at Koda, imploring him to take his side. Come on, it's not that bad, right? Koda shook his head solemnly. His agreement with Sue came down as harshly as a judge's gavel. It is that bad. It needs to be burned. Sue patted his shoulder comfortingly while he pouted. Izuku stumbled out of the gift shop with 2 huge bags. I'm officially broke now. Sue hugged her new frog plush to her chest and sat on a stone bench. She tilted her round sunglasses down and she gave him a hard stare. I'd say, Midoriya, how many plushies did you buy? 5. She shook her head. Koda emerged from the gift shop as well, a fist-sized bag in his hands. What you get? Sue asked. Wordlessly, he pulled out a small monarch butterfly made of glass and wire. Izuku smiled. I was looking at those too. I wanted the Atlas moth, but I didn't have enough money. 20,000 yen is a bit too much. Koda carefully wrapped his souvenir back into its protective paper, then switched hands to write on his board. Thank you for today. No problem, Izuku said. Glad I can help you out. I don't know if there will be many butterflies for you to command during the festival, but I'm glad you're getting more comfortable with insects. Sue swung her legs. We'll have to do this again. Maybe an aquarium next time. If we do, let's invite Shaoji. He likes octopuses. And maybe we can wait until I have more money again. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. What are you going to do with all those stuffed animals anyway? Building a collection, Midoriya. Nah, they're gifts. I think they're going to love them. Izuku slammed against Kaken's bedroom window, making his childhood friend jump. He braced himself on the window frame. Oh, if only he had his hero costume gloves. Then he could stick to the window directly and really be a moth. Kaken threw open the window. You idiot. I told you to stop fucking doing that. He yelled in Izuku's face, then stormed away to sit back on his bed. Izuku grinned, climbing over the desk to get inside. But your lights are so pretty. You can fuck right off with your stupid moth jokes. How long are you going to make everyone believe that you're 2 seconds away from flying directly into the sun? I'm shooting for this whole year, he smirked, but maybe I can keep it up until we graduate. What do you think? I think you're an idiot. Izuku shrugged. You have to admit that it's a good gag. I think Shaoji and Sue are onto me, so I occasionally stare blankly at lights just to mess with them. But, in any case, he reached into his bag. I guess you'll have to bear with me and my jokes. He revealed a stuffed grizzly bear. Get out. What are you gonna name him? I said get out. Izuku was pushed out of the room. The door slammed shut behind him. He simply stood in the hallway and laughed. It didn't escape his notice that Kaken still took the bear. Well, he'd already walked all the way over here. He might as well play on the Bakugo's Xbox. There was a knock on the balcony door. Mashiro glanced up, confused. Izuku stood on the other side of the glass and waved a stuffed monkey as if to say, here you go. Mashiro didn't move from the table. Izuku knocked again, then pulled out his phone, and a second later his own dinged. Hey, I got you something. He took his time responding. I can see that. I don't want it. Izuku pouted. Mashiro stood up from the table and went to the door, looking Izuku right in the eyes as he closed the curtains. He already had over a dozen different stuffed monkeys from Izuku. He didn't need another one. I bring gifts, Izuku announced at the Cool Eye Gang's next study session. Ashido's hands shot up as she cheered in her seat. Todoroki and Shaoji were much calmer. The former's eyebrows raised and the latter tried to lean over to look in Izuku's bag. He pulled it out of reach. Just wait a sec. Ashido, here's yours. He handed her a stuffed flamingo before she completely lost her mind from anticipation. She made a high-pitched squeaking noise. I love it. OMG, it's fluffy. She set it next to the homework she was working on and put her chin in her hands. I'm going to name her Razzle Dazzle cause she's fabulous. Izuku pulled out the next one, a giraffe, for Xiaoji. I tried looking for an octopus cause I know you like them, but they didn't have any. Sorry, I'm not really one for gifts, Xiaoji admitted, holding it loosely in his hands. But thank you, Midoriya. You're welcome. And now, the best for last. He held a white seal plush out to Todoroki. We're glad you're part of the Cool Eyes gang and that you put up with our nonsense. He didn't take it, his mismatched eyes staring at it as if it was some kind of dangerous weapon. Izuku shook it slightly, making the seal's tail flop a little. It doesn't bite, though the real thing might. Slowly, hesitantly, the boy took it. He squeezed it slightly and his eyes widened. Then he ran his hands over the soft fluff. He patted it with care as if afraid it would break under his fingers. Izuku resumed his spot back at the table and they continued study. Razzle Dazzle the flamingo and Spot, Xiaoji's giraffe, sitting among their messy stacks of papers. The seal stayed in Todoroki's lap. Every few moments he'd reach down and pet it, but only when he thought no one was looking. Xiaodo entered the house quietly, holding the latch so it didn't click when he shut the door behind him. He paused, listening for any sound. Nothing. Good. He slipped off his shoes, not bothering to untie the laces, and scurried down the hall to his room, also shutting the door behind him. There was no lock on that door. For a second he stood in the center of the room. Where to put it where the bastard won't find it? His bed was nothing more than a large futon. No space to store anything underneath like a Western-style bed. The desk. No drawers. No time to brainstorm for a more secure spot. He'll be home soon. He opened the closet. There was a space above and to the side of the door that he could wedge it until he found a better spot. He did so, wincing as he had to harshly squish the seal Izuku had given him to make it stay in place. It wasn't perfect, but as long as no one looked up or it fell out of its hiding spot, it wouldn't be discovered. He slid the closet door shut again. Mash leaned over, resting his hands on his knees, and panted. Okay, I need a break. Sorry. Izuku folded his wings tight across his back. I feel like I'm making progress though. I thought it was like a switch, but it's more like a dial. That's good. Mash gave him a strained grin. I'm glad to help you out, really. I don't think I can do any more today, even knowing that it's just an illusion. It's terrifying, Izuku. No wonder Shigaraki backed off when he saw it. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, walking over to their backpacks and grabbing their water bottles. Sorry, again. I should be able to finish my analysis tonight so I won't bug you anymore. He held the bottle out. Mash took it. Tiredness etched into his entire body. He drank like a man who hadn't seen water in years. Izuku's new ability, he called it intimidation, was interesting. To better understand it, Mash had volunteered to help him run tests long after everyone else left after sparring practice, usually around the time the sun began to go down. The first thing that Izuku had noted was that it was tied to his eye spots, but could be turned on and off like a switch. Mash described it like every portion of his brain screaming that a beast was staring him down and there was no other choice than to run. So it activated a fight or flight response, minus the fight part. It made sense. Moths and butterflies developed eye spots to ward away predators and make themselves look bigger and more intimidating. But then things got interesting. The second time had a much weaker reaction. Mash barely broke a sweat, knocking Izuku off his feet. He had expected the fear response, so resisted it. He made a note of that. Intimidation can be resisted if the opponent is aware and alert, and that made sense in a weird way. Eye spots were nothing but illusions. Technically, they just made predators believe they were facing a bigger and scarier animal. Lots of other animals used that exact same tact. If those predators were more aware that those scare tactics were fake, the illusion would break and it would once again be ineffective. Mash capped his bottle and stretched. It doesn't bother me to help you out. It's just really intense. Like you said the other day, it's growing quickly and it'll keep growing. It's nearly heart-stopping right now when you've just unlocked it. I don't want to be on the receiving end when you'll give it the kind of training Aizawa's always talking about. That'll be enough to drop someone dead in a second. That's why I'm glad I can control the output. Somewhat. It's a little shaky to be honest. You'll get better at it. Mash glanced outside. It's getting dark. We better hurry so we don't miss the next train. They grabbed their bags, Izuku closing up the gym behind them. The sports festival was so close. Izuku could practically hear Mike's commentary. The smell of the crowd, the adrenaline thrumming just under his skin. He was thrilled. Moth. I forgot about my speech. The noise from the crowd outside could be heard clear in the prep room. The murmur of hundreds of people talking all at once and the occasional announcement from Mike counting down to the start of the festival. Izuku sat next to Ashido at one of the foldable tables, just like before the entrance exam. Her nerves were getting the best of her, a mix of excitement and performance anxiety that wound so tight that she couldn't sit still. Her legs bounced, occasionally hitting the table, making a low thud among the hushed whispers most of the class spoke in, as if they were afraid that by speaking any louder the crowd outside will hear and jump to attack. Sue sat on Ashido's other side, looking calm and collected, but then again, she always looked put together. Even during the adrenaline-pumping panic of the USJ attack, she had kept a level head. She talked quietly, helping Izuku divert Ashido's attention for a moment. My brother, Samidare, wants to get a dog, Sue was saying, big eyes blinking slowly. But my parents work a lot and they don't have the time to properly take care of it, and he isn't exactly the most responsible. She shrugged. So we have a pet frog instead. Ashido's knees stopped their jerking abruptly. You have a pet what? A frog. He called it Shrek. Ashido stared. Sue gazed back, face blank. But she paused, mouth opening and shutting a few times. Sue, you are a frog. Yes, so, that literally evokes the same feeling as cannibalism. But with pets. Petibalism. Ashido cried. She turned to Izuku. You agree, right? That's a little weird. No offense, Sue. None taken. It's not like we're going to eat him though. She groaned. That's not the point. It just feels weird. Like if Shaoji had a pet octopus or something. She turned in her chair. Please tell me you don't have a pet octopus. Grandma has a cat. Thank God. Izuku shrugged. It's not that weird. I used to collect any moth pupae I could find and let them live in my closet. Ashido gazed at him in horror. I take back what I said. Help me God. I was just helping them out, he insisted. And the only reason why I'm not allowed to do that anymore is because some of the hatched ones escaped my room and Dad woke up one morning with a silk moth on his face. Poor Caramel. She shivered. Okay, bugs don't usually bug me, but that's a little scary. What is up with you two keeping animals that are the same as your quirks? Is it sympathy? Want to be with your own kind? Izuku didn't really have an answer for that. Actually, I probably don't want to know. Can we change the topic now? Hey, Todoroki, do you have any pets? The other member of the CEG leaned against the wall, his arms folded and brow furrowed in thought as he stared at the floor. Something was off about him today. He barely responded to Ashido when she greeted him this morning. While he begun to join their group bit by bit in the past couple weeks, today he stood at a distance. Ashido waved her hand. Taduu, I'm talking to you. He started, wide eyes jumping from where they stared at the ground to look at her face. She grinned, lost in La La Land or something. I was just wondering if you have any pets. No. He shuffled awkwardly. Same here. Our apartment has a rule against pets. She pulled a face. But if it didn't, I think I'd like a bird. Maybe a parrot. I could teach it to say funny words and insult people I don't like. How about you? I like cats. It was the most he'd said all morning. Ashido tilted her head. Why don't you have one then? Is Endeavor allergic to fur or something? His face grew darker when she mentioned his father's hero name. The bastard doesn't like animals. His tone hardened. The word bastard floated in the air uncomfortably. He didn't call him dad, or even father, just a bitter, hateful bastard. It was common knowledge that Endeavor didn't exactly have the nicest personality, despite being one of the most popular heroes. He had a quick temper and liked to keep his life private. There had been many reporters that had faced his wrath head-on by trying to pry too deeply into any personal matters. Ask Endeavor about his most recent achievements or a villain he took down. But hell hath no fury quite like the number 2 hero if someone so much as inquiries about his wife or children's health. Todoroki never spoke about his family. Ashido seemed to realize that she'd crossed some sort of line that she hadn't been aware of. Oh, sorry, she squeaked. Didn't mean to offend you, or anything like that. Just as quickly as it came, his anger washed away. I'm sorry, Ashido. I'm just thinking about a lot of things right now. Any other questions that Ashido or Izuku would have asked next were interrupted by Cementos entering the room. Class 1A, he said by way of greeting, his gray, rectangular head ducking slightly to get under the doorframe. The sports festival begins soon. I suggest you begin making your way down to the stadium floor. No time to dwell on it now. Izuku followed the rest of his classmates to the tunnel leading out onto the field. Ashido's had calmed and she walked steadily. The only hint of her nerves being her fists squeezed so tightly they shook slightly. Izuku glanced toward Todoroki just behind him. The taller boy's face had crafted a perfect mask of indifference. It was jarring. The last time he'd seen Todoroki so cold was the day they asked him to join CEG. Something about today was refreezing his thawed attitude. He opened his mouth, just a whisper slipping out. Todoroki give a warm welcome to Class 1A. Present Mike announced, his voice booming over the applause and cheers of the crowd. Izuku wasn't able to finish his question, swept along by his classmates until they were stepping out of the dark tunnel and onto the gigantic field, the sense and noise of hundreds of people bearing down like a tidal wave. Cameras swiveled to broadcast their image for the screens over the Coliseum and every television across Japan. UAS Sports Festival had begun. Their class had received the warmest welcome by far. Class 1B had gotten a fair amount of clapping themselves, but it had slowly dwindled down as each class was announced, until it was nothing more than polite. That didn't help with the anxiety. It only amplified Izuku's, and everyone else's, nervousness. As Mike had so kindly put it, the class that faced down villains in their first week. It seemed they were doomed to be under the most scrutiny. Ashido rocked back and forth on her feet. "Dude, everyone's staring at us. Please don't remind me," Izuku murmured. "It's not just the crowd either." The other first-year classes seemed to glare at them, giving them a wide berth that only made them stand out more. Izuku accidentally locked eyes with someone from another class and they pounded a fist into an open palm. He looked away hurriedly. No need to make enemies this early in the competition. Kaken seemed to openly invite the challenge. He stared down anyone who dared to make eye contact and puffed up with pride every time they would be the first to look away. Now he and another blonde boy from 1B had started a staring contest. The other hero student was the first to back down. Midnight sauntered onto the raised platform at the center of the field. She cracked her whip, gaining the students' then the crowd's attention. Confidently, she walked to the microphone. "Welcome everyone to UAS Sports Festival." The crowd cheered. She stepped back, artfully letting the crowd hype themselves up. After a moment, she stepped forward again. "Every year, the sports festival is a time for our prospective hero students to show the world what they're made of," she explained. "We will narrow down our contestants through a series of 3 events, each challenging in their own right. What kind of flashy powers and genius tactics will we see today from our students? And at the end of the day, who will stand on top? You're not going to want to miss this." But before we start, she snapped her whip in Izuku's direction. "Let's hear a few inspiring words from the student who scored first in the entrance exam, Midoriya Izuku." The crowd burst into applause again. Izuku's feet froze to the ground. "Todoroki." He wanted to say, "This really isn't the time to be using your quirk." But when he glanced down, there wasn't any ice. Oh, it was just him then. Someone roughly pushed him forward and he stumbled a bit. He caught himself before he completely tripped, however. That'd be just the perfect thing to do. Trip in front of hundreds of people on live television. He glanced back, Kaken growled and motioned him forward. "Right, speech." He really wished he didn't procrastinate. His legs were so numb, he couldn't tell if he was shaking. He climbed the steps of the platform. Midnight gave him an encouraging smile. He tried to return it, but it wobbled and failed. He stepped up to the microphone and the world went silent. Everyone's breath held in anticipation for what he was going to say. He could hear the breeze rustle through the grass, the gleam of camera lenses staring down at him. Machine judges at his trial. He wetted his lips. His mouth suddenly felt like a desert. "All of us here are working towards the same goal," he began, the words falling numbly from his lips. "Keep it short," Mash had advised. "Less chance of saying something stupid. While today is a competition, I hope that we act as true heroes should. Play fair, help your teammates, and have respectful attitudes towards each other." The way the other classes glared at them, as if being attacked by villains gave them superiority complexes when it had done just the opposite, shattering their naive idea of what real hero work is like. Instead of stooping to petty rivalry, let's encourage each other to be better and push our limits. Go all the way and beyond. Plus ultra. He raised a fist in the air and for a heart-stopping moment there was no sound from the stadium. Did he end it too abruptly? Did he say something wrong? Then the cheering broke out. He stumbled away from the microphone. Tension he didn't even know he had loosened in his gut. Midnight leaned down before he stepped down the stairs, clapping along with the crowd. "Good job," she winked. Izuku managed a smile this time. Ashido nudged him as he took his place next to her again. "Nice going. You didn't even look nervous." "Sure," he doubted. "I'm never going to do that again. Villains are like a cakewalk compared to that." She snorted. When he glanced at the other classes, some people had thoughtful looks on their faces. The outright hostility hadn't completely gone, but it gave them something to think about. Midnight took the mic again. "Thank you for those inspiring words, Midoriya. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for, let's begin." Izuku ended up being shoved somewhere near the back of the pack as everyone crowded at the start line for the obstacle race. For anyone else, that might have been worrying. The gates they had to pass through to get to the course proper was narrow, only allowing maybe 5 or so people standing side by side at a time. But the gates were also, in UA style, overachieving in terms of height. "All right, students." Midnight cracked her whip one last time, just for dramatic effect. "There are only 44 spots for the next round, so I suggest you get creative with your quirk use. The race is 4 kilometers, but don't tire yourself out too much. We go straight into the next event after this. If you're all ready, then we'll begin on Mike's signal." She shaded her eyes to look up at the commentator booth. Izuku took a few steps back from the pack. He was going to need some room to take off. A loud tone blasted over the field. The students ahead of Izuku pushed forward in one singular mass. His wings shot out from their folded position to their full length, and he flew. Present Mike started his commentary. "We've just started and there's already a pileup in the starting gate. Too bad for anyone stuck in there. That's the worst way to fall behind. Oh, looks like some members of class are already pulling ahead. Todoroki has taken the lead. Izuku smiled. His shadow passed over the other classes, making them look up. Not for long, Todoroki. His wings blurred. The tiny figures of his classmates ran below, slipping and sliding on Todoroki's ice. Not for long though. Yaoyorozu had made a small flamethrower and was clearing a path, printing the others to flock towards it. Izuku passed them easily. Todoroki was just ahead, obliviously skating away. Oh, looks like Midoriya. Izuku's swooping in to take the lead. Dang it, Mike. He was trying to be sneaky. Todoroki glanced over his shoulder and a second later a large ice blast followed. Izuku dodged up. The mountain of ice hadn't quite reached him, but he could still feel the chill coming off it. It was a good try. But unlike the battle trial from their first week, Izuku had the advantage. The whole sky was open up to him and it'd be a lot harder to pin him down. He waved as he zipped by. This was pretty fun actually. Just up ahead was the first obstacle, the entrance exam robots. Izuku stifled laughter. If they were still just as slow as he remembered from his exam, this would be no sweat. A zero-pointer bared down on him, a giant arm poised to swat him out of the sky. He easily swerved around it. Yep, still slow. The creeping chill of Todoroki's quirk and muffled yells from Kaken drove him forward. Didn't want to be like Aesop's rabbit and let the turtle get ahead just because he was lazy. The next obstacle came into sight. The dirt track fell away into stone pillars, each connected very loosely by rope. From the height he was at, it reminded him of the webby mud cracks he'd seen at the bottom of dried-out rivers. Another portion of the course that would be a piece of cake. Midoriyas already at the halfway mark, Mike announced helpfully. Izuku rolled his eyes, but still grinned. He was doing pretty well. He just had to watch out for Todoroki and Kaken, both always one step behind him. He had soared over the last chasm when his friends had arrived at the first. Kaken roared as he rocketed himself from pillar to pillar. Todoroki was more graceful and jogged across ice bridges that melted behind him, huge shards of ice shattering on the ground far below. Izuku didn't stop to wave. Keep moving forward. The next sections came and went in a blur. His position at the front never wavered, though Todoroki and Kaken had mostly turned to fighting each other for second place. Izuku could smell Ashido and Ajiro not too far back along with a good portion of the rest of the class. He checked his speed, lowering it from the fast-paced blur he'd been keeping. The festival was practically an endurance race unto itself and Izuku planned to win. The final leg of the race, Izuku nearly missed the neon sign, so used to not having to worry about any obstacles. Warning, landmines. Was UA serious? Apparently they were. There was the sharp smell of metal and chemicals emanating from the ground. Still not a big deal. For him, that is. Rip his classmates having to make their way through that though. He wondered briefly if Recovery Girl could regenerate limbs. The finish line rose in sight. The same kind of large gate as at the start. He was almost there. Boom. Izuku chanced to look behind him to see what that was. Todoroki and Kaken rode a shockwave right at him. He turned back just as quickly. Gotta go fast. In a startling turn of events, it looks like Todoroki and Bakugo are using the landmines for a speed boost right at the very end. Mike screamed in excitement. Yes, thank you, Mike. Izuku thought sarcastically. I didn't notice. His wings flapped so fast they were just a green and black blur. Todoroki's ice crept closer. Kaken howled. No words. He just made an animalistic noise with his intense desire to win. Izuku had heard it plenty of times while they were playing Smash together. He could see their figures out of the corner of his eye. Faster. They passed the finish line. Izuku metaphorically hit the brakes. Literally, he reverse flapped to slow down. He landed several meters away, his heart pounding from the boost of adrenaline he'd gotten right at the end. Kaken pointed at them. Huh, I fucking beat you too. What? Izuku panted, hands on knees. I was just ahead of you. Steam curled off of Todoroki's right side, shards of ice melting and dripping onto the ground. He lifted one eyebrow. Bakugo, I'm pretty sure you were behind me. That's what you'd like to believe, you walking popsicle. It was hella annoying being tied with you the entire time, but I pulled ahead there at the end. I'm impressed that you guys stayed on my tail the entire time. Izuku cut in. Using the landmines was ingenious. Kaken puffed up with pride. That was my idea and I had to do all the goddamn work just to pull it off. Fucking half and half here rode my glory to the finish line. He jabbed his finger in Todoroki's direction. Don't think I'll ever help you out again, you bastard. Todoroki didn't pay any attention to the insults Kaken was tossing at him. They sloughed off his poker face with barely a blink. I don't think it matters anyways, he said calmly, then pointed at the large screen where it simply read 3 divided by 44 in plain letters. Kaken's face pinched in confusion. Huh, Midnight laughed from her platform. We said there'd be 44 spots. We never said we'd be ranking them. Behind them, Yaoyorozu crossed the finish line. The numbers changed to 4 divided by 44. Guess Izuku could have slowed down a bit after all. Our next event, Midnight announced. The profiles of the 44 students on the screen behind her will be a game of capture the flag. Everyone will form 4-person groups for a total of 11 teams. People began locking eyes with friends and classmates and subtly nodding to make silent alliances. Ashido exchanged a thumbs up with Izuku and Shaoji then waved at Todoroki. The Cool Eyes gang is going to dominate this, she whispered excitedly. However, Midnight just had to ruin their plans. She lifted a finger as she made her next declaration. But wait, to keep things interesting. These teams will be completely randomized. Behind her, all their profiles shifted into groups. Izuku squinted at the screen. He was grouped with Shiro and Hagakure, her face, or lack of, easily recognizable. The other girl he didn't recognize. Light brown hair with long bangs that covered her eyes. Komori Kanoko, the name under her picture read. As future pro heroes, situations may arise where you will have to work together with other pros. Midnight lecture. Most of these team-ups are formal occurrences used to enhance the strengths of the matchups. But that is not always possible. Sometimes you have to work with others whose quirks you aren't familiar with. The ground began to shake, and some people crashed into each other in an attempt to stay on their feet. The grass of the stadium slid back and away, revealing beneath it a gigantic maze. There were a few gasps from a couple students at the sheer size of it. It continued to rise out of the ground, locking into place at level ground as if the grass had never been there in the first place. Midnight continued her explanation. The rules are simple. Each team will be given a flag to guard. After your team enters the maze, you will be given 5 minutes to prepare before the game begins. If your flag is removed from its base in the floor, you will be disqualified. Her voice took on a darker tone. So don't get any ideas about moving it, unless you want to lose. Just as quickly, she returned to normal. And lastly, we play until there are only 4 teams left. Those lucky people will move on to the next event. Find your teams and hurry with the introductions. We have flags to capture. Round 2 had begun. Are you sure? Yes, Shinso snapped. You don't have to ask so many times. Monoma did his weird laugh thing again. It was loud and grated on his nerves slightly. Ashido's was loud as well, but hers was actually an amusement. Monoma's sounded forced and hysterical, as if he was trying to convince himself that it truly was funny. Shaoto blinked and fell silent. He thought it was a perfectly justified question, and even they had been fairly surprised when he pointed it out in the first place. They had the exact same eyes, like, unnaturally so. A lilac-purple iris bordering blank, white pupils. It seemed like a logical step to assume they were related. They didn't exactly like that though. How did Ashido talk to people so easily? Shaoto couldn't understand it. She'd see their weird eyes and have wrangled them into giving her their numbers and making them official members of CEG. That's exactly how it would happen. Shaoto could testify from first-hand experience. Somehow he managed to offend at least 2 of his teammates in the first 5 minutes. Good job, Shaoto, this is going great. Shinso glanced away, rubbing at his neck. God, can we just start planning already? Monoma let off one last laugh before stopping. Well, besides this clown, he jabbed a finger at Shaoto. Any of you have actually useful quirks? My naval laser is powerful, Aoyama offered. Monoma ignored him and looked to Shinso. Shinso was silent. Tired eyes flickered, then he sighed. Brainwash, he said simply. Monoma raised an eyebrow. And you didn't make it in the hero course. Doesn't work on robots, but it works plenty well on people, I take it. 2 opus quirks and free reign to terrorize Class A. His mouth stretched into a twisted grin. This is the dream. Aoyama and Shaoto exchanged glances. Should they mention that they were from Class A? So, what's the plan? Shiro asked. Izuku paced around their small defensive base. A concrete square with one entrance. It was blank and empty besides the dark blue flag planted at the center of the room. The whole goal for this exercise. If it was stolen, it'd be game over. All the teams were situated on the border of the maze, more or less. Izuku would bet all his money that it was done on purpose. The sports festival was all about making a spectacle, having drama. The maze most likely converged at the center, so the only way to steal other flags was to fight past each other battle royal style. He paused. Okay, the way I see it, there are 2 fairly good options, if we don't count how many ways we can do the second. We could be entirely defensive and not leave our flag, or part of the team can leave to attempt to capture others' flags. There are pros and cons to both. He began pacing again. If we stay here, then we'll be at full strength if we are attacked. But if we capture other flags, then that means less potential enemies and a better guarantee that we will move on to the next round. I like the second idea. Hagakure spoke up. She waved her glove-covered hands in the air. I'd be the best person to steal flags without anyone noticing. Stealth is kinda my whole thing. Izuku nodded. I think that'd be great. I could probably help you with that. Shiro and Komori, she supplied. Komori, thank you. Can you do defense? Shiro rubbed his chin. I could lay down some tape as booby traps, like flypaper but for human beings. He grinned. Izuku looked at Komori questioningly. I can grow mushrooms and fungi to block the path, she said quietly, shuffling her feet. Dunno how helpful that would be. He gave her an encouraging smile. No, I think that's great. That's a cool quirk. Can you grow any kind of mushroom? She nodded, more sure of herself. Izuku couldn't see her eyes, but he got the feeling they were bright with excitement. I can even do poisonous ones, or make spores that can infect someone's lungs, she said a little too excitedly. Zero cringed. Let's save those for a last resort. I don't need mushroom lungs. Oh, sorry. No, it's great. Let's start working on defenses. Maybe you can grow some of those on the outside where they'll catch intruders. Hagakure sighed and began tugging on her gloves. Can one of you watch my clothes while I'm gone? In the last few minutes before the event started, Zero and Komori did a good job creating a truly troublesome barrier. Zero laid down double-sided tape on the ground leading towards their base and strung it back and forth from the walls to create a giant spider web. Komori gently took Hagakure's clothes, promising to look after them, then placed her hand on the wall by the entrance. Mushrooms began sprouting and growing at an alarming rate, curling and popping outwards in a variety of colors. The majority were white or brown, but occasionally there was a yellow or red one. Izuku and Hagakure moved farther down the cement corridor, not wanting to accidentally breathe in Komori's spores. The signal went off and Mike shouted, "Begin." Izuku flew over the maze walls, hovering so he could trace the twists and turns and commit them to memory. He moved his antennae, trying to only collect information from within the maze and block out the crowd above him. Okay, got it. He flew back down, landing lightly on his feet. Right, second left, straight to the end of the hallway, and the flag is on the right. It's being guarded by Kaminari, Sato, and 2 others from Class B. Got all that? She repeated it back quickly. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. All I have to do is remove the flag from its base and they're out. Yep, I'm going to attempt to take the one from the group on the other side. I'll find you when I'm done. Wait, how are you going to do that if I'm invisible? He didn't answer her question and took off again, this time bolting in the other direction. He circled around, careful not to let his shadow fall over the other team's base, and landed on the next wall over. An evil grin spread over his face. Mash was about to get a surprise. He waited for the perfect moment when Mash and the other 2 had turned their focus to the entrance of their base. Their third group member was gone, probably making their way through the maze. Then he lifted off from his perch. He rushed for the flag, pausing long enough to firmly grab the top of the flagpole in both hands, then tugged it out. Team 3 is out. Mike crowed over the speakers. Everyone watch out for Midoriya. This Moth is on the hunt. The team below whipped around, surprise and shock on their faces. Mash caught Izuku's eye from where he crouched on the wall, the flag leaning on his shoulder, and shit-eating grin stretched across his face. Mashy, you really should have seen that coming, he teased. Mash shook his head. Couldn't even give me a break, he asked sarcastically. Nope. Izuku dropped the flag onto the ground below like a cat delivering a dead bird it proudly caught. Mike kinda warned everyone that I'm coming, but maybe I can snag a few more. Catch you later, mashed potatoes. He left. Mash's indignant cry of Izuku following after him. Koji didn't feel particularly useful. He and Ito were on guard duty while Bakugo went on his rampage and Takoyami to rein him in. It was quiet in their section of the maze. At one point a glacier jutted out of the sky and Mike had announced another team disqualified. If he really strained his ears, he could hear Bakugo's explosions in the distance. Teams were being disqualified at quite a rapid rate. He'd amassed a small collection of insects which crawled on the far corner away from him. It was tricky finding them in a cement-locked room. It wouldn't be enough to stop anyone, but he was working with what he had. It had been a miracle he'd gotten this far as it was. Close but no cigar. Team 10. Bakugo is blasting his way through the competition like they're made of paper. Though Bakugo didn't seem to have any problems carrying the team to the next round. He spotted a beetle crawling along the ground. He swallowed his fear and ordered it to join the others he'd collected. To Mina, Hatsume was a bird of a feather. The inventor was wild, impulsive, and knew how to have fun. Ashido liked her instantly, and Hatsume's bag of tricks was never-ending, it seemed. She was giving Yaoyorozu a run for her money with all the cool items she could produce. Currently, Hatsume was standing well above them. Her thick, blocky shoes that reminded Mina of platform shoes had unfolded and raised, revealing that they were secret stilts. The girl had used them to peek over the other walls to find a flag to capture, then used a mechanical grabber to steal it from under the unfortunate team's noses. Team 9 is out. Mike was having the time of his life with this, Mina thought. 4 teams down and only 3 more to go until the game was over. Hatsume's shoes hissed and folded back up like an accordion until she was back on level ground again. Eche. My babies worked perfectly. I knew it was a good idea to bring the league boots today. She brandished the captured flag like it was a war spear and rambled some things about diagnostics and design that Mina didn't really understand but enjoyed listening to nevertheless. Mina grinned. The thrill of beating another team made her blood rush. She nearly forgot that this was supposed to be a serious game and not just a fun one. This is sure to get my babies noticed, Hatsume continued. Now let's see what else I got. She dug through her endless pockets. I got all sorts of grenades. Flash grenades, smoke grenades, stink grenades. Though, I made a bubblegum one. She pulled a bright pink one out. It wasn't in the standard grenade shape but was round like a bubble. Or, a blown piece of bubble gum. Mina perked at that and Hatsum tossed it over. You can use that one. I'll use some of the flash ones. Power loader won't let me make actual explosives. Said something about everything I make exploding anyway. Haha, pretty funny joke, but I'm secretly working on a corrosive formula. Haven't quite worked out the kinks yet. She winked. Or Mina thought she winked. She made a gesture like she was winking but was wearing goggles. So Mina wasn't quite sure. Maybe I can help you out with that, she offered. My quirk is acid, so you could probably have some samples. Quick as a flash, Hatsum grabbed her by the shoulders. Really? She asked over eagerly. Yeah, I love your inventions. Hatsum bit back an excited squeal. From now on, if you want costume upgrades, you come to me, all right. I'll hook you up with anything you'll ever need and I'll be able to make more babies. She was practically salivating at the idea. She lifted her goggles and this time gave Mina a wink for real. It also gave her an excellent view of the inventor's eyes. Dark lines cut through her irises from the pupil, making them look like crosshairs. Mina's smile couldn't get any bigger. Hey, do you want to be part of my gang? It was a strange feeling for Shadow to watch Monoma use the left half of his own quirk. The copier had no qualms about using Endeavor's flames, often switching between that and Shinso's brainwash while Shadow used his eyes. Seeing the other hero student use it so freely without knowing the history behind it, it felt weird. Wrong. His stomach churned. Shadow almost wanted to tell him to stop, but he didn't. Even when Monoma tapped his arm to copy his parents' flames and ice again, he was silent. He wouldn't use Endeavor's fire, and it would bring the bastard no satisfaction to see someone else use instead. In fact, it would probably be more enraging. So Shadow practically encouraged it, holding his palm out so Monoma could smack it and switch at any moment. Take that bastard. Hello, Izuku called down to the team below, drawing their attention. Hagakir's scent drifted from just around the corner. Hey, one of the team members yelled. You're not supposed to be up there. Izuku shrugged. He paced casually, one foot in front of the other, his wings fluttering slightly to help him keep his balance. Midnight never said there was a rule against it. That just made them angrier. Some abandoned their guard stations to stand at the base of the wall and yell at him more. Hagakir's scent came closer. Good. She should be close to the flag now. Wait, their leader yelled, pulling another teammate back. This is some kind of trick. Looks like they'd been found out. Izuku stopped, spreading his wings out. His eye spots were dark pits in the bright sunlight. You guys know anything about animal defensive tactics? He hoped Hagakir remembered his warning about intimidation and looked away. He turned the dial, just enough to root them in place. It worked. A few seconds later, the flag mysteriously lifted from its base and clattered to the ground. The opposing team frozen like deer in a headlight to do anything about it. Team 1 is out. That marks the end of round 2. Congratulations to our 4 winning teams. The announcement came as a surprise. Izuku blinked. He'd been tracing the next section for Hagakir, but that wouldn't be needed anymore. There was a grinding sound and the maze walls lowered to make the field level again. From here he could see Siro and Komori leap out of the way to avoid getting stuck in their own trap. Across the field, the other lucky students stood in various positions across the field, blinking in surprise. They'd all been so caught up in the game it was easy to forget that eventually it would end. Hagakir's scent took off for the other 2 members of their group. When Izuku joined them, she had already slipped back into her clothes. We did it, she cried, jumping up and down in excitement. Her gloved hands grabbed Komori's arms and dragged her along to spin around. Komori at first resisted, then relaxed, laughing slightly when Hagakir teeter-tottered from dizziness. Her long bangs had been blown to the side and Izuku caught a glimpse of her eyes, warm brown with slit-crossed pupils. Hagakir sat down with a heavy sigh. It was hard to tell what she was doing from the neck up, but Izuku got the impression she was smiling broadly. She raised her fists in the air. Yay. A sudden revelation struck him. He'd never be able to see her face. Or her eyes. Izuku just found the next 2 members of CEG. From 8 full classes they'd been rounded down to 16 participants. Once they'd been gathered together as a group again in the maze stored back under the Colosseum, Midnight unveiled the 3rd and final event. Good job, she praised first. Let's hear it for the students that have made it this far. The crowd roared with approval. Izuku thought that the spotlight was harsh at the start, but now it was even more intense. The R-rated hero continued. The last event, as always, is one-on-one battles, tournament style. They were determined randomly by lots and will commence after an hour lunch break. I'll reveal the pairings now. The brackets appeared on screen. Izuku scanned them quickly. There were interesting matchups for sure. He couldn't wait to see some of his friends' matches. He found his pairing at the middle of the order. His first opponent, Kota Koji. High five. Ashido held both hands up. Xiaoji hit both of them in quick succession with all 6 of his tentacles as if it was some kind of advanced clapping game. They both ended with a double fist bump, Ashido making explosion noises as she pulled away. You did great out there. You were really good at guarding that flag. Nothing gets past you, except for us. She laughed. Your teammate was very wily, Xiaoji nodded. And that sticky bomb. Very effective. Ashido grinned. I know, right? She's fantastic. And speaking of which, she pumped a fist in the air. You better make some room, boys. We got a new member for the CEG. I won't be the only lady in this gang anymore. You sure you're a lady? Izuku cut in teasingly. Ashido reached out to smack him, but he deftly dodged and hit on the other side of Xiaoji. Rude. She stuck her tongue out. Izuku returned the gesture with a half grin. Oh, that reminds me, Izuku added. If you're looking for more girls, I got 2 prime candidates for you. She curled her hand in a gimme sign, and he happily supplied. Komori Kanoko from Class B and Hagakure. She tilted her head at that second one. Hagakure. I haven't thought about her before, but half the time I also forget she's there. She rubbed the back of her neck and whined. We could have had a 5th member this entire time. No better time than the present, Xiaoji said. Perhaps you can catch her during lunch. Yeah. She skipped ahead a few steps, still full of energy even after the morning's events. Ahead, the crowd surged and surged around a solitary figure standing off on one side of the hallway. As they neared, it became more defined as Todoroki. Hey dude, Ashido greeted, stopping in the middle of the hallway. Several of their peers gave her a dirty look before ducking around and passed to get to the cafeteria. Looks like we're up against each other for the first round. Don't think I'm going to go easy on you. She tried to give him some lighthearted jabs, but his face seemed to set more deeply into a frown. When she tried to poke his side to make him laugh, he grabbed her hand roughly, then released it just as quickly. The message was clear. He didn't want to be touched. He shoved his hands in his pockets. Ashido took a half step back. What's up with you today? You've been looking extra mopey. Her words were lighthearted, but her concerned look showed her true feelings. Izuku and Xiaoji beside him shared the same sentiment. If there's something wrong, you can talk to us, Xiaoji said. His tone was gentle. We're your friends, and we're worried. Friends? Todoroki echoed. He glanced between the 3 of them as if searching for something. Ashido gave him a wobbly smile. Yeah, dude. Remember, that's what friends are for. His gaze grew more determined. Can I talk to you all for a minute? A beat. Not here, though. His eyes followed the last of the straggling students. They followed him through the curved back hallways of the stadium, turning corner after corner until they reached a straight hallway with rows of doors. Each had a temporary number on them, corresponding to the ones the finalists had been given for their matches. Todoroki opened one, let them inside, then closed the door behind them. After a second, he turned the lock as well. Ashido jumped and lifted herself up onto the lone table to sit. Xiaoji and Izuku both stood. My father wants me to surpass All Might, he said. Didn't even miss a beat. Okay, Ashido responded. You are just jumping right in, my dude, and a man needs some context. Endeavor has always been obsessed with being the strongest, Todoroki explained, and he sees All Might as a roadblock to holding that title. It's never been enough for him to be number 2. Unable to do it himself, he turned to forging a legacy that could. Something dark twisted in Izuku's gut. He had a feeling whatever Todoroki was going to say next could never be unheard. Todoroki. His words kept coming. A full-speed locomotive running off the tracks. Whether Todoroki was doing it on purpose or because he didn't care was yet to be seen. Either way, it was bound to end in disaster. None of my siblings inherited the perfect quirk he wanted, except for me. He lifted his hands, palms up, balancing the weight of what he was saying. My mother's ice and my father's fire. Together, he got what he wanted, but his obsession never stopped. And I hate him. I hate him so much for all the terrible things he's done in the name of legacy. His hands fell. His expression was tired. He sees this sports festival practically as my debut, and will consider it a failure if I lose. I want to be a hero, but not the way he wants. He ran a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect part of his dual hair tones. He's been pushing more for me to use his fire, but after the incident, he cut himself off sharply. His hands had curled into fists at some point, and now he stared down at them, stretching his fingers and palms so they'd uncurl. I'm sorry, I'm not good with, he huffed. I'm not good with a lot of things. I don't know what I want. Is there something you do want? Xiaoji asked, his brow furrowed. I still want to win the festival, though that's what Endeavor wants as well. I don't want to use his fire. I don't need it. Something didn't sit right with Izuku about how Todoroki spoke about his quirk. However, that was just a fleeting thought as the other implications his friend had dropped fully set in. Silence fell thick and heavy in the room. Todoroki shifted uncomfortably, well aware that he was sharing heavy stuff. Ashido breathed in sharply. That's fucked up. Her tone was soft but nonetheless horrified. She slipped off the table and took a step forward. Can I give you a hug? He nodded. Once, sharply, She curled her arms around him loosely. His hands lifted and he patted her back. After a moment, she pulled back. Have you talked to anyone else about this? What about your mom? I haven't spoken to my mother in years, he admitted. She hates that I resemble Endeavor. You should talk to Aizawa. He pulled back, shaking his head. Ashido pushed forward. I don't know what Endeavor did exactly, but I'm going to kick him right in the dick next time I see him. Ashido, I'm serious. She turned to Izuku and Shaoji. Anyone else want to throw hands? I am so angry right now. I have 6 of them, Shaoji all but growled. Izuku agreed. He had to concentrate to keep his wings folded down. He tried to calculate how much potential trouble he might get in if he accidentally used intimidation on the number 2 hero. Couldn't be much right. Intimidation was new and his control can be a little shaky, and Endeavor did have a threatening aura. Wouldn't be hard to believe Izuku perceived him as a threat for a few seconds. She turned back to Todoroki. You trusted us enough to tell us that much. Can you trust us again and please promise me you'll tell Aizawa. It doesn't even have to be today. But soon, please. He bit his lip, glancing between the 3 of them. Okay. The festival's intermission for lunch was over before they knew it. They had been late to the lunch hall and so had to stand in line for far too long to get something to eat. Then there was no time to sit down and enjoy it. Just shovel it in their mouths and rush off to see the start of the first matches. Todoroki and Ashido went to their separate waiting rooms, Ashido still struggling to finish her noodles. I didn't even get to look for new CEG members, she whined right before shutting the door and being alone with her lunch. The speakers clicked on and Mike's commentary once again boomed over the stadium. Welcome back everyone. It's time to kick off our tournament with Bakugo Katsuki vs Hatsume. Down far below, 2 figures emerged from opposite tunnels on ground level and made their way up to the rectangular arena Cementos had formed during the break. The cameras turned, images of Kaken's and Hatsume's faces being thrown up onto the screen. Izuku leaned forward. Ashido had briefly mentioned Hatsume, triumphant that she'd recruited her for the gang. He hadn't run into her during either of the other 2 events, but Ashido swore the support course girl was a force to be reckoned with. But so was Kaken. This wouldn't be a one-sided fight. The rules were explained and the match began. Kaken didn't waste any time taking off like a rocket towards his opponent. His explosions left trails of smoke in his wake as he furiously charged forward. Hatsume didn't move. A camera zoomed in on her face, revealing a broad grin. Then Kaken was bearing down on her from above, a war cry tearing from his throat. The 2 figures disappeared underneath a cloud of smoke. Everyone strained to see. The smoke drifted away. Hatsume stood steady, stance wide to give her balance. In her hands she held a previously unseen shield before her. Kaken stood in shock, and she straightened, waved to the crowd, and began talking into a microphone. As you can see here, I've made a compact shield that is both easy to keep on your person and can withstand the full force of an explosion. The size is easily modifiable as well. The shield dilated like a pupil, various complicated parts rotating to click into the size of a dinner plate. A perfect addition for any hero's arsenal. Kaken's stunned and confused face flashed on screen for a moment, but only a moment. His lips twisted into a snarl and he charged again. The tide of battle turned very quickly. Hatsume was born with the soul of a salesperson. Every other second she was pulling out some new wild invention to counteract Kaken's attacks. Then she spoke enthusiastically of each one, explaining its usefulness for potential heroes. Throughout this, Kaken grew more and more frustrated. He was being led around by the nose, Hatsume expertly goading him into attacks that best showed her babies off. If there was one thing that pissed off Kaken, it was someone who wouldn't even fight back. To add insult to injury, at the end of 10 or so minutes, Hatsume stepped out of bounds entirely of her free will. He stood fuming in the center of the arena. Smoke curled off his palms as he heaved, struggling to rein in his temper. He was no stranger to defeat. Mash had kicked his ass more than enough times to cut back his pride that swelled with every year. But that was against an opponent that gave their all with every spar. Midnight stepped forward, hand outstretched to tap his shoulder. He knocked it away, then stalked away. He'd gotten his win, but as the cost of his pride. Izuku made an internal note to talk to him. If Ajiro didn't get to him first. Cementos reset the damage Kaken made to the area, and the next match started. Ashido and Todoroki stepped up to their starting marks. It was an interesting pairing. Ashido's quirk would easily be able to destroy Todoroki's ice. Izuku had seen it burn through solid concrete before. On the other hand, if Todoroki could manage to freeze her in place or lower the temperature enough to give her hypothermia like what he did to Izuku during the battle trials, the match would be in his favor. It would probably be a match of endurance if anything. If, quiet, Shaoji bonked him on the back of his head. Izuku realized with a start he'd been saying all of that out loud. Sorry, he whispered, then turned back to watch. Though, if Todoroki used his fire, it wouldn't even be a contest. Izuku made sure his lips were tightly sealed shut when he thought that. The way his friend had spoken about his quirk hadn't sat right with him. Mike gave the signal and the match started. Todoroki released a wave of ice, his signature move. Ashido danced out of the way, releasing her own quirk to burn away his attack. Then she turned to letting it flow across the ground, using it as a twisted version of a skating rink while simultaneously forcing Todoroki back to avoid her acid. He pushed more and more ice at her, obviously trying to keep her at a distance. Ashido flipped, jumped, and ran across his ice sheets, burning footholds as she went to keep her balance. She was one of the most athletic in the class, and dodging ice didn't faze her good mood. The cameras caught shots of her wide grin as she vaulted herself across the arena and slung handfuls of acid at Todoroki to keep him on his toes. Ashido was slowly getting closer to Todoroki. His ice blasts were slowing and getting smaller, a sign that he was wearing out. Then she was right up on him, flinging an uppercut at his face. Izuku could practically hear her ever-cheerful sorry as she aimed right at his chin. Todoroki wasn't about to let himself lose, however. He dropped below her fist, sending her off balance, and placed a palm on the ground in front of her. In an instant she was covered in ice up to the waist. Midnight stepped forward, asking the pair something that the mics couldn't pick up. Ashido half-heartedly flung a few drops of acid which landed at Todoroki's feet, then shrugged. Midnight raised her hand. Ashido Mina is unable to continue. Todoroki Shouto wins. He immediately placed a hand on the ice covering Ashido and melted it in a burst of steam. She rammed into him for a quick hug, then pulled back to throw an arm over his shoulder. He was taller than her, so she was slightly off balance, but she was grinning and talking to him. Ashido even tossed a peace sign to one of the cameras as they both left the arena together. The crowd ate it up. Izuku stood. He'd love to stay and watch the next match, but he needed to get to his ready room. He passed Shaoji. Tell Todoroki and Ashido good job from me. Will do, he nodded. Good luck on your match. Izuku paused for one more moment at the top of the stairs. Cementos was already working on fixing the arena for the next match. Soon he'd be the one down there. His gut churned with nervousness. He shook himself out of his thoughts and made his way down the hall to the ready rooms. The one next to his was closed. He raised a fist, then let it fall back to his side. He'd considered knocking and wishing Kota good luck. But no, he shouldn't disturb his concentration. Izuku opened his door and sat at his table. Blank white walls, cement flooring, a clock ticking on the wall. Inhale, exhale. He was going to have to fight Kota soon. A dull roar of the crowd slipped in from under the door. Prepare and focus. He better make the most of it. Izuku stepped up into the rectangular arena. On the opposite side, Kota did the same, walking until they reached the starting lines. Above, the crowd rippled in waves as people shifted in their seats, making noise to welcome them to their fight or seeking a better angle at which to see. He'd had a bad feeling when he first saw their matchup. Kota had improved by leaps and bounds in terms of his entomophobia over the last 2 weeks, but those were in relaxing environments where Izuku did his best to not seem threatening. Taking after Tsu in that regard, Kota caught his eyes, his hands moving deliberately as if he was stressing every word. Come at me with everything. Don't be scared of me. A smile pulled at Izuku's lips. No, don't be scared of me. Midnight watched their exchange with a quirked eyebrow. You ready, boys? Kota turned his head and nodded. Izuku followed his action, his feet spread a little wider, wings vibrating against his back. He'd finish this quick, toss Kota out of the ring, and he'd never even have to worry about using intimidation. Just remember the boundary still applies in the air, Midnight warned, raising a hand to Mike in the commentary booth. Fly outside it and you'll be disqualified. Izuku's eyes didn't flicker from Kota's. Begin. His wings blurred as he darted forward. Kota was bigger and heavier than him, so it'd be a bit harder to knock him straight out of the arena. He aimed a kick at one of the boy's knees. Mentally he apologized. Kota leapt out of the way, perhaps hoping that Izuku would fly out of bounds from the force of his own momentum. That wasn't going to happen. He had fine control over his flying. It took no effort to slow and turn. He swung a punch at the same time. Kota did his best to dodge. Like many in the class, he didn't have a lot of fighting experience. Izuku knew how to turn an opponent's momentum against themselves and where to strike. Kota knew the basics from class, so he was forced on the defensive, barely able to avoid the majority of Izuku's blows. Izuku drove him to the edge of the boundary. Kota practically did it to himself, backpedaling when he could have stepped forward and returned a punch. Sorry, Kota, Izuku said. Good job making it this far. His classmate couldn't respond. His hands were up in a sloppy defensive pose. He knew he was cornered. Izuku expected him to be dejected to some degree. Just a few more steps and he'd win. Then he could console Kota on his loss. Like Kota had said weeks ago, he didn't win but he found a way to fight on his own and Izuku was happy for him. Kota's gaze hardened in determination and he did something Izuku had only heard a few times. He spoke. Midoriya, stop. It felt like someone hit a gong next to Izuku. His whole body seemed to reverberate with the force of it. He barely saw the fist coming for his face until the last second. He jumped backwards to avoid it. His feet skidded across the cement, his wings half fluttering. Everything felt a little off balance, as if mentally, all the furniture in his house had been shifted just an inch to the left. He panted. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. He raised his hands again. Did Kota think that was going to work? Stop. His vision spun. There was nothing particularly commanding about Kota's voice. His tone was apologetic even when shouted, but it was still overpowering. It latched onto his brain, getting more insistent with every second. Stop, echoed through his skull. Kota, he shook his head, trying to dispel the compulsion to do as Kota said. He caught a glimpse of Kota's face. Guilt. Walk out of bounds. No, Izuku thought. I don't want to do that. Do it, a part of his brain screamed. His knees took a wobbly step forward. No, I don't want to lose. Do it. He clapped his hands against his head. A hot, jagged crack ripped down the center of his skull, forcing his left and right lobes apart. Molten heat swept through his brain. Izuku felt his teeth snap together. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. A scream only barely locked behind his lips. The air was too thick. Too many scents of people. A loud voice stabbed into his ears. Scents swirled around him. Grass, people, dirt, metal. It was too much. Everything was too much. The compulsion wasn't going away. It sank its teeth into him, jaw locked and refusing to let go until he was the first to yield. It wouldn't come off. It wouldn't come off. He panicked. A wild animal caught in a trap. He needed a way to escape, to make it go away. A dial. He didn't think. He twisted it as far as it would go. The pressure was gone. The pain was gone. He blinked, a sort of dreamlike relief settling over his brain. He was in control again. For a second he forgot who his opponent was and that he shouldn't use intimidation. Kota's pupils had dilated. Dark pits of terror sunken in a terrified face. All his muscles wound so tight he shook, unable to move or breathe or think. Then something snapped, his whole body going loose as his eyes rolled into his skull. His knees went out and he toppled over sideways. Kota's passed out. Mike screeched with a hint of confusion. So am I, Doriya1. Everything snapped back into focus. Izuku slammed intimidation off, not bothering with the dial. Oh God, what did he do? Is he going to be okay? Izuku couldn't help but ask again. He knew his state of panic was getting annoying. It had to be annoying. To Cementos' credit, if he was irritated, he didn't show it. Calmly, he repeated his assurances for the 5th time. His heartbeat and breathing are steady. He most likely just fainted. Recovery girl will look over him when we get to her office. Izuku couldn't help but wring his hands anyway. His wings buzzed on his back, but he kept them tightly folded. A little too tightly. He didn't want them to move. He shouldn't have been so stupid. He didn't think. Well, that was how all this happened in the first place, wasn't it? He didn't think. They kept their fast pace behind the cot Kota was being transported on until they reached Recovery Girl's temporary office. She immediately got to work, checking Kota's pupils and his vitals. Izuku tried to stay next to Kota's side, leading to her nearly bumping into him several times. All right. She stood up suddenly, making Izuku jump back from where he was hovering over her shoulder. I know you're worried about your friend, but you're becoming a nuisance. She waved her hands in a shooing motion, pushing him backwards until the back of his knees hit a chair and he fell into it. Don't move from that spot until I'm finished, young man, or I'll make you leave. Got it. He nodded. She blew air out her nostrils. Thank you. Just because he was sitting didn't stop Izuku from still keeping an eagle eye on how Kota was. He still hadn't woken up, and with a little help from Cementos he was laid out on a bed and a curtain drawn around it. The two heroes spoke quietly and Izuku fidgeted. Times like this he wished he had improved hearing rather than smell. Cementos nodded at something Recovery Girl said and left, pausing momentarily to give Izuku a comforting smile. Just before it shut behind him, Izuku could hear Mike announcing the next match starting. The elderly heroine walked toward him. Don't be worried about Kota, dear. He just fainted. That's all. Give him time to rest and he'll be good as new. I didn't mean to use intimidation, Izuku felt compelled to say. I told myself I wasn't going to. I could have won without it. His eyes burned. There was a dull throbbing behind his forehead. He hadn't noticed until he sat down, so focused on making sure Kota was okay that he didn't realize he still had adrenaline pumping through his system. Now exhaustion hit him like a train. Ah, yes, your new ability. She squinted. Well, there's no harm done in the end, so don't beat yourself up over it. But there was so much harm done, Izuku wanted to argue. Kota's entomophobia. She planted a quick peck on his forehead. That should take care of any scrapes you might have gotten. Now go join your other friends. Kota will be fine here, so go. He didn't want to, but Recovery Girl was exceptionally good at prodding him out of the room. He got one last glance back at the closed curtain before the door was shut in his face. Goth Moth at Mechiel with a B. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to use my quirk on you like that. I should have had better control. I'm sorry. Izuku rejoined his friends at the tail end of the match after his just in time to witness Yaoyorozu. Gas mask pulled down over her face, cut through a wall of mushrooms and tossed Komori out of the arena. He felt a pang of regret that he missed the match, but that feeling was overshadowed by his guilt over Kota. Ashido waved at him from the front row. Hey, he squeezed past Shaoji and Todoroki to sit next to her. Congrats on getting past the first round, she said. I got worried for a minute when you stopped moving for a second, but you won. She held a hand up for a high five and Izuku tapped it unenthusiastically, dropping into his seat. Thanks, Ashido. She frowned. What happened? I used intimidation, he mumbled. Kota tried to use Ana voice on me and I panicked. It wasn't good, though. She shifted in her seat, uncertainty. I'm sure he'll forgive you. You know him better than me, though. He nodded heavily. Recovery Girl's quirk was working its magic and his headache was disappearing, but he was starting to feel sleepy. Ashido was right, but he couldn't stop feeling guilty. Anyway, I have good news. Ashido changed the topic. We got 2 new members of CEG. Hagakure and Monoma from Class B. That dude is a piece of work, I'll tell ya. He didn't want to join at first, but when he found out most of us are from Class A, he said he wanted to show us that his class was better. She rolled her eyes. Like, does it matter what class we're from? We all have the coolest eyes anyway. That reminded Izuku of something. Wasn't Monoma on your team during Capture the Flag? Todoroki. He nodded. He's interesting. His copy quirk was very useful. Ashido elbowed him. Todoroki forgot to tell me that he had cool eyes. Imagine my surprise when I went to talk to Hagakure and saw his as well. But now we have 3 more members. Izuku sat up. Who won the fight before me? The board wasn't displaying the brackets currently, so he couldn't check his next opponent himself. Hagakure, Ashido supplied. That whole fight was wild. At the very start she dropped her clothes and went full invisible so no one could see her. Monoma looked really confused. Then he suddenly was being pushed backwards. I'm pretty sure she slapped him out of the arena. It was hard to follow exactly what she was doing. Below, the arena was cleared and Mike announced the pair of opponents. The next 2 rounds went by in quick succession. Together Takoyami and Dark Shadow beat heavy blows into Kirishima until his hardening gave out and he was unable to continue. Then Ida used speed to his advantage against Zero. Then they'd reached the last pair for the first round. Shinso and Aoyama entered the arena. Ashido turned to Todoroki. That's the guy that was on your team, right? Yes. His eyes are very similar to Monoma's. I actually have a theory. Hush you and your theories. Izuku poked his head around her. I want to know what theory. She groaned. No, you don't. Look, the match is starting. She not so subtly changed the topic. That's our next member of CEG boys. Thanks to Du for actually telling me this time. Midnight, like every match before, explained the rules to the 2, then Mike called the start. They didn't burst into motion like many other matches before. The cameras caught images of Shinso's mouth moving, Aoyama lacing his fingers behind his head in a show of confidence. Aoyama responded to something the other said. Then his hands dropped. Robotically, he turned and began moving out of the arena. The crowd descended into a hush. What's he doing? Ashido whispered. Todoroki supplied the answer. Shinso has a brainwash quirk. If you respond to him, he can make you do anything. He hummed. It's very practical for non-violent surrenders. Aoyama's foot stepped out of bounds. Round 1 had finished. On to round 2. Endeavor was waiting for him before his fight with Bakugo. Shaodo stopped in the middle of the hallway, fists clenched tight at his sides. He was just starting to think this could be a good day. And then he had to show up and ruin it. How did Endeavor manage to convince security to let him down here? No, wait. That was a stupid question. Another reason to hate the power his father held. Shaodo, he said, pushing off from the wall and crossing his arms as he stood across from him. His tone was cold. Ironic, considering how hot his temper burned. He didn't dignify him with a reply. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. You haven't used my fire. He blocked the entire hallway with his presence. There was no way for Shaodo to go to the arena unless he moved out of the way. Is this some kind of game to you? You're here to crush your opponents, not make friends, he hissed. He loomed over Shaodo, his flames flickering sinisterly as if they really were from hell. Or do I need to remind you of your duty as my legacy? Shaodo's fists curled at his side. He refused to be intimidated, to back down or be cowed. I'm well aware of what you want, he gritted out sharply. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. He opened his mouth. A lecture most likely. His father wasn't so stupid as to try teaching Shaodo a lesson where there could be witnesses. He did have a reputation to maintain, after all. For once, Mike had excellent timing, calling for him to enter the stadium for his match. Shaodo grabbed the opportunity like his life depended on it. Excuse me, I have a match I need to win. With Mom's power. The snide remark slipped out at the end. Endeavor scowled. His anger was very clearly being kept on a tight leash. Shaodo had no doubts it would be released as soon as they were home. Finally, he stepped aside and Shaodo brushed past, walking away without looking back. Your insolence is getting annoying. Shaodo, Endeavor called after him. You will use my fire. You were born to surpass me, to surpass All Might. Never forget that. Shaodo stormed away. any semblance of a good mood he previously had dipping to an Arctic level of frozen. Endeavor wanted the world to see him as his great creation, his successor, a hero to hold the #1 spot with an iron fist. Fine, Shadow would show the world what he was made of, not the fire his father wanted to see. No, never that. He'd spent years honing his other side. He didn't let himself stop during the match. More ice, always more, until he'd created literal icebergs and the crowd murmured in shock at his power, even as Bakugo blasted through each wave like an unhinged cannon. No, he didn't stop until his opponent couldn't continue, his sweat glands unable to activate because he was too cold. Then Shadow extended a hand. Endeavor used his fire to burn bridges with others. Everyone else was too weak, too beneath him. That's why he'd ever have the sort of popularity All Might did. Ice was slippery, hard to navigate, but it also made it possible to skate or walk across a body of water. It formed bridges. Shadow was still learning how to navigate those icy bridges with others, every step feeling like it would crack under his feet and plunge him into a cold death below. Bakugo stared at his hand, red eyes burning. Not the Endeavor kind of burning, still hot and intense, but Shadow wasn't afraid of it. The blonde grunted and smacked his palm against his and squeezed until Shadow was sure his hand would creak from the strain. Even after the match was over, he was still being competitive. You were a strong opponent. Bakugo snorted. Yeah, you got lucky today, but next time I'll fucking demolish you, bastard. Shadow thought he was doing a fairly good job at making those bridges. Stepping into the arena for a second time was still as nerve-wracking as the first. He and Hagakure went through the motions before the round could start. They stepped up to their marks and Midnight explained the rules again. Izuku only half paid attention to the words, focusing on Hagakure. He had an advantage in this fight, being able to smell where she was, and she knew it. He could adopt a similar strategy to the one he used with Koda, overwhelm and drive her back and out of the ring. For a moment he hesitated over intimidation. It could give him an advantage for that initial burst when the match started, freeze Hagakure in place so he could get a few well-placed strikes in. Midnight was finishing out her speech. Izuku spread his wings in anticipation. Facing him, the sleeves of Hagakure's PE uniform tilted upwards as she raised her arms, most likely in the defensive position she'd learned from after-school training with MASH. Izuku pulled back from intimidation. He wouldn't use it. Hagakure already knew how it worked and would take precautions against it. Start. He bolted forward, eyes watching for any kind of movement in her clothes that could give away what her next move was. His arms shot out, pushing her backwards before she could move out of the way. He didn't relent in his attacks, and he was upon her again. This time his fist stopped in midair, hitting something solid. Then there was a sharp jab in his gut. He'd never even seen it coming. All the air whooshed out of him in an instant, breaking his concentration. Then a fist hit him across the face, snapping his head to the side. Hagakure's leg spun and struck the front of Izuku's kneecap, making his leg jolt back with the force and producing a distinct snap sound. A cry of pain tore out of his throat and he crumpled to one side. Damn, Hagakure really must have gotten fighting tips from MASH. She wasn't even being polite about it. His whole knee throbbed. He tried to move it, but a bolt of pain shot up his leg, making his vision blur for a second. He couldn't move it out of position. She didn't seem to have expected that. I'm sorry, she yelled, right before trying to punch him in the face again. Izuku was already on the ground with one knee holding him up, so he ducked below her punch. His leg howled at the small shift he had to make to do that. All right, time for a new strategy. Hagakure was well within range. His wings hummed as he flapped them at top speed. He barreled into Hagakure, wrapping his arms around her as if he was tackling her, then flew. Admittedly, he couldn't really lift off the ground while carrying her weight. But, just as he thought, she was fairly lightweight. Not nearly as bad as carrying some of the objects he had to move while training on Trash Beach. So he was able to start pushing her back towards the arena edge. Wow, seems Midoriya has adopted an interesting strategy. Hagakure shrieked, her heels trying to dig into the ground to stop their progress. Izuku angled up a little more to reduce drag. Not the most elegant of solutions, but he was making it work. They were nearly there. Of course, that's when everything falls apart. A hand grabbed onto Izuku's antennae. His eyes widened. Instantly everything felt like it was being twisted to the side. His head fuzzed with instant dizziness, making his eyesight blur, while his stomach lurched. His wings faltered. Then he was tilting to the side and the ground was coming up to his visceral fest. In one last desperate move, Izuku let go of Hagakure and simultaneously shoved her away. He didn't see if that was enough to push her over the line. Cause immediately after, he was hitting the ground full speed with his face. He couldn't even scream as he felt flesh tear its way off of his forehead and cheek. His head spun, the need to vomit curling in his stomach, and now his face was wet and hot with blood. His knee pulsed with pain. We're going to have a sports festival, their teachers said. It'll be fun, they said. Midoriya has moved on to the next round. Cool, Izuku mused. The dizziness was making it hard to form complete thoughts. Everything felt jumbled like He'd think of a metaphor later. Hagakire's voice floated above him. Oh God, Midoriya, are you okay? Her tone rose in panic. He didn't answer. He laid his palms flat on the concrete beneath him and pushed himself up. The skin of his face peeled off the ground, fat drops of blood falling and staining the area beneath him. He moved into a half-sitting position and looked up, vision spinning. Hagakure gasped. He was 90% sure she clasped her hands over her mouth. Midnight jogged over to where they stood and kneeled next to him. Gentle fingers felt his knee, making him grit his teeth as he held back a cry. Then she held his chin and turned his head to get a better look at his injury. She winced. You're going to need to see Recovery Girl. He hummed and swayed slightly. Yep. Then he puked on live television. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Tenya. Her voice was high and strained. She spoke a little too loudly and a little too fast. Far different than the soft-spoken wife and mother she was at home. Your brother, oh God. Tensei was attacked. His blood ran cold. He stumbled, pressing a hand against the wall to stop himself from completely falling over. He's in the hospital. In Hasu, she was saying. God, we just found out. We're leaving to see him. His heart pounded. I need to come. Please, let his brother be okay. Yes, of course. Okay. Okay. Where are the car keys? Tenya, we'll be there soon. Be patient, oh, my baby. The call disconnected. Tenya removed his phone from his ear with shaking fingers. Breaking news, folks. Ida Tenya has withdrawn from the competition for personal reasons. That makes Shinsu Hitoshi the undisputed winner. Can I hear a round of applause for our student and the great show he put on today? The crowd did as he asked, giving a quick round of applause before a break was announced for everyone who would be in round 3. Shinsu Hitoshi had been forewarned about the announcement and so barely raised an eyebrow. In all honesty, he was relieved. He'd seen Sonic's match with tape elbows. The guy was fast. If he couldn't find a way to make him talk as easily as Glitter Boy, then he'd end up out of the tournament faster than the speed of sound. In any case, Hitoshi would take anything he could get. A free round where he didn't have to do anything most of all. Consciousness snapped into him like a stretched-out rubber band finally breaking. Izuku half-bolted upright, making Ashido nearly fall out of her chair. Recovery Girl, he's awake. Izuku glanced around the improvised nurse's room that was really just a bed surrounded by curtains. Other than Ashido, Shoji and Todoroki sat in chairs on the other side of his bed. They climbed to their feet to stand at his side. The yellow curtain pulled back, revealing Recovery Girl in her usual semi-irritated mood. So you are up. Good to see you awake. She hobbled to his bedside. You were looking a bit rough when you came in, but I patched you up well enough. He had some fuzzy memories of what happened after the match. This time he'd been the one transported on a cot while his opponent followed closely behind. Midnight giving assurances that he'd be fine. Recovery Girl had given him another peck on the forehead at some point. Then everything went dark. Thank you, he murmured, the manners his mom taught him kicking in. How's Hagakure? She was really upset after the match. She's understandably upset. She did quite the number on you after all. Fractured patella and road rash on the face. Luckily, neither of those injuries were too serious. You might not even get a scar if you treat it properly. Izuku lifted a hand to the right side of this face. Sure enough, there was some gauze taped in place on his cheek and part of his forehead. He winced as he pressed on it too hard. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue and motioned for him to stop touching his bandages. Well, Midoriya, congratulations on making it to the semi-finals. Yours and young Todoroki's match begins in the next 30 minutes or so. So I'd like to go over your injuries before you two have to be in your ready rooms. Unless you'd like to withdraw due to injuries. Nothing wrong with that either, young man. He shook his head, glancing at Todoroki. No, I'm good. I think it's about time we have a rematch since last time he nearly turned me into a popsicle. The corner of Todoroki's mouth lifted in a smile, then was quickly hidden as he turned his attention back to Recovery Girl. The old heroine sighed and shook her head. I had a feeling you would say that. You young people and pushing yourself past your limits. Back in my day, heroes would actually take a break when they break a leg, she huffed. And you better not break it again, she added, narrowing her eyes. Or else. But technically Hagakure was the one who broke it. Recovery Girl sighed. You teenagers and your sass. I'm not paid enough for this. Shoji not so subtly coughed. Izuku gave him a suspicious look, entirely convinced that he was holding back laughter, but couldn't call him out on it because he was hiding his face behind his mask. His walk was stiff as he walked out into the arena. Recovery Girl had bound his knee to keep it from bending. It hurt to stand on. Every step shot a bolt of pain through his kneecap. He wasn't really supposed to stand on it, but Recovery Girl's quirk worked fast and he promised he wouldn't be on it for too long. Yep, whole new strategy this time around. With Koda and Hagakure, he mostly kept himself grounded. His opponents fought on the ground, so that's where the fight would be. Not much need for aerial attacks, especially if those could be dodged. He only used his wings to heighten his dodging abilities or give his kicks and punches a bit more speed. Todoroki's quirk gave him a mobility advantage, already a good reason for Izuku to fly off the ground. But it also would be devastating if Izuku was caught and frozen in place. That would be game over. In any case, he had no doubts Todoroki would use that sort of strategy. Another repetition of lining up. Izuku gave a sort of half-wave, his wings already vibrating on his back. Todoroki nodded, face serious but eyes bright with determination. Match, start. Todoroki didn't hold back any punches. Ice sprang from his right foot. Not as much as the practical glacier he threw at Bakugo in the second round, but still just as impressive. It immediately coated his entire half of the arena and into the grass off on either side. It continued to grow, lifting and swelling to form a huge, curled wave to crash down on Izuku. Not that Izuku was going to let that happen. He shot up into the air, still trying to be aware of the arena boundaries, and flew over Todoroki's ice close enough he could feel the chill wafting off it. Attack from above was his strategy. That would give him a slight advantage in a battle obviously skewed in Todoroki's favor. Or, so he thought. The ice had obscured his vision of what Todoroki had been doing as he had been gaining altitude. As he reached the peak over the wave, he then saw the results of what his opponent had been doing. Below, the wave creaked ominously as cracks formed along its height, before slamming into the ground and shattering into huge pieces. Midnight, on her platform to the side, was not immune to the shrapnel and had to jump out of the way to avoid getting hit. Todoroki stood on a tall ice column above where Izuku was flying, giving himself the height advantage. For a second Izuku just hovered in place and stared. That's one way to do it. Guess he learned from the battle trials after all. Then a bolt of ice was shooting out from Todoroki's makeshift platform, shaking him out of his trance. Okay, if Todoroki was going to play that game, then he'd have to get higher. They climbed higher into the air. Izuku dodged and weaved around spikes and broad columns jutting out from the main spire Todoroki made. He was always getting a little bit closer, always trying to push his wings to fly a little bit faster, a little higher, avoid getting trapped in the frozen maze that was forming around him. Todoroki kept pace. It seemed at first that his stamina was endless, but Izuku could see him begin flagging. Ice that grew a little too slowly, a hesitation too long. Todoroki's breath came in harder gasps, freezing into white puffs in front of his face. They paused a couple meters away from each other. Todoroki's strange ice structure had risen to the tops of the stadium. Vaguely, it reminded Izuku of a giant tree, a central thick column with hundreds of intertwining branches and offshoots in every direction. It was massive and ridiculously overpowered. The crowd murmured in their seats below. Todoroki stood slightly hunched and panting. He was tired. Izuku knew he didn't look any better. The cold was slowly, but surely affecting his flight. It was getting harder to flap with every moment. He wasn't completely boxed in, but if he continued in this environment, he might as well be. Todoroki shivered. His entire right side was covered in frost. His skin was starting to turn purple. He was hurting himself. He was only using half of his quirk when it was meant to be balanced. Izuku couldn't keep quiet about it. He finally realized what had been bothering him about it. He just hoped that by saying it he wouldn't offend Todoroki, especially after he trusted them to share what he had today. Izuku swallowed and hoped he wasn't making a mistake. Todoroki, you have to use it. The ice wielder gave him a confused look. You're fire. Use it. He scowled immediately. I told you why I won't. I don't need it. I don't need his. Stop saying that. This train was running off the tracks and he needed to fix this now. It's not his. It's yours. Is your quirk Hellflame? No, it's not. Yes, part of it came from Endeavor, but quirks manifest differently in children than their parents. Todoroki stood in shock, his eyes wide. Izuku rushed forward with some of the last of his energy. He was exhausted. His knee pulsed within its bindings. He needed to get his message through. He grabbed the lapels of Todoroki's uniform with frozen fingers and pulled him close so they could see eye to eye. You are destroying yourself and I, for one, am not going to stand idly by while you do so. Your quirk does not make you your father. Use it. For the first time, Todoroki caught fire. Izuku quickly let go and stepped back. His wings were stiff and hard to move, but maybe Todoroki's fire could thaw them out. Midoriya, thank you. Todoroki's entire right side burst into flames. The heat blasted into Izuku's face and he struggled to breathe. Below them, the giant ice tree began to melt. Where Todoroki stood, it practically evaporated into steam, and the rest ran in great rivets onto the ground below. He might actually flood the arena. The heat was too intense. The ice was melting too fast. Todoroki was falling. Izuku dived. This wasn't about competing anymore. Who cares if he won or lost in the end? His friend was falling. He flew hard. Every flap closed the distance between them, bit by bit. Sparks and the remaining jets of flame trailed after him like the tail of a falling star. Izuku flew through it all. His scales hissed and stung as they made contact with the heat. His wings were burning. He fumbled for Todoroki's arm. His fingers dug into flesh as he tried to get a grip. Sorry. Then he pulled up as hard as he could. His wings strained, patches of scales falling off like rain. It was getting harder to maintain flight. His arms burned. Todoroki looked up at him, his dual eyes wide and shocked. They were still falling. All he'd done was slow it down a little. He grunted. His arms felt like they were going to tear out of his sockets. The ground loomed closer. Todoroki, regaining his wits, formed a half-slide which Izuku gratefully dropped him on. He flapped a few paces, his flight limped and unsteady. His wings stung all along the edges, but especially at the far tips. He'd lost whole patches of scales, revealing the black undertone. He was rapidly descending, so he tried to brace his legs as he usually would before landing. His wrapped knee prevented it from bending, however, and he stumbled. Exhaustion, along with pain, caught up to him and Izuku's vision went black. For a split second, Hitoshi thought he won the match. It had been fairly smooth sailing until now, so he, admittedly, got a little cocky. He'd successfully brainwashed the emo bird. It wasn't even that hard. He didn't expect the shadow to turn around and swipe at him like an angry cat or shake its owner awake and, wait, speak. Yep, he'd made a mistake. He couldn't even be angry when he was thrown out of bounds within a minute. When Izuku awoke for the second time that day, Recovery Girl turned very slowly in her chair and fixed him with a dead stare. How many times am I going to see you in my office today, young man? This is my last time. I hope. It better be. You have more diverse injuries on yourself than all the rest of your peers today. She sighed. I suppose I should still congratulate you. You did make it to third place along with the boy from General Studies. Izuku sat up from where he'd been laying on his side. His broken knee was elevated on a pillow. When he glanced back, the tips of his wings were taped with gauze. He winced. That would be rough to remove when it finally healed. The tape would definitely tear off scales. To add insult to injuries, he was definitely grounded. No flying for him. He swung his legs over the bed. Recovery Girl handed him some crackers and a juice box and leaned a crutch next to him. You're free to leave when you feel like it. The cane's to help take weight off your knee. The final match has already started, but you could probably catch part of it if you hurry. He didn't need any extra encouragement. He slid off the bed, shoved the crutch under his arm, and made for the door. Thanks, Recovery Girl. Just stop hurting yourself. The door slammed shut on her words. He limped through the halls, the crutch thumping against the floor with every step. Through the walls bled the sounds of the crowd's gasps and cheers as the final match went down. Takoyami and Todoroki, Izuku believed, if he was remembering correctly. He stepped out into the section reserved for his class just in time to witness Todoroki holding a small plume of fire in his palm over a frozen Takoyami. Dark Shadow cringed away from the heat. Light. There was something about it he didn't like. Takoyami is unable to continue. Todoroki Shadow wins. Todoroki held out a hand and after a moment Takoyami took it and let himself be lifted to his feet. They shared a handshake in goodwill. The stadium roared its approval. The man tapped his pencil against the writing pad before him. The TV screen before him flashed the image of All Might in all his annoyingly bright glory. Hands on hips and broad smile as if he had just defeated some great evil, rather than watch teenagers fight each other on national TV. The man watched silently. The sound had been muted the moment Endeavor's boy was proclaimed the winner. He'd tolerated Present Mike's screaming during the matches, but now he could feel a headache coming on. He leaned back in his chair. Powerful quirks this year. Then again, they get stronger with every generation. He hummed thoughtfully. So many potential combinations to explore. His hands itched at the prospect of being able to start more projects. The image on screen flashed between the four students on their podiums. Midoriya Izuku. He recognized that name. Among a couple others, the Bakugo boy's quirk was powerful. It would make a good addition to his collection. Midoriya's he had dismissed a little too quickly the first time he heard of it. A moth quirk. Weak, he thought. Unsuitable. A torn wing, a cut-off antennae, and there goes any kind of advantage that quirk might offer. But that ability to cause fear. He grinned. There was nothing jovial about it, however. The bared teeth of a predator catching sight of its prey. Oh, yes. He'd been a little too hasty before. The base was flawed, sure, but he could work with that. He'd made do with worse before. Perhaps he could build upon the dread aspect. Possibilities swirled in his brain. There were other useful quirks he had his eye on. It wouldn't be his first priority, but if an opportunity landed in his lap, well, he was all about using up every opportunity he was given. He spun in the chair to face the upright tank behind him. I hope your friends can stop by for a visit sometime, my boy. I'd love to meet them. The pale figure inside didn't comment. Not that he could anyway. The man wasn't particularly bothered by it. He stood and clicked off the TV. I believe it's time for your next round of stabilizers. Izuku poked at the raw, red skin that stretched across his right cheek and winced, his reflection in the mirror moving with him as his face pinched. He turned on the faucet and stuck a finger under the water to test the temperature. Once it was warm, but not hot, he wet the washcloth he had set next to him on the counter. He dabbed carefully at the injury. Recovery Girl's Quirk had done a good job at speeding his healing along. When he was done cleaning, he used a dry towel to pat the skin, wincing at the more sensitive edges. Then he reached for the ointment Mom had given him to use. A hiss escaped his lips as he applied it. Small dabs where the skin hadn't healed over yet. There was an especially deep cut down into his eyebrow. It would definitely scar over. He spun the cap back on the antibiotic tube and set it aside with the other items. Lastly, he reapplied new white bandages on his cheek and forehead. His green compound eyes stared back at him through the glass. He was looking a lot better than yesterday. The bruises that Hagakure had given him had faded. On his wings he could already see new patches of scales growing in where he'd been burned. Though, he still wouldn't be able to fly steadily for another day or so. He unlocked the bathroom door and limped out, his knee pulsing with every step. Luckily he wasn't going very far, just to his room to sit at his desk. He slowly lowered himself into his chair, groaning as his knee protested. He had another appointment with Recovery Girl before school on Monday. He could handle an achy knee for a few days. It's far better than the alternative of it healing naturally over the course of several months. He turned in his chair and opened his laptop. He'd missed a lot of the other matches thanks to being unconscious for long amounts of time, so he was stuck rewatching the official clips news sources had compiled. At the very top of the webpage were articles about the hero killer attack yesterday. Izuku had heard the news last night. Ingenium had been chasing down a petty thief in a back alley when he'd been ambushed in broad daylight. He'd been alone and the villain had the element of surprise on his side. The latest reports said he'd lost the use of his legs and would be forced to retire, though no official statement confirming that had been released. Izuku's stomach churned. Ingenium was a good hero. He was always willing to extend a hand or help civilians out with less urgent business. No new updates on his condition. Ingenium fans were coming together to donate to charities in his name or creating works of art in his honor. The Ida family had extended a thank you to all of Ingenium's fans and others who'd stepped up to help them at this time. Izuku hoped Ida was doing okay through all of this. He wasn't close to his classmate, but it was hard to overlook one of the most passionate members of the class. He scrolled past hero killer articles. The attacks were becoming more frequent and across more cities. Heroes were beginning to get nervous. Finally, he found coverage on the sports festival. Usually there would be more articles and videos than this. Some of the news companies liked to speculate on certain students' future popularity while the hype was still up. But with the hero killer news, only a few unbiased articles were released before the media turned to the bigger and more juicy story. It took a second of digging to find a decent compilation. He didn't just want to see the flashiest moves or have to skip through 15 minutes of stadium shots during breaks between matches. He finally found one with all of them spliced back to back. Perfect. He slipped his headphones on and leaned back. He didn't mind rewatching the matches he'd already seen. It was Saturday and he had the time. At some point during his match with Koda, his eyes cut away. It was weird to watch himself from the third person, but even more so because he knew what would happen next. An article on the side of the screen caught his attention. Villainous quirks in UAS hero course. It was obviously clickbait. Stuff like this cropped up every year. Izuku learned to ignore them. They never had anything of actual worth to say, just biased opinions on what constitutes a proper quirk and labeled everything else as villainous. This time, however, he found his mouse hovering over the link. That was his picture, his face. Behind him, his door opened. Izuku slammed his laptop shut. "Izuku," Mom asked. Her eyes darted to his computer in concern. "Is something wrong?" He inhaled and released a deep sigh. "Yeah, I'm good. What's up?" He forced a smile on his face. "There's someone here to see you." "Oh, is it Mash? I've told him he can just come right in." "No, he says his name is Koda." Izuku froze, his headphones clutched on his hands and halfway off his head. "Koda, yes, that's one of your friends." He didn't listen to the rest of what she said. He stumbled past her, knee throbbing as he moved too fast. He entered the main living area and there he was, Koda, in his living room. "Hi," the other boy signed nervously. "What you?" They stood and stared at each other, neither of them moving. Mom emerged from the hallway behind him. "Izuku, this is your friend you told me about, right?" "Yeah," he managed to squeeze out. He'd forgotten about the guilt over their match through the flurry of the sports festival, but now it was all coming back. His chest was too tight. "How did you get my address?" "Oh, Jiro, that made sense. Then, can we talk?" He swallowed, throat dry. "Yeah, we can go to my room." Mom bit her lip, confused. "Do you boys need any snacks?" "Maybe later," Izuku told her, plastering on a smile. Koda followed him to his room. For a moment he stood in the doorway, drinking in the boundless posters and merchandise of various heroes, but mostly centered around All Might. Izuku sat in his desk chair and waved at the rest of the room. "Feel free to sit anywhere." He did, perching on the bed's All Might-themed sheets. "I'm sorry," Izuku blurted. He needed to say it, to get this weight off his chest so he could breathe again. "I didn't mean to." Koda chopped a hand through the air, cutting him off. It wasn't an official sign, just a motion to get his attention. No, I need to apologize to you. I shouldn't have used Voice on you. Izuku recognized the sign for Koda's quirk. The regular sign for animal but shown on the throat instead of the chest. It hurt you, he continued. You were in pain and I knew it. But I didn't stop. It's okay, Izuku signed back. I don't blame you. Then don't blame yourself either. Koda's signs were sharp, his jaw set. He was completely serious. I won't lie. Intimidation was terrifying. I thought I was going to die. Izuku winced. Koda slowed his movements to get his next point across, but still just as passionate. But technically I made you use it. It's my own fault. What did we say before the match? Izuku's hands moved on their own. Don't be afraid. Koda smiled. He'd gotten his point across. You didn't use intimidation for the other matches, he added. Not a question, just a fact. No, Izuku admitted. It felt wrong. I understand. The sign he used wasn't familiar. He fingerspelled. HESITATED. I hesitated when I used it later. All I could think about was what I did to you. I promise I won't do it again. His signs became gentler as his furious need to explain died away. I thought about it. After the festival, when I was home, there still are quirks. We made mistakes. Move on. Try again. Do not hesitate. He signed determinedly. If Izuku had the ability to cry, he was sure tears would be streaming down his face, with all the emotion he could convey. He lifted his hand to his chin. Thank you. 4 kings. Ashido narrowed her eyes. 4 kings. Todoroki's face didn't change. That's what I said, isn't it? Shaoji nudged her. It's your turn. Hurry up. She glanced around the living room area, making eye contact with everyone where they were sprawled across the floor. He's got to be lying this time, right? She was answered with sharp grins. Monoma leaned back against the couch. A smug grin spread across his face. He dramatically fanned himself with his hand of cards. Come on, you still haven't figured out his tell. I knew it from round 1. Round 1, I figured it out when we were explaining the rules to him, Shinso replied. Izuku looked up from where he'd been rearranging his hand. Y'all got tells. Ashido groaned. Never mind, I'm not saying it. She sat back on her oversized pillow and gave Todoroki a suspicious look. She pulled 3 cards out of her hand. 3 aces. BS. Monoma crowed. I have 2, so there's no way you can have 3. Why am I the one that's always called BS on? She revealed a 2, 5, and queen. Then oh so sadly she pulled the pile of cards from the middle towards her. It had to be nearly half the deck. She sighed. Give me like 10 minutes to sort these out. They continued playing. Hagakure was the first to run out of cards, effectively ending the game. Ashido glanced at the clock. It's almost 7. Todoroki has curfew at 9. You guys want to watch a movie until then? I'll make popcorn. Hagakure flopped onto the couch and pumped her neon-gloved hands in the air. Heck yeah, popcorn. Her headband shifted as she turned her head. Also, by the way, Todoroki, and no offense, but your dad sucks. Curfew at 9. I'd die. I wish I could. She snorted. Komori joined her, lifting Hagakure's legs up so she could fit on the small couch next to her. Shinso studied Todoroki with raised eyebrows. Hard same. Todoroki, you wanna come help me in the kitchen? Ashido suddenly stood up and pulled on his arm. I'll show you how to make popcorn in a frying pan. She pointed at the rest of them. You guys chose the movie. We have DVDs in the cabinet or Netflix on the TV. Then the 2 of them were gone. Shaoji stood up and opened the cabinet Ashido had indicated. Is there anything in particular you want to watch? Disney. Hagakure shouted. Does she have Beauty and the Beast? That was my favorite movie growing up. Mine was always Alice in Wonderland, Komori said. Monoma rolled his eyes. No, let's watch a horror film. Bet you class of folks couldn't handle it. He laughed. No thanks. Komori bopped him on the back of the head. I scare too easily and I don't like gore. Monoma glanced at Shinso. He shrugged. Horror's not bad, but I think the girls will outvote us anyway. Izuku rolled into a sitting position. I can go ask Todoroki and Ashido what their vote is. Shaoji nodded. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll be right back. He rocked to his feet, his wings buzzing slightly to help keep his balance. He padded down the hall to Ashido's kitchen. As he got closer, there was the telltale hum and sharp pop-s of the popcorn kernels that grew louder and more frequent. The 2 fell silent when he first walked in, then relaxed. Hey Midoriya, Ashido smiled. Todoroki was just telling me that he went and saw his mom today. How'd that go? If he remembered correctly, Todoroki said it had been a few years since they'd last spoke. It was good. She's doing a lot better according to the doctors. They say that she might be able to be released sometime in the next few months if things continue to go well. A soft smile spread across his lips. That in of itself spoke volumes. That's amazing. Izuku was happy for him. Can I ask, is there any reason why you decided to see her now? He shifted. I thought about what you said. Both of you said I should start using my fire, but wanted to talk to Mom before I did so. It felt wrong to, otherwise. And, Ashido prodded. He exhaled a relieved sound. She said it was okay. I'm not Endeavor and I never will be. She also apologized. He swallowed. She thought I had been angry about some things. I really wasn't. It's time for us to start mending some things. I'm glad you're seeing her again. I'd love to meet her someday. Ashido wiggled the frying pan over the burner to make a few more kernels pop. Me too. She turned to Izuku. Did you guys choose what we're watching yet? Reminded about why he'd come in there in the first place, Izuku shook his head. Nope. I was going to get your opinions, actually. Hagakure and Komori are all for Disney and Monoma wants horror. I'll throw my vote to Disney too. Todoroki tilted his head. What's Disney? Ashido's mouth fell open. You don't even know about Disney. I swear Endeavor's gonna get it, she growled. Midoriya, I know the perfect one to watch. She pulled him closer and said it in his ear so she could be heard over the popcorn. Todoroki watched them curiously. Izuku grinned. Yep, that was a good one. He ran off back to the rest of the group. He hoped they liked Lilo and Stitch. On Monday morning, Aizawa entered the class for the first time in 2 weeks, not looking like a mummy brought to life. Mina couldn't help herself. Looking good, teach. He sighed, a deeply tired sound full of regret. Mina grinned. She could see the pep in his step. He was definitely as happy to be out of those bandages as their class was to see him out of them. Sit down, problem children. We have important business to attend to. Never mind the fact they were all sitting, he continued. Starting today you have a new classmate. He waved at a figure in the doorway and they shuffled in. If you don't know him already, this is Shinso Hitoshi. He transferred in from the general course. Make sure he feels welcome. Shinso, there's an open seat behind Midoriya. Mina gave him a thumbs up and a grin as he passed by. The corner of his mouth lifted for a second, then he continued trudging to his new seat before sitting down in a heap, his shoulders curling in on himself. Midoriya half turned in his seat to whisper something to him. Aizawa turned on the projector. You all did well during the festival, so congratulations everyone. As I told you a few weeks ago, that event is important for making a name for yourself. Over the weekend, we've processed all the requests you've received from heroes for an internship experience. I'll show the numbers now. At the top of the list was obviously Todoroki with over 1,000 offers. Mina's jaw dropped. As she scanned down the list, the numbers dropped more or less evenly. Takoyami had received nearly 900, Midoriya had about 500, Hagakure had 160, and despite tying for third place, Shinso sat at the bottom with 30. Mina herself had 150 offers. She didn't know how she managed that when she didn't even make it past the first round of the tournament. Aizawa turned off the screen. If you didn't get any offers, don't worry. You'll get a handout with school-approved internship sites so everyone will get an opportunity. Since you'll be working with pros, you're going to need code names. Mina bolted upright in her seat. Was he saying what she thought he was saying? You're only first years, so they're not set in stone. That Monday morning tiredness was shaking off of the class quickly at this point, re-energizing them at the prospect of a fun activity. But I'll advise you to choose something appropriate. In most cases, the first hero name you choose will be the one you're stuck with, he finished. The classroom door slammed open. That's right. You don't want to have a name that will give you a bad reputation. Midnight sauntered up to Aizawa's podium. After all, your hero name reflects what kind of hero you want to be. Aizawa nodded. I'm not good at judging what is and what is not a sensible name, so Midnight's in charge of measuring whether they're okay for field use. I'm going to take a nap. He stepped into his sleeping bag and curled up in the corner. Midnight began passing out whiteboards and markers. I'll give you a few minutes to decide. Then we'll present them to the rest of the class. We have to present them. Kaminari yelped. Of course, these are names that the public will know you by. If you can't even show them to your classmates, then are you sure that's the name you want to go by? He slumped in his seat. That's true. Mina uncapped her marker. She knew exactly what she wanted her hero name to be. She'd had it figured out a long time ago. She quickly scribbled it on her board and waited impatiently. Others seemed to have it figured out as well. Some, like Kaminari, looked like they wanted to bang their heads against the wall in indecisiveness. 15 grueling minutes passed, through which Mina could hardly stay in her seat. Midnight called time and gave permission for presentations to begin. Mina was the first to run to the front of the room, proudly displaying her whiteboard to the rest of the class. Alien Queen, the acid hero. Many of her classmates nodded, some clapping awkwardly. She beamed. It was perfect. Next to her, Midnight pulled a face, stretching into a cringe. I don't think so. Mina's wide smile dropped. Won't that just be associated with that scary movie? Her cheeks burned. Well, it's kinda old, right? Plus this is different. It's like a reference to how I look like an alien. Haha. Midnight didn't find it funny. Maybe you should sit down and think about it a bit more. Think about what kind of message you want to send as a hero. She patted Mina on the back as if it was comforting. She could feel tears pricking at the back of her eyes. She'd spent her last year of middle school daydreaming about her future hero name, always asking her friends and parents their opinions on the dozens of names she'd thought up. This was the one she'd wanted. Apparently it wasn't right. shame eating at her. She hurried back to her seat with her head down. Kirishima went next. "Just call me Red Riot," he announced. Midnight clapped her hands. "A homage to Crimson Riot. I love it." It felt like a punch to the gut. The next person went up. Theirs was accepted too. This suddenly felt very unfair. Hers was good. Not to judge Aoyama's hero name, but why was Can't Stop Twinkling a valid hero name, but not Alien Queen? His was kinda ridiculous. Other amazing ones followed. Tentacle for Shaoji. Hagakir's was straightforward with Invisible Girl. Sue's was cute and for kids. Shinso submitted Mind Hack. She stared at her board. The little smiley face she'd drawn in the corner mocked her. Slowly, painfully, she picked up the eraser off her desk and scrubbed the letters away one by one. Everyone felt like breaking a piece off herself. Finally, a blank board stared back. She twisted the cap off the marker and held it over the white surface. She breathed deeply. It's all right to cry. Heroes cry all the time. Not over a dumb name. The other half of her brain hissed. Not in the middle of class. She supposed she did have a backup. Her friends from middle school nicknamed her Pinky. Maybe it was better to have a more cutesy name. Midnight was probably just thinking about their marketability. Midoriya brushed by her desk, his own board held against his chest. He smiled and shot her a thumbs up. Mina tried to return it, but it was watery and weak. Another immediate approval from Midnight, she was sure. Midoriya placed his board on the podium. Alien King, the protesting hero. He didn't look at the class, just at Midnight. Everything went still. Mina swore she stopped breathing. What is he doing? He knew exactly what he was doing. Midnight frowned. Then, making the connection, glanced at Mina. She ducked her head down. After a long drawn-out moment, the heroine sighed. "Ashido, do you truly want that as your hero name? It most likely won't be changed once you do." Mina nodded her head so fast she thought her head was going to pop off. She sighed. "I'll allow it then. But only this time, so don't get any ideas, the rest of you." Relief flooded her so hard she thought she actually might burst into tears. She swiped at her eyes real quick and shot Midoriya a grateful smile. How could she ever thank him? Midnight turned her attention to Midoriya. "That better not be your hero name." "Oh, no, this is Ashido's thing. I can't take that from her." He flipped his board, wrote something else and turned it back around for the rest of the class to see. "Atropos, the Moth hero. A reference to Greek mythology. I like it. Though, is it a good idea to be named after one of the three fates? That could potentially give you bad press." He smiled and shrugged. "Maybe, but it also doubles as a Moth reference." Midnight, entirely fed up with any more antics, sighed. "I'll sign off on it, but only because I don't need more protests." Midoriya gave her a cheeky grin and returned back to his seat. "All right, who's next?" The final bell rang, dismissing the class. Chaos filled the classroom as Shouta's students gathered their things to leave. It emptied out pretty quick. Most of his students were eager to leave. He tapped the stack of papers he was holding into a neat stack, more to keep his hands busy than anything. He kept his head down, letting his long hair cover his face while he watched the group gathered at the back of the classroom. Ashido swiveled her head to look at him, then cut back to Todoroki to whisper something. Midoriya nodded in agreement. He watched their group file out, sans Todoroki. Ashido gave him a thumbs up and shut the door behind her, leaving the two of them alone. Todoroki slowly walked to the front of the classroom until he stood in front of Shouta. That's when he lifted his head. "Mr. Aizawa, what do you know about quirk marriages?" There were few moments in Shouta's career as a hero that made him truly see red, to make his anger bubble and rise until he was a walking volcano set to erupt. He listened to everything Todoroki told him with increasing horror. At the end of it, he let him go. He didn't want to. He abhorred the idea of letting his student return back to that house. But he did. Shouta knew with cold clarity the kind of power Endeavor held as the number 2 hero. He had the money and the means to make any problems go away. This wasn't the kind of fight Shouta could win. So, he went to someone who could. "Nezu, I have something I need to speak with you about immediately." Izuku pulled on his lip as he flipped through another page of requests. The list Aizawa had given him was several centimeters thick and extremely dense to get through. When he'd first attempted to sort through it, he immediately felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of options. So, he had a different strategy. Any hero whose fighting style couldn't add to his or wouldn't mesh well was tossed out. That eliminated a good portion. Many boasted claims of helping with hand-to-hand or other fighting techniques. Izuku chose the best of those agencies and tossed the rest of those too. He wasn't opposed to learning new techniques or fighting styles at all. He was one of the few members of the class that didn't need extra instruction thanks to years of experience with MASH and Mrs. Ajiro. This internship was supposed to help develop new skills, not rehash ones they already knew, and Izuku wanted to stay true to that. There were of course agencies that specialized in certain areas such as rescue, investigation, or fighting. Izuku kept the ones that were located in environments that would suit him. He crossed out a couple more agencies. A small, but growing list sat at his elbow waiting to be added onto. Mash looked up from the standard packet that everyone else that didn't receive offers had been given. Hey, Izuku, how much do you know about this agency? He slid the paper over and tapped his pencil by the name of the one he meant. Izuku hummed as he tried to recall what he knew about the agency. Mash waited patiently on his right. Across the table, Kaken had shoved headphones over his ears. From where Izuku sat, he could hear the heavy bass of Kaken's favorite band pounding in tandem to him furiously scribbling math formulas. He turned his attention back to Mash. A lot of the heroes there have speed-based quirks. They have a pretty good reputation for helping out around the community too. Well, I don't know if I can keep up with them, but I was more interested in the Parker aspect. Sure enough, one of the bullet points underneath included Parker. I use my tail a lot for fighting, but I was thinking I should start using it for mobility too. I think that's a great idea. Handspring is one of the psychics who works at that agency, and one of the few that isn't necessarily speeding. If I remember correctly, she has a balance quirk, so she's really great at Parker's stuff. If you can work under her. Mash nodded. Yeah, that'd be pretty great. I wonder if I can request a specific hero to work under. Let me check the internship form Aizawa gave us. He pulled the paper out from his backpack at his feet and scanned over it quickly. Dang it. It doesn't have anything about specific requests, other than agency of course. Izuku peered over his shoulder. Maybe they assume you want to work under the head hero. Ask Aizawa tomorrow or something. Yeah, I'll do that. I can fill the rest of this in for now. Have you picked an agency yet? Not quite. I still have. He counted the last few pages of the packet. 10 more pages to get through. I have this list though if you want to look. Mash slid Izuku's list closer to himself to read. After a few seconds he slid it back. Don't know why I bothered to read it when I don't recognize any of the agencies on there. Good selection, I guess. Thanks. Mash tapped of Izuku's bullet points. You circled this one. The Buttalia Garden Agency in Hasu. Yeah, that one's at the top of my list right now, but I want to see all my options before I make a final decision. If so, we'll be in neighboring cities. I doubt we'll see each other though, he said, then turned to Kaken and tapped against one headphone. He swept them off his head in one smooth motion, not bothering to pause his music. What had been muffled drumming exploded full force in the quiet kitchen. Kaken didn't look up as he tapped something in a calculator. Yeah. Did you get any good offers? He grunted. I got an offer from some big shot bunny lady. Said something about liking my style. Who? Mash couldn't get any more confused. She's like number 7 or something. I watched some of her fights. She'll fucking pound you in the dirt until you're nothing more than a shit stain. I fucking love it, he grinned. Yep, that sounded like an internship Kaken would love. Mash put 2 and 2 together. Wait, you got an offer from Maruko, Todoroki. I want you to know that the school is doing everything in their power to find a solution to your situation. Shoto nodded. He'd expected something like this would be brought up when he was called to his office, which was why he had to nip this in the bud before someone got hurt. Mr. Aizawa, I don't doubt that you care, but I don't think this will end well for anyone. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, as if to say go on. He took a deep breath. Endeavor's not going to stand by while you, or anyone, throws accusations at him. If you try going to court against him with just my word, he'll destroy you. Well, it's not technically me he'll be up against. At Shoto's confused look, he continued. Principal Nezu decided to step in personally to take your case, and God help whoever tries to beat him in a court battle. He's working on 3 or 4 different solutions, all of which include you being permanently removed from the home. If it comes to it, would you be okay with that? Shoto's mouth ran dry. No, he wasn't sure what to think of that at all. Leaving Endeavor's household was a far distant dream, something that could have only been attained after he graduates and begins working his own way up the popularity ranking. What about my sister, Fayumi? She still lived at home. He knew she had a job as an elementary school teacher, so she had to have some income, but was it enough to support herself? He wasn't sure why exactly she still stayed. Unlike him, Natsu, or Talia, she was never driven to train her quirk. She'd been dismissed as Endeavor's successor from the moment she was born. We'll make sure she has the financial support she needs if she wants to leave, Aizawa assured. Do I have your permission to move forward with any of this? Yes. It felt like a weight lifted off of his chest just by saying it. Aizawa seemed relieved as well, which made it more confusing when he frowned again. With that taken care of, we need to talk about this. He opened the file that sat before him and set Shoto's internship application before him. You have over 1,000 offers, Todoroki. You don't need to intern with your father. Shoto was well aware. He'd given this exact problem a lot of thought. He needed to relearn control of his flames. He'd neglected that half of his quirk for years, and now it was coming back to bite him. He'd gone through every single one of his offers. Endeavor wasn't the only hero with a fire-type quirk. Shoto didn't even particularly care about the other agencies' ranking. In the end, he had to admit defeat. His quirk is the most similar to my fire, he explained. It's 1 week. I'll be fine. Aizawa frowned more deeply. Are you completely sure? The school could give an excuse to appease even him. Shadow shook his head. Even the best excuse probably wouldn't work. Aizawa sighed and slipped his application back into the folder. I'm very hesitant to allow this, Todoroki, so I'll ask one thing of you. He uncapped a nearby pen and scribbled a phone number on a writing pad before tearing the page out and handing it to him. If anything happens, and I mean anything, you call me immediately. Understand? Shadow took the number and nodded. Aizawa watched him for a second longer, dark eyes flickering slightly. You're free to go now. He stood. Thank you, sensei. On his way out, he bumped into Ada, who had his fist poised to knock on the door. Sorry about that. Ada barked a little too sharply, making Shadow jump. I didn't know you were there. It's fine, Shadow mumbled. He continued down the hall. Behind him he could hear Aizawa greet his classmate. Sit down, Ada. I want to talk to you about your internship application. The station was quite busy for how early in the morning it was. The sun had only just barely begun to peak above the horizon and the air was cool and crisp. Despite the early hour, every member of Class 1 were both wide awake and bursting with energy. Aizawa had warned all of them to get enough rest for the week ahead. Keeping up with Pro would be no walk in the park after all. Izuku had hardly slept a wink, and by the looks of it, neither had anyone else. Ashido had slammed an energy drink when they first met up and now she bounced from one foot to the other, grinning wildly. Aizawa looked all of them over with weary eyes. Do all of you have your overnight bags? Your hero costumes? A great chorus of yeses filled the air. Izuku squeezed the handle of his suit briefcase. He hoped he'd get the chance to use the new wall-crawling gloves and boots the support course had designed for him. At his feet sat a yellow suitcase, its handle raised and waiting to be carted away. Next to him, Shinzo stood with his hands shoved into his pockets. Where's your stuff? Izuku asked. He shrugged. I'm not actually going anywhere. I'm interning with Eraserhead for the week. Izuku made an O face and nodded, tuning back into what Aizawa was saying. Thank the heroes you are working with for giving up their time to teach you. And don't talk back when you're given an order. Remember, everyone in the field has more experience than you, so follow directions. Act appropriately as representatives of UA and as future pro heroes. Kaminari gave him a mock salute. You got it, sir. A ripple of laughter made its way through the class. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Shoo. All of you, before I lose my patience. They laughed again, knowing he didn't really mean it, and scattered in their separate directions. Ashido ran backwards, waving and shouting goodbyes as she headed to the train bound for Shinjuku with Shaoji and Mash. Izuku returned their wave and headed in the opposite direction. His little suitcase clicked behind him as he walked to the Hasu terminal. On the way, he caught sight of Ida, who was heading the same direction. Izuku jogged to catch up. The other boy was taking long, fast strides that was just short of running. Hey, Izuku greeted, pulling up alongside him. Are you going to Hasu too? Ada glanced at him, then slowed his pace marginally so Izuku could walk more comfortably next to him. No, I'll be in another city. He sighed. His voice was tired. Dark circles hung under his eyes and he'd been quieter this past week. He tried to hide it, but everyone had noticed. Oh, Izuku didn't really know what else to say. They weren't close and it felt wrong to pry. Instead he swallowed. I hope your brother is doing better. He couldn't bring himself to say sorry. It felt inadequate given the circumstances, and he was sure Ida was tired of hearing it. He is, thank you, came the murmured reply. They walked in silence. When Izuku reached the station for Hasu, he paused and turned. See you next week, I guess. Good luck on your internship. Ada nodded his head. To you as well. They parted ways. Izuku glanced back once. Ada stood stiffly, staring at the sign for Hasu almost unseeingly. Finally, after a long stretch, he turned on his heel and left. He didn't look back, but his head was lowered and fists clenched. The Buttalia Garden Agency looked like a giant greenhouse. No, scratch that, it was a greenhouse. When Izuku first stepped inside its double doors, he'd been hit with a warm breeze. The perfect temperature for flying. His wings shuddered out, hoping to catch more of it. When he finally caught sight of the interior, he knew he chose the right place to intern at. From the floor to the glass ceiling up above, there were no strict, rigid hallways or walls that could restrict his wings. Above, wood catwalks branched across the entire building with no sense of order, some connected to upper levels through ramps or bridges, but it was entirely freeform. Rooms of various sizes hung from thick cables in the ceiling, plant life spilling off of their roofs in bright bursts of color. In fact, the whole building was covered in plant life. Bushes were planted in soil lining the door. Flowers and vines hung off the edges of walls and walkways. In the center of it all, a giant tree held up a platformed gathering area, its branches twisting and braided up and over it to form semi-walls. Between the spaces and the branches, Izuku could see employees sitting in low couches and drinking coffee. There was a natural, wild, and untamed feeling to the entire place, and Izuku loved it. Eagerly, he stepped up to the front desk, a semicircle with two secretaries. The secretary on the left had a phone pressed to their ear and typed rapidly on a laptop. Izuku aimed for the one on the right, a woman with faintly green skin. The woman looked up from her screen as he approached, customer service smile already on. Good morning, how can I help you today? Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku, a student from UA. I'm supposed to be interning with Neon Bane this week. I have my student ID right here. In an instant her smile became much more genuine. I can't believe I didn't recognize you. Just wait 1 second, I'll call Neon. She's been so excited for you to come. In a blink of an eye, she was dialing a number and murmuring into the receiver. Izuku's head spun. He wasn't quite expecting that kind of reaction. The secretary set the phone down. She'll be down in just a minute. Can I just say, we loved your performance at the sports festival. You did amazing. We were cheering you on the entire time. Blood rushed to Izuku's cheeks and he choked out a thank you. A shadow fell over the two of them from above and Izuku glanced up. His antennae and hair were blown back slightly from the draft of large wings. Then a pair of heels clicked on the tile floor and Neon Bane was standing in front of him. Pictures really didn't do her justice. She was a tall woman, really tall, nearly 2 meters in height, and on top of that she wore stilettos. That would be intimidating enough, but then there were her wings. Like his, her wings were narrow and long, but that was as far as the similarities went. Hers were bright orange with intersecting black bands that curved up to the uppermost tips, while Izuku's own folded conveniently on his back. Neon Bane's, like other butterflies, couldn't and stretched their full length behind her. Her own dark compound eyes looked him over, both their antennae twitching as they learned each other's scents. She stepped forward, heels clicking on the tile. Welcome to Buddleia Garden, Caterpillar. Suddenly he was swept up in a tight embrace, then set back down just as quickly, making his head spin. Neon Bane tilted her head downward to see him fully. Her lips quirked in a grin. Us Lepidopteras need to stick together. He had to crane his neck to meet her gaze. He was barely taller than her waist. Thanks for having me for the week, Neon Bane. He bowed shortly. Aizawa did remind them to be polite. She waved her hand. Nah, no need to thank me. And no need for all that. Everyone around here calls me Neon. Okay, he nodded. Now that you're here, I say we get this show on the road and give you the ground tour. Her wings opened on either side of her, displaying their full wingspan and sending long shadows across the floor. I hope you're fast, Caterpillar. And with that she took off and flew upwards to the catwalks up above. Izuku hesitated for just a moment, sparing a glance at his luggage. The secretary stepped forward. I'll take care of it. You catch up. He didn't need any more encouragement than that. His own pair of wings lifted and he bolted into the air after his new mentor. You have potential, the illusion hero told Toru. His eyes glowed a piercing blue that somehow managed to make eye contact despite Toru being completely invisible. She wasn't sure if it was part of his quirk or another illusion. She'd learned to not trust anything when she'd entered the building. When she tried to shake his hand for the first time, her hand passed through it and Mirage had revealed that he'd been standing behind her the entire time. Then he led her into his personal office, through what she had thought was a blank wall. As you know, my quirk allows me to bend and refract light to create illusions. As if to illustrate his point, All Might appeared behind him before disappearing once again. Yours naturally bends waves to create an illusion so others can see through you. What we perceive as color is simply the reflection of light waves. If you can learn to harness what your quirk does passively. He smiled. I don't see why you can't create illusions as well. That made Toru sit up a little straighter. In your application, you said you wanted to learn how to wield a weapon, Neon said, leading him into a private training room with wooden floors and padded walls. I assume this is your main goal while you're here since I use swords myself. She rested a hand on one of the long scabbards at her side. I'm sure you know why. Izuku nodded. Neon was known as the poison butterfly hero. And combined with a pair of long katanas, it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. You have some sort of natural defense, right? Something to do with those eye spots, I'd guess. Yeah, I call it intimidation. I unlocked it a few weeks ago before the sports festival. As far as I can tell, it's a type of illusion power that can cause fear. That's already really good if you can stop opponents like how you did during your matches. As you probably know, my body creates a natural poison. It's not really helpful while it's in me, so it's regularly extracted from my bloodstream to be used on my blades. My poison is extremely potent, she continued more seriously. If I use the raw toxins the lab here withdraws, it'd be more than enough to kill someone. So it's diluted down. It's still pretty powerful though. 1 cut and you'll be feeling the effects within minutes. She slid one of her blades slightly out of its sheath, revealing the glint of metal. The support company designed my sheaths so they only coat the blades when I want to. They're still dangerous though. They're not toys. She slid them back in place with a soft shink. Her serious expression faded. Now that that's out of the way, I hope you like knives. Neon presented them with all the eagerness of a child waiting for their friend to open a birthday present they'd given to them. The blades were simple, styled after katanas. The blade was slightly curved and about the length of 2 hand lengths. It was closer to a short sword than what Izuku had imagined when she called them knives. And he did indeed like the knife. Neon started him off with one. He gripped the handle, his thumb running over the black grip. The balanced weight felt right in his hands. He could imagine fighting with this, using his go-to trick of attacking from above, hit them with intimidation, then finish the fight with his blades. He paid attention carefully as Neon showed him fighting stances, taking mental notes so he could copy the information down in his notebook for later. She would correct his positions with a laugh, then stand back with a proud eye as he would swing correctly or step just right, the blade slashing through the air in bright arcs. Finally, she picked her own similar knife off the table. You're a fast learner. How about we start learning about fighting against opponents before we take a break? Koji found his attention diverted by the cries he could hear emanating just off the path. He paused his stride and tapped the shoulder of Pixie Bob in front of him. What is it, kitty cat? She tilted her head curiously. Quickly, he wrote on his whiteboard. There's a fox caught in a trap. Her face morphed in concern. Show me. He led her in a winding path past some trees, then around a bush where the cries had been coming from. A fox had its back leg caught. Upon seeing them, it snarled at them. Its lips pulled back to reveal its very sharp teeth. Don't come near. Don't touch me. Koji ignored its warnings, instead creeping closer. I said, don't come near me. It snapped at his hand, razor-sharp teeth flashing in anger. I'm going to help you. Calm down. The effects of Anna's voice were immediate. The fox froze, muscles relaxing slightly, but yellow eyes still watched him warily. It would need more convincing. Koji didn't mind. He'd worked with more violent animals in the past. I'm going to take the trap off, then check your leg for injuries, he explained calmly. I mean no harm. Can I go afterward? The voice was calmer, more trusting. Of course, may I? The fox gave its permission and he pried the trap open with his fingers. Then he checked its leg. It was bleeding slightly from struggling in the trap's jaws. He pulled a roll of gauze out of his pack and began working on wrapping it. Pixie Bob leaned over his shoulder. You're pretty good at this. Lots of experience. I volunteer at an animal shelter back at home. He directed his words at the fox instead of at Pixie Bob herself. There's always traps like this. It's illegal, but we still find them from time to time. Say, you want to help clean them up? He nodded. That was exactly something he'd like to help with. Izuku hardly noticed that the day was nearly over until overhead lights kicked on and filled the agency with much-needed light. It jolted him out of his daze. The day had seemed to pass by so quickly. All right, Caterpillar. Bedtime for you. Neon stood from the couch she'd been lounging on and stretched. Tomorrow's when we get to the exciting stuff. Izuku followed her out of the break room and through the maze of catwalks. What are we doing? She glanced back. Other than more weapon training, I'm taking you out to teach you about how to patrol, so keep your hero costume on hand. They approached one of the many hanging rooms and Neon opened it and stepped back so Izuku could squeeze inside. On one wall were several bunk beds. A couple sidekicks Izuku met earlier in the day reclined on them and looked up curiously when he entered. During the tour, Neon had told him this was where any on-call sidekicks stayed for the night and where Izuku would be sleeping for the week. He could see his suitcase thrown on one of the far beds along with the case with his hero costume. Bathroom's right here on this wall, and if you need anything, feel free to ask. Anyone here can help you out or I'm sleeping in my office for the week. Questions? Izuku shook his head but then bowed. Thank you. No problem. I'll see you nice and early tomorrow. Toodles. She waved her fingers at everyone then left. Izuku began on his nightly routine. The other sidekicks let him take the shower first, so he tried to be courteous and scrub himself down quickly before hopping out. He sat on his assigned bunk and patted down his wings with a towel while he shot off a few texts. Izuku, hey, I survived the first day of internships. Mom, yeah, that's great. Are you having fun? Learning new things? Is Neon Bane nice? There was Mom's protective nature at it again. He smiled at all her questions and tapped out another quick message. Izuku, yep, I'm having fun. We didn't do tons today. Just a tour, met everyone, and I got to start weapon training. Don't worry, Neon's great. Everyone here is, actually. Mom, that's good to hear. Remember to be careful in training. I'm going to bed, but don't hesitate to text me. I love you. Izuku, I love you too. Just as he sent his message, another one came in. Here comes dat boy. I'm doing good, thanks. Selkie's really nice. Today I mostly had orientation and had to learn how to help clean the ship, so not much happened. Tomorrow we're supposed to patrol a little. Moth. Yeah, same here. Anyway, I had a question about your quirk. Didn't you say that you can secrete some poison? Here comes dat boy. Yeah, I do, but it's pretty mild. What are you thinking? Moth. Well, have you ever thought about weaponizing it? The hero I'm interning with also can make a natural poison and she uses it on a pair of swords. So maybe you can do something similar. Like you could use a dart gun or something. That would be easy to learn. Here comes dat boy. I've never thought about that before. Don't think I could use my own though. When I say it's mild, it's really mild. All it does is make people itchy. Divided by. Maybe I could look into it though. I'll talk to the support course when we get back. Moth. Okay. Just a thought. When you see the support course, ask for Hatsum. She'll make anything for you. Here comes dat boy. Will do. Lights out in 5 minutes, warned the sidekick on the bed next to him. Izuku stowed away his phone. His wings were dry enough. He slipped under the covers just in time for the lights to go out, plunging the room into darkness. After spending the morning doing more sword training with Neon, the afternoon finally rolled around and it was time for patrols. Izuku slipped into his hero costume. When he had opened the case, he'd been confronted with a note from Hatsune. Hey Mothman, I made some upgrades to your costume. I noticed your request for adhesive boots and gloves had been accidentally pushed to the bottom of the request pile, so I did it myself. I'm working on another project for you too. I can't tell you though, cause it's a surprise. Bye, Hatsune. Just as she said, the soles of his boots looked a little different and there was a new pair of dark green gloves in the box as well. They came with a manual on how to activate the adhesive and he scanned it quickly. The rest of his costume was relatively unchanged. Izuku thought it seemed a bit more sturdy in a few other places, but he wasn't completely sure. Other than the gloves, there was one more new item. A clear visor for his eyes. An attached sticky note read, protection. No more head scrapes. Seems Hatsune didn't approve of the road rash he'd gotten during the sports festival. He slipped it on and made a mental note to thank her later. With that, he slipped out of the changing room and met up with Neon outside. Yesterday she'd greeted him in civilian clothes. Today she wore her costume. Like his, it was patterned after her wings, but with the base and highlight colors switched so it was black with orange stripes. On either side of her hips hung her dual swords. She gave him an appraising once-over, then held out a belt with a familiar sheath. The sword he'd been learning with. He took it, but didn't put it on. Am I allowed to have this? I mean, I only started learning how to use it yesterday. You're picking it up fast enough that I feel fine putting it in your hands outside of a training room. Unless you're planning to start swinging wildly the second you have it. She narrowed her eyes. No, ma'am. She laughed, sharp and loud. I'm messing with you, Caterpillar. I trust you to not be stupid with it. I'm your mentor, ain't I? Izuku had to concede that point. And another thing, don't call me ma'am. Makes me feel old, she groused, sounding very similar to Midnight. She opened her wings. Put that belt on. Today I'm showing you my usual patrol route. Us flying heroes tend to be able to cover more ground than those on the ground, so be ready for a couple hours in the air. Izuku hurried to do as he was told and lifted his wings as well, excitement bubbling up in him. Long stretches of simply flying was something he had been looking forward to. Neon took the lead and he followed to the side and slightly behind. As they flew, she would point out different areas, explaining what kinds of crimes to expect and lecturing on how to best handle situations, which led Izuku to his next thought. What do I do if we come across a villain? He yelled over the wind. You'll stay back while I handle it. Interns are only supposed to play support roles, not fight directly. Though, I give you permission to defend yourself if it comes down to it. Just don't seek anything out. I don't want to deal with the paperwork. He figured that last bit was just a joke. They continued on, far in the city. From above the buildings, Izuku's could smell the people down below mixed in with the other odors of the city. Neon pointed up ahead. I'll race you to that building, then we'll take a break. The slow pace she'd been keeping suddenly sped up as she gave herself a head start. Not on Izuku's watch. He'd felt they'd been going slow, like he was dragging his feet. It had taken everything in him to keep the same pace as Neon and not burst ahead. Now he let loose, wings blurring as he shot himself forward like an arrow released from the string. He passed Neon and she let out a cry of surprise. The wind lifted his hair off his forehead and it felt refreshing to feel the breeze on his face. The visor had another use that he hadn't thought about. It kept the wind out of his eyes so he could fly unchecked. The sprint was short, but it energized him. He hovered above the building Neon had pointed out and waited for her, watching as she slowly closed the distance and landed on the roof's edge. How the hell are you so fast? He shrugged. He'd noticed that her wings moved in slower arcs than his. A difference in wing structure, or size. He'd have to look into it more. You have pretty good endurance for a first-time flight. She complimented him with a smile. I did a lot of that type of training before entering UA, Izuku said, letting his feet touch down beside her. I wanted to be able to fly for long lengths if needed. Smart. You're already doing leagues better than I was when I was a hero student. Now, how about I quiz you on some of the stuff I taught you today? Shoji Mizo felt a sort of kinship with the hero he was interning with, if solely because they both had strange appearances. The hero known as Argus had eyes covering his entire body. They patterned his bald head and stretched down his neck and beneath his shirt's collar. A couple peered out from his elbows and one sat in the center of each palm. Mizo had no doubt they were also in places he didn't want to know about. Beneath his mask, his lips twitched into a smile. If Ashido were to meet him, she'd surely demand that he join their little gang. And considering her track record, she'd probably succeed as well. A soft chuckle escaped him at that thought. Several of Argus' eyes on the back of his neck swiveled to look at him questioningly. Like Mizo, Argus wasn't a big talker. He suspected it had something to do with the eye he had caught a glimpse of on the man's tongue. It's nothing, he said. I was just thinking about a friend. The eyes blinked in unison, then returned back to whatever they'd been doing before. There was a panther casually walking down the sidewalk. Nobody screamed or even reacted. Some even gave it nods as it passed by. It had to be a regular occurrence. There was no other explanation for it. Izuku watched it from where he and Neon had paused on the building across the street. The panther obviously had to be some kind of quirk at work. But what? The most common route that students take home. Just to help discourage any villains, Neon was saying. When he didn't respond in time, she stepped back over to see what he was staring at. A laugh echoed out of her throat upon seeing the panther herself. That lying son of a gun, she said vaguely. Do you know them? I sure do, and I'm going to give him hell for saying he doesn't like children. Izuku frowned, even more confused than before. What does that mean? The edges of Neon's eyes crinkled as she smirked. Just watch, she pointed down the block. As if right on cue, a large group of elementary students turned the corner. Immediately, excited shouts of the animal man rang across the street and they charged. The panther sat patiently on the sidewalk for them, ears twitching from the loud noise. Soon there were a dozen small hands running through sleek black fur and patting the panther's head. Neon spread her wings and Izuku followed her lead, lifting his own from his back. They flew the short distance across the busy road and landed a few meters away. Neon didn't hesitate to prance right up to the poor panther, which now seemed to be glaring, but was unable to move thanks to the children around it. And you said you didn't like children, Neon teased. The panther's tail lashed and she laughed. It turned and butted its head against the girl that stood half in front of it, rubbing its ears. It gently pushed her to the side so it could stand on all 4 feet. Getting the hint, she stepped back and the others were quick to follow. It rose and padded towards Izuku and Neon. If a panther could wear an annoyed face, this one certainly could. With a ripple of fur and flesh, a smooth but quick transformation occurred. Fur drew into skin, limbs became thicker. The panther rose from 4 legs to 2 until it was a man standing before them. So it really was a quirk. Bye, Mr. Animal Man, the children chorused. The man returned their goodbye waves. One girl stopped and tugged on his sleeve. Can you do the deer again tomorrow? Small horns branched out of her head just above her hairline. The man opened his mouth, glanced at Neon who was giving him a shit-eating grin, then turned back to the little girl and sighed. Yes, I'll do the deer again. You like the white-tailed one, right? She nodded, eyes shining. Thank you, Animal Man. Then she was gone and rejoining her friends. So, Neon purred. What was that you told me the other day about not liking children? Huh, native. The man, native, groaned. I don't hate children. I just don't like them once they're past a certain age. Then they become super annoying. I like the little ones. He spoke with an American accent. Izuku recognized it easily. The syllables were too hard, the consonants too sharp, like he was clumsily wielding a knife. But he was still very understandable and had good grammar. Japanese was a hard language to learn, though Izuku's classmates would say the same thing about English. Who's this? Native asked, gesturing at Izuku. I'm Atropos. I'm a hero student from UA, he answered himself, remembering to use his hero name since they were officially working. I'm interning with Neon for the week. Huh, nice to meet you, kid. Is your quirk shifting into animals? Izuku couldn't help but ask next. He couldn't quite place the hero, though he was sure he'd heard of him. Any kind of quirk that had shifting capabilities was rare, and on top of that, Native was from America. Yeah, though only within a certain weight limit. Too heavy or too light and it just doesn't work. My body can only gain and lose so much mass before it tries to fall apart. Wait, now Izuku knew where he knew him from. A couple years back, the American hero forums he occasionally checked exploded with the news that one of the few indigenous heroes was leaving the country. Izuku had made a side note about his quirk in one of his notebooks. Another thought occurred to him. Didn't you go by a different hero name while in the States? I heard about you once, but your name at the time wasn't Native. I can't remember what it was exactly. Native raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I did. I'm surprised anyone even remembers that. He turned back to Neon, ignoring Izuku's unasked question and signaling that that was the end of the conversation. It's great you got a kid following you around for the week, but why? He glanced at Izuku. Frick, are they letting hero students into Hasu with stains still hanging around? You don't have to censor yourself, Izuku said, and was ignored. Neon provided the answer. Don't worry, there's strict protocol if that ever happens. Native folded his arms. Yeah, and what's that? Protocol states Atropos here is not supposed to engage. Neon patted Izuku's shoulder. He's a very fast flyer, by the way. Native pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. That's all they came up with. Run away. Well, basically, I just boiled down 10 pages of fancy talk for you. That didn't ease Native's doubtful look. Don't worry. What's the chance of running into Stain anyway? Yeah, sure. Dozens of pro heroes in Hasu. What's the chance any of us will be the next target? He deadpanned. Anyway, nice to meet you, Atropos. I hope you enjoy your week here. Bane, stop bugging me at work. You can call me Neon. Bane in the ass, he shot back. He walked away. In between steps his form smoothly shifted until he was once again on all fours as a gray wolf. He trotted away. Pedestrians on the sidewalk moved to the side to let him pass by. Heh, grumpy but like always, Neon laughed. All right, time to do another round. You ready? Izuku raised his wings and grinned. In a hidden laboratory, a man became frantic. It's too soon. He pulled open one of the many cabinet doors with far too much force, sending it slamming into the wall with a loud bang. If anyone else had been in the room, they surely would have flinched at the sudden anger from the normally composed man. He began searching through his collection of vials and chemicals, all while muttering under his breath. Any of the others are fine. Those are disposable. I'm not worried about being able to replace them. I have more than enough bodies. He cut a glance to the tank and its single occupant. But he's not finished. He found the item he'd been looking for and grabbed it triumphantly, then set to preparing a needle. Yes, he loved all of his little projects dearly, but obviously some were more important than others, and this one in particular was very important to him. He'd spent the last weeks trying to stabilize his condition, but all that progress was threatening to fall apart. I'm sorry, my boy, he murmured gently as he stepped closer, needle in hand. His eyes were apologetic. Sensei has been disappointed with your lack of progress and has ordered me to send you out with the others. I argued, but unfortunately, I have no choice in the matter. I'd hoped the quirks would integrate better, but I got hasty and you're so stubborn. He stood before the tank now. The liquid inside swirled and bubbled around the half-visible figure. His body had become elongated and the joints strange and bulky thanks to the latest quirk the man had tried to give him. Stress had turned what had once been great blood-red wings a sickly pasty white. His project was failing. No, he refused to believe that. He'd fix this. This was just a temporary setback. Sensei had plans set in motion. The USJ attack, having young Tamura work with Stain. Exactly what it was building up to, the man wasn't quite sure. Whatever it was, he was sure it was going to shake Hero Society to its core. One last gift, he promised. Just something that can hopefully help you return back to me. He slid the needle in and pushed the plunger. The body in the tank shuddered, mouth opening in a silent scream. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.